potatoes here.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Occupational Click. By the way, no one commented on my haircut, including my brother. Now, we wanted to come on again because I got to start work tomorrow night. And I woke up fairly early this morning, so my pattern's all really screwed, but we'll see what happens. And I got some sausages. I butterflied them. They're in the broiler. I got the broiler flame on high, and I took a metal pan, and then I got one of these like disposable aluminum. What do you call it? It's almost like
it's like a lid to an aluminum tray, but it has holes.
But it has holes. So I put the sausages on that lid thing with holes and put that on top of the pan so the stuff will leak into. So I'm basically like broiling, barbecuing, the steaks. Yeah. It's because I went out today.
Sausages.
Sausage wraps. Okay, so I had steak on the mind, for instance. But
yes.
speaking of sausage, I had that on my mind because I bought some and you bought some unrelated.
I bought my own sausages today, unbeknownst that he was buying his sausages.
I bought longer ones in 5 packs, so I got 3, 5, 10, 15. I got 3 packs of 5 each. So I got 15 longer ones. He got a 1 pack. They're shorter, but it's like 14. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do his next or should I just finish the first. So I think I put them on with 7. When the alarm goes off, I'm going to flip them. Do for 6 and flip them again for another 2, 3. I use the thermometer, but yeah, okay. So, I scheduled this stream, but then we were a little late in coming because we were doing stuff in the kitchen, and my brother was watching parts of last night's stream after he went to bed. So he might undepressed wanted man might not be with us anymore. But we're gonna get to him, and the theme of the stream is actually for James because he was the one who was advocating this, and I thought I would take up his point. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But first, this alarm should be going off in another minute or so. I'm going to get up and flip. So, and I can show you this. After the sausage is done, they got to cool. I'll probably cut them in half. Maybe do 1 horizontal, 1 vertical, and I'll put them in a bowl, and you can see the sausages. Yeah.
And we'll eat them while we stream.
Hope they're not overburned because I think that aluminum disposable lid thing with the holes in it to let the crap. I think almost like when people sunbathe, they put aluminum to the sun. I think it's reflecting the flame because the stuff is cooking much faster than when I put it on like an oven shelf with aluminum foil or something. It's cooking much faster. So hoping I don't burn it, but it still has to be cooked on both sides. I like to do 2 flips. So you put it on 1 flip, and then you do a 2nd flip back to the original side just for a couple minutes. Shut the oven off. Let it. I'll be back.
I can't wait to have some. I'm very hungry.
He likes the sausage, and he's hungry for what I bought from the grocery store.
Yeah, lovely. All right, so Doggo, what are you up to? Yeah, I'm not up to much. I still have my crap job at a supermarket. I was there today. I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, hey, Cass. Do you like these earlier streams? Do you not like them? Do you not care? Sorry to disturb you, Doggo. Feel free to go to sleep. Sleep is important for you. No, you're not. Hello, Cass. What's happening? You have another student today, or you just walking some dogs, or do you have a day off?
How long did we say this time? 6?
6, yeah.
So I'll set my alarm. It's kind of weird. This time I went to go flip them, right?
Yeah.
The top side that was exposed to the flame was pretty well cooked. Other side clearly needs to be exposed to flame, but there were some. It's almost like it's cooking sort of weird. Yeah. These might be a little dry. I don't like them to be too dry. These might have cooked pretty quickly. It's still kind of hot.
Yeah, not bad.
And what I'm going to do is I'll take a knife and I'll cut these up. I'll cut them up and I'll let them cool. These are still too hot. You see, some are a little burned. But I use that. I'll show you after everything cools down. I'll show you the aluminum tray. I can't. Yeah. So these are a little too burned, or maybe I should leave those in for 5 minutes.
Yeah, a little on the dry side. Yeah.
All right. Well, and we're cooking up mine. You want to cook up yours too? I'll have this mess going, or what?
Maybe.
Can you talk to these people while I? You want to eat that? I know you're hungry, but I got to cut these. They're too hot to cut. I cut them. So, well, actually, I can wait a second. Just don't spoil your appetite. Talk to these people for a minute. What time this is going off again?
Okay. That makes sense. You're busy doing stuff, so you can't partake in the stream. But yes, I'm more awake. All right. Doggo likes earlier. Good for him. Isn't that nice? What time is your next student? So we're getting some positive feedback on these earlier streams. Hello, Commander K. How you doing? Okay, so you have a decent amount of time to join the conversation. So did any of you guys watch yesterday's stream? And if you did, what'd you think about it?
Is my phone over here?
I do not know. Oh wait, yeah, it's right here.
I think it's there. It's like hot, but I cut them in half. I cut them in half because when you both sides are broiled, you kind of like a crispy outer layer. So by cutting after you butterfly before, after taking them out, I cut them in half again. So I'll take two. I'll just cut them in half. That way you get the juiciness inside. So this first batch should be good. Let me take my phone here. Just put this somewhere. You can have some of these. See? They're pretty good.
All right, that's good to know, Cass.
What happened to the show? Come in a minute. Still got like 3 minutes unless I do the timer wrong. I don't know. So I'll sit here for 3 minutes. What's going on? Unless you want us to eat.
The me, Banks, and Doggo like the earlier streams. Cass likes the fact that I'm more awake and more engaged, but she has to work earlier. Later she can join in. So somewhat of a positive message.
Might not be any streams pretty soon.
That's a good point.
It's not for a while, so enjoy this shit for tonight. See you then. Well, kind of rude we're just eating on screen.
Yeah.
I want to address his points. That's why I called this video what I did. I'll get back to that in a minute. I'm going to do the last flip and shut the oven off, and I'll let those sit there, and we'll get to Dumb's points. The inspiration for this title was because what Dumb was saying, mostly because of what Dumb was saying.
Okay, yes. And me, Banks, what do you think about what Genesis had to say? Nothing? No one has anything to add? Okay. What's easier to say when you're younger? Dumb's points or Xenesis's points? Be a little more clear. Oh, well, if you're driving, you probably shouldn't be here. It's dangerous.
I'll give him 2 minutes. I'll give him like 2 minutes. So they're looking pretty well cooked. They didn't
Okay, yeah.
So I'll give him 2 minutes and we'll go from there. I ain't gonna say anything you want to share. You can just talk about whatever. Have you left alone too long?
No. I mean, I was hoping for more feedback. I guess I was wrong to expect that, but yeah.
Or
I got nothing much to say, really. I just exist.
how are the sausages?
They're pretty good.
Dry?
No. They're just right, I think. What? Wait a second, Cass. You also driving? I don't want any distracted drivers out there. Yeah, so my big bro, he's going back to work tomorrow. He's working the night shift, so it's probably going to change the dynamic here. Okay, that makes sense. So you're saying he's a little bit wishy-washy. He wants everyone to be well, but if they need the Neat Bucks route, they can go that route. So he's not really clear, is what you're saying. He'll always be dumb to us. That's how we were introduced to him. That's how we know him. Yeah, I guess you're right. There's no changing the situation. Hello, Dev Pike.
Come on. Come move. All right, come through. All right, shut the oven off. And the next batch is broiled up. Do you want me to do the third batch, or what are we doing? We're not sure yet. What have we established anything here or no?
Not really, no.
Bullshit. Now let's bring this up. This is yesterday's stream, and I wanted to go to here. This is interesting. So fairly quickly after the stream ended, Todd, the autistic hermit, grotesque subhuman, whatever, he shared that he says, I really, really, really don't want this attention anymore. And then, but we got some love letters here. With great power comes great responsibility. True. We love you, man, says Dumb. We will never stop, says Totem. So a couple of quasi trolls and Dumb. No, but I actually made this. This is actually for, because it was really dumb, because I think Xenesis asked Dumb, what do you think Todd should do? And blah, blah, blah. Even though Todd doesn't want attention, I figured, what the hell? Because Dumb seems to think that, I don't know. he said he didn't want any attention, so what are you doing? Well, someone's got to, question things. You're the one dumb who said he needed some love or whatever. So I thought, doesn't have to be the main focus. I just thought I would add that. It's like, as we're saying,
Yes.
what are we trying to say here? You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you find you get what you need. Really, really, really don't want this attention. Well, maybe you need it. Maybe dumb is right. Maybe he secretly needs this, and things will improve if he stops being such a spur curmudgeon. I'm just this is that it does. Possibly. So then dumb just wants what's best for Todd. But
Yes.
Okay. Are we winding down already?
You might be.
That's my phone in the kitchen. Oh. All right, so Dom said we're all social creatures to some extent. We come and do this stuff because we want some, but how much attention we want varies, and maybe some people even like bursts, like they want some attention now and they're good for a few years. So we don't know where people are at, but
Yes.
I think you're right. It's only human to want some attention.
Yes, it is.
Even if you don't want it, do you need it? You might say, I don't want it. Maybe you're telling the truth. Maybe you still need it for your own mental health. We're just, hence the title of this, stream.
Yes.
I said, instead of a buzz cut like I normally do, why don't you do the 3, 4, 5 around the side, but keep the hair on top? And the guy, he did a little trimming, but he kept most of the hair. I'm like, because I didn't want to go full buzz. Dumb pointed out, I mog him with a full head of hair, and I said, you know what, I don't want to buzz down, and I want something that makes me stand out in case I go out to see him and Donda. I want something that makes me stand out a bit. So I didn't want to, totally buzz it off. I got the hair. I should grow it and show it. You don't want to hear us chewing. That's obnoxious. So. This one a little too crisp. A little burn this one. Well, you told me, looking like I do with those other photos, I'm getting all these black girls in London allegedly, but who knows? You get someone who wants a green card or something, but yeah.
Exactly.
Cassandra believes she's very pious and virtuous and patient with, problem children. She's a tutor after all, so. You getting fullish, or should I cut the other ones up? Or
I think I'm getting good. Yeah,
a little bit. Yeah, I'll let them sit in the oven a little longer. Now. When it cools down, I can show them what we did if they care.
Yeah. Yes.
So I'll mention, I don't add anything to sausages because they come pre-seasoned. I don't add any salt, pepper. I don't add anything. These, because they're from the ones you got, the ones we usually get,
Yes.
and these that I got, these are a little sweeter, but something's missing. I really like the way the other ones we usually get are seasoned just right, what we're used to. These are they're okay, but they're a little
lacking.
Lacking, yeah. They're sweet, but also not in a good way. Like sweet and something's lacking. So. Cassandra isn't claiming virtue, just patience. But I thought patience was a virtue. Oh, is here. Where did Me Banks go? He went bye-bye. Where'd Doggo Food go? He went bye-bye.
He was trying to nap. Me Banks is driving.
Where'd Commander K go?
Who the hell knows?
Okay. Everyone stopped in to say hello. That's pretty cool. And now, I figure I might as well do this while, because I always say I can throw more sausage on. We get like extreme end mix while I can sit in the oven while I'm,
That's a good plan. We're eating tomorrow.
I'll do them tomorrow. So yeah, I'm on the fence. Maybe we should. I'll butterfly them on stream here if you want, if they want, if the Starlings want. Oh, it's Tuesday. Cassandra's at her she's got to go for a couple hours every Tuesday,
Correct,
Wednesday.
yeah.
Boy, that's not till like what, 6 or 7 her time.
I think she said 5 o'clock.
Okay. Well, she still has an hour before she has to go to
Yes.
the tutoring center.
It's a 25-minute drive, she said.
Oh, seems like a waste of time, but okay. Well, I can't bring this in the kitchen. Well, if you want to stick around, maybe I'll make some more sausages in a minute. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, you made videos about that.
Yeah, how many times is making sausages?
You
You guys
just
do?
cut the sausages in half. It's nothing to see.
But why is this one dying?
Who the hell knows?
Probably spend more on gas money. So basically, Cassandra did what I guess I would do if I were a woman. I'd work some stupid little jobs here and there, but I'd find a guy with a lot of money to beta bucks. I would do the same thing. So Seymour is your beta bucks. I don't blame you. And a little woman can just work some bullshit jobs. It doesn't matter. What are you talking about? It's not that it's not enough. Is it legitimate? You see, I think your buddy Zenesis said you seem a bit naive and too trusting of all these profiles. What do you mean? Walking dogs or meeting people at Starbucks? What do you mean your other work? This last one have this?
You can take it now.
I'm going to cut the other ones up. How long you been there at the tutoring center? Possibly, but I think they're salted enough. They
Yes.
I was trying to help because it was Dumb's idea. Maybe he needs some attention, so I thought,
Yes, it was.
Wow.
That's nice.
After 2 years, have you networked? Have you made connections? Has it been worth whatever hassle of driving there for just, 2-3 hours or whatever it is? Driving half an hour for like a couple hours work? Has it been worth it? Have you met some beautiful people? They're going to get you further in the field in your city. You're in Phoenix or Tucson? I can't remember. Wow. So I was in the stream earlier, just not as engaging.
Yes.
Less established, so like I said, I think I don't blame Cassandra. If I were a woman, I'd get some dude to be my my beta bucks deluxe, which is what it sounds like Seymour is. That's why he can't show his face. God forbid he risks his high level job. He's got like security clearances and government stuff, and he's making close to 7 figures. Like Cassandra doesn't really have to work. She just does it to have a hobby. I feel, she paid for that purse by herself. Well, let's get back to the attention. We wanted to see, is Dumb correct? Does Todd, even though he doesn't want the attention, does he really, really, really need it secretly?
Yeah.
That was what Dumb was arguing. And maybe Dumb was right. We're trying to, take Dumb's idea. This is all Dumb's idea. Remember, this is all Dumb's suggestion. And we want to branch off into what Dumb was thinking. Yeah, I'm trying to branch off. I'm trying to expand Dumb's idea because Dumb had some interesting thoughts last night.
He did, yes.
About Dumb and Todd, or about what? Your networking waste of time. What were we talking about?
About her relationship.
No, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I don't say that in a mean way, but I think Seymour is the beta bucks, where he's he's clearly the breadwinner, right?
I don't know much about Seymour.
Well, he's afraid to show his face because he has a really good job and something to do with, I can't remember what it is, engineering or rockets or some shit like that. And she's driving half an hour to go to some 2-hour job in some place that doesn't pay that much. So clearly, what is my synopsis incorrect? What's so wrong with my synopsis? Yeah, it's nice having extra money and it gives you something to do. So I'm sure Seymour's oh, it's great you have a few extra $100 here and there, but I don't think your jobs are making or breaking it here. He's a laser scientist.
Okay, I don't know what that is. He works with lasers. Okay.
Ask her what's a laser scientist.
What does he do with these lasers? Does he build them or fix them? Or
it's not what we asked you. Then you've shared bills. Don't you guys cohabitate? I mean, no, I disagree. You don't have. Maybe you had a career in education. You don't really have a career. You have a bunch of side hustles. You've got a couple days a week at this learning center, tutoring center, which is half an hour away. Meeting people in Starbucks just to tutor them. I'm not knocking it, but I wouldn't call that a career. It's not like you have a steady tenured position with a contract in a school. No, I don't think you have an education career from what you've told us. I'm not knocking your work. It's just walking dogs and tutoring people isn't really a career. What are laser scientists? He builds and fixes. What kind of lasers? Compact disc optical lasers, or
a laser telescope kind of thing,
or energy weapon beams or something. What kind of lasers are we talking here? And again, she doesn't work at Starbucks. She doesn't have an office, so she meets up at Starbucks. Yeah. Probably better go to a library and do that. But I guess they want to have food and danishes and some coffee on hand. Well, you said something interesting. You remember what you said? He said something before he came on. I said, you can share because we're all different. I had said Dumb as a worker bee, and you agree with that. Yeah. Whereas,
Todd is a neat. Zenesis is a neat. My brother is a wannabe
neat. Yeah.
They have no trepidation or hesitation about being a neat. Dumb doesn't really like that idea. He wants to go be a truckie in Australia or a Sparky. He still wants to go and work. Right. He can't understand why people wouldn't want to work and just live on the government dole.
Yeah, we're not making fun of Dumb. What we're saying is we're all different, and Dumb would not want to be a neat. Fine. Dumb seems to struggle with understanding that other people might want to neat. So he thinks needing is bad, in my opinion. I wouldn't want to do it. Therefore, anyone who's needing is in a bad position. We're trying to say that, well, maybe it might be bad for you, but it might be actually the best place for others. Yeah. Like you said, Zenesis isn't. So he's lecturing to a neat about his hero, a neat, on the show of a guy who wants to be a neat. So it's
yes.
I don't recall Raptorman saying he wanted to talk to you. He said he would come on if Zenesis were here, and he fulfilled his promise. I don't think Raptorman ever said he was, maybe he did. I don't remember. You'd have to ask Raptorman. That was a good point about the needs. It's like, it's not for Dumb. He was always a worker bee. I think
Yes.
I've always said the reason Dumb gave up wasn't because the work is too much or I'm a weirdo socially. It was, I don't have a wife and kids to share it with. So I think otherwise he's happy. You see, because when he's not working, he's basically forever. For the past, what do you say, 14 years, he's been building and not building that house. It's he's someone who's always, even when he's not working, he's got to be working, so to speak. Now, is it weaponry, like for the military? Is he contracted with the military, or is it like a compact disc, Blu-ray disc? There are all kinds of lasers. Is it some kind of scanning device? I mean, there are all sorts of lasers. What kind of what field are we talking here, Cassandra? The fuck does that even mean? Non-linear optics. Yeah, from what I'm reading here, okay, a linear optic would be like a compact disc laser. When it hits the disc, it stays consistent. Non-linear means the laser might actually affect the matter that it's hitting.
Okay.
So this is more weaponry stuff, basically. This is like
death ray.
It's death ray. Okay, so
he works on death rays.
He works on death rays. Okay, it sounds military.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't work in Starbucks. She goes to the Starbucks, uses it like an office to meet her students. And then she goes to the tutoring center for a couple hours. She's not working at or for Starbucks. Well, she's there physically, but she's not a Starbucks employee. Me banks struggle with this. I know it's not me. I know it's not you, Cassandra. It's been articulated very well. People are a bit dense and slow. She doesn't actually work at Starbucks. No. She could just easily have said Dunkin' Donuts or some other, or Timmy Ho's or whatever. She goes to like a public place that has food and coffee to do her business with tutoring her, private students. I'm at Starbucks. Okay. Yeah, we know you teach remotely too. I'm saying when you tutor people, you don't meet them at the library. You meet them at a place that has some coffee or some food,
pastries. You can snack on, yeah.
You tell them, girl. What are we talking about again? Oh yeah, so the original premise. Todd says he really, really, really doesn't want this attention anymore. But does he need this attention? Even if he doesn't want it, maybe he needs it. Maybe for his own good, like Dumb was saying. Maybe Dumb's right. Todd might be like drowning himself without the attention. He doesn't feel thirsty, but he's still dehydrated.
Yeah.
Maybe,
In one of the comments, he said that he had a new graphics card or something. He was fishing for attention. He wanted people to ask him about that. So he still wants to be a part of something.
Yes. I think he likes having less of a burden. He doesn't have to be at the helm, but I think he's still, he must need a little attention. Everybody needs some time. Everybody needs some time on their own. Well, that's the opposite of mine. Well, maybe you should provide drinks and snacks at your house. Give them whatever they want instead of forcing them to buy their own shit. You should, it should be covered with the tutoring fee. You make them hot chocolate if they want it, or
then you can charge a little more for the snacks. Make more money.
Okay. I grew up on the outskirts of town in an 8-room farmhouse. Yeah, that's when the smoke was a smoke. Groovin' was groovin'.
Yes.
Outside the club, cherry bomb. Our hearts were really pumping. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. So the thing, do the parents stay with you? Like the parents at a different table, so they're nearby, but you have one-on-one time. Well, if you're talking about Seymour's job, he probably keeps her in the dark, and she doesn't want to know Hey, he brings in the paycheck. That's all I care about. So I actually don't blame her, but it's very typical. It's it's the man is the breadwinner, and the woman has some supplemental cash, and it gives her something to do. But they're not surviving on tutoring at Starbucks and freaking on the internet, teaching kids in China. It's not, if Seymour got laid off tomorrow, his unemployment would probably be more than whatever Cassandra makes.
What if he just quit tomorrow and said, hey, I'm going to stay home, and would they be in financial disarray?
We know how much he has saved up.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're saying. He said non-linear. Okay, he's doing military shit. This is like death rays. This is weaponry. This is like the ray gun.
Yes.
He's doing like sci-fi kind of stuff,
Yes.
but for reals. That's a different song, but okay. Sucking on chili dog outside the Tasty Freeze. Diane sitting on Jackie's lap, got his hands between his knees. Hey, Diane, let's run off behind the shade trees. Dribble off them Bobby Brooks, let me do what I please. Say, oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living. That's another. I'm not that crazy about John Cougar Mellencamp, but you couldn't not know who he is. If you're of a certain age, me Banks, you've heard his songs all your fucking life on the radio and retail. You can't not know who John Cougar Mellencamp is. So yes. Thank you. This is what I was going for. When I sat down in the barber chair, the barber's like, what do you want? And I said, well, off-grid would like Scary Head. The guy's like, I know exactly what you're asking for.
It's Eraserhead light.
Or more kind of Frankenstein's monster kind of. Also kind of a dyke too. I was going for the lesbian. So we were talking about lesbians.
Katie Lang came up the other day.
Yes. Well, he's not actually in the military. He's under contract with the military, I believe. Is he former military? Was he ever? Yeah.
Did he ever serve in any branch of the armed forces? Did you ever serve? All right, this one's dead.
Mm-hmm. I can go charge it. It's just a little charger. I thought of a better song. Forget Morrissey. I'm actually going to sing, how's that one go? Barney ties me to the chair. I can't see. I'm really scared. Floyd breathes hard. I hear a zip. Pee pressed against my lips. I was shaved. If we're gonna sing Nirvana, let's sing an older, more obscure one. Yeah. Instead of like Smells Like Teen. Let's sing, it's like Floyd the Barber. So no one ever served. Seymour's under contract, and Cassandra is a peacenik.
Ah, I see.
Would you like to hear about my story? I'll tell you my story, man. Remember, I was in college when September 11th happened. And it really moved me. So I joined the Army immediately. And a couple years later, it was like the summer of '03, we were in Iraq. And I was making, we were doing a tail into the tanks into Fallujah. And I remember, we had to watch the road in case these Arabs jumped up and did something. And I almost got killed. But there was this big, tall, huge Negro. His name was Willie Jones. He was from Alabama. And, the one guy, before he could shoot me, Willie Jones shot and killed him and saved my life. And Willie Jones looked at me and he goes, shit, man, these sand crackers is crazy. And I said, sand crackers? Sand crackers? I thought they were called sand nig. And I realized he had that gun. He was a pretty big dude. It didn't seem to have any morals or ethics, and he just saved my life. So I said, you're right, man. These sand crackers is crazy. I thought that was a funny story. No, I didn't serve. I was afraid there was going to be a draft, actually. I'm surprised there wasn't. I thought I was in my 20s. I thought, shit, they're going to call a draft. If W gets reelected, we'll be drafted for sure. Yes. History shows that didn't happen, but I was like, oh, shit.
That was a real concern back in the aughts.
Yes. Yeah, that was. They said if he wins, 04 it was.
Yeah.
There'd be a draft. It didn't happen, but there was fear. There'd be. I was like what, 22. I thought, oh shit, I'm going to Iraq or Afghanistan. Well, back then, this is pre Don't Ask. There's something called Don't Ask, Don't Tell. It doesn't exist anymore. But if you're homosexual and you want to serve, don't disclose it, and they won't ask it. It was allowed gays to serve in the military. If you're open about your homosexuality, they kick you out. That changed under Obama. But back then, I thought I'll go before a draft board and make out with a dude just to get out of it. I would do whatever to get out. To get out of it, to shoot myself in the foot or French kiss some. I would do it because back then being gay would get you kicked out of the military. Even this wasn't that long ago. It was Well, I guess it was 20 some odd years ago, but still, it wasn't that long ago. Being an open queer would get you kicked out of the military. I would have done it. I don't care. And it'd probably be believable. It's not like I had a girlfriend. It's not like I could say, hey, you've been having sex with, we did some research. You had sex with all these girls here and you got a girlfriend, you got another one on the side. No, it probably would have been believable. Find some fag, make out with them. I would have tried to get out of it if that happened, but never came to that. Of course, women don't have to worry about being drafted.
No, they don't.
Not in this country, anyway. I'm even less patriotic now. Die for this. I mean, the way I've been treated in life. Oh, wait. We're getting off topic.
Yes.
We've got Dev Pike and we've got Cassandra, my two most favoritist people.
Exactly.
After Dumb and Xenesis, of course. And we're not talking about the topics at hand here.
We got sidetracked.
Does Todd need to? Should I cut this off? I'm actually kind of full now. Are you full? You can.
Yeah, I'm pretty content.
I can always. The sausages will cool in the oven. I can cook them later if we want to. I can always. Even tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll leave that lid and thing. I can always make more sausages tomorrow. I feel like, oh god.
Yes.
The itis starts to set in. Those sausages were heavy. They're sausages are like a meal into themselves. But
Exactly.
weather's getting warm. We can start grilling again outside. Charcoal. Yeah.
Some more videos, people. I hope you're ready.
Autistic grilling. Hopefully I get in shape. If anything good comes from this job. Yeah.
Yes. We'll grill some vegetables. Don't you worry.
Yeah. Fine. Right. And I wasn't going to bother this guy because he's very busy and he's got his whole life. He's got to figure out.
Yeah, he has a future in Australia.
But if he has something he wants to say, by all means, because I'm getting tired of his nonsense. I'm only parroting what he said yesterday. Now he's acting like he's throwing me under the bus. He's trying to get brownie points. What are you doing, man? Todd wants to be left alone. You're the one who said he needs attention. What the fuck, man? I can go back and play the tape. Or no, we're gonna have to take calls. We can wind down early. So we were early. Let's do another early.
Why not? Yes.
Yeah, you were saying before he wants to be a Sparky in Oz. You have to wait and see if I lose weight. I'm not getting any younger. Last time I did this was like 5 years ago. I'm getting too old. I might rip and tear something. I'm back in the hospital. Yeah. What else can we do? Your beer's okay. It's a little meh.
A little, yeah.
Little, yeah.
Off taste, yeah.
Well, Brother Click is here. He's awake-ish. I mean,
yes, I am.
I didn't finish that bathroom, did I?
No, you did not. You can do it later on tonight.
I'm sleepy, but I got to stay up because I got to adjust my.
The new job is a night job.
If I fall asleep, I got to wake myself in a couple hours because I can't. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I think cleaning and washing will keep you awake. What does that mean?
I don't know. The Twisted Teas have black, which isn't as good as the silver. What is Black Tab? Budweiser? What's that? Oh, he means it's bad. Okay, it's a. I get it now. It's Black Tab. It's a. Even though it's not literally a Black Tab, it's a worse tasting. Yes. Some buds are great, some are shitty. Just like the Black Tab Twisted Teas taste like shit.
Yes.
Unlikely. It's overnight. Overnight. Women don't really last on the overnight. Women really aren't designed for the overnight. you don't have to be Superman. But you got to be able to lift, lug. The female body burns out too easily. It's not really designed for that. It's mostly a bunch of dudes on the overnight. Hopefully there'll be less drama. Not necessarily, but less. Yeah, I wanted to take on Dumb's point about, Dumb was saying, Todd's a curmudgeon. Maybe he needs to come out of his shell. It would be for his own good. So maybe he needs the attention he doesn't want. That's what I was trying to. I was trying to have, I was trying to pick up Dumb's suggestion. This is how I'm treated for it. I see. It's okay. Not every stream is going to be entertaining. Some will be shit. It's part of the stream. I might be doing this. It's like I want to stream. I kept saying I want to stream as much as I can before tomorrow night. I'm going to go in tomorrow night and work. Let's see how I turn out. And they might say, I'll probably work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Usually, most grocery stores have trucks those nights. I don't know about Thursday. They might say come in Wednesday and then take I don't know. So I don't know what my schedule is going to be.
Yes.
I have no idea. I'll find out when I go. No, the people who work on the overnight, this isn't some it's hard to describe. From what your buddy DBF describes, the busty boys are very feminine. Those sorts of people don't work overnight either. It's probably should be much like curmudgeon, people like Todd who can't neat. You get a bunch of those types of guys, miserable sons of bitches. Yeah. No, but seriously, that's what you get in the overnight. We
need a refresher, buddy.
Should I go get the refresher? Should I cut the sausage? Or you can hold off on cutting the sausage.
We can hold off.
Well, I need you to hold the fort. Not much to hold.
I'll do my very best.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I was just telling my brother, hold the fort. Here's hold this. Yeah. Why don't you talk to off grid?
All right. I was the Jenny. Was all chill. Very nice.
Chill tards.
Yes.
There are some nasty tards too. There's some.
Yeah, you're fortunate.
He's right about the tards, but they're not all chill.
No. When you have an unchill tard, it's very, very bad. He could tell you stories. But how is your whole detailing business going? You make any headway with that? What was that? Ah, yes, that is hot. All right, no one has anything to say. Should I start my own channel? Would any of you guys want to come see me on my own stream? I guess not. That's piss.
Well, I'm winding down with streaming in general. I don't want to make my videos. He is not really. He's a good sidekick, but I don't think he likes hosting. He burns out doing this. We all do. Okay, there we go. But I do want a beer, so we'll do that. We'll beer it. Like I said, I simply wanted to stream as much as I could. Tomorrow night I start. My pattern's off because I got up this morning. Feeling tired now. But I don't know. I'm assuming Friday, Saturday, even Sunday I'll be working. I don't know about Thursday. I don't know if they want me to work on Thursday. They're going to say, so I don't know. The bitch I spoke to, she's the hiring bitch. She's like, yeah, the night crew leader, the overnight guy will tell you all your hours, give you all your shit. So, I don't know what days he wants you. He wanted you to start Wednesday, but it's fine. So I'm going in blind. I know I'm working Wednesday and then question mark. He had a good point last night. At one point, Dumb was asking something about Genesis, and my brother chimed in with his opinion, and they seem to like it. So yeah, he has some interesting points. Oh, Genesis would like to see him in his own streams too. Well, okay, maybe he can start streaming when and anyway, I'll repeat one more time. The premise of tonight's stream, it doesn't have to be the main premise, but Todd wrote, "I really, really, really don't want this attention anymore." But the irony is that he doesn't want the attention, but part of the attention he doesn't want was Dumb going on about how he needs the attention. So I was just trying to pick up Dumb's idea. I thought it was an interesting one. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. Like, Todd might not want the attention, but does he need it? Dumb seemed to think so. And my brother was saying, Dumb is a worker bee. Even when he's not working, he's working. He Dumb, because it's a different mindset, might not understand being a NEET like Genesis or Todd or what I want to do, my dream. These people are living my dream. Well, I'm not sure. Starlings come in and out. If you're starting to notice, sometimes you got to repeat things. You like to say, as I said 10 minutes ago, as I said last stream. Well, when you're dealing with Starlings, you never know. Repetition is par for the course, as I'm repeating once again. Not just for your sake, also for Off Grid, because he just stopped in. He was a janitor at a Walmart, but he's getting unemployed. His whole backstory is kind of questionable. Dev Pike wants you to stream on your own. I think Genesis too.
Oh, how nice.
How entertaining that would be, right?
Yes.
Okay. No one has much else to say.
No.
Yeah, what's your name even going to be?
I gotta think of that still.
Everyone will just call you Brosi anyway.
Yeah, wonderful.
No, I know you worked at Walmart. What was your car? You told me you're living in Oregon, but you're getting unemployment from California, and you're trying to start a detailing business, but you're not working at the Walmart anymore. There's still some question marks, definitely. Spurgs, pay attention. You got timeline problems, but sorting out your timeline doesn't seem as interesting as other people's timelines. That's what he said, but he's not. He's somehow on unemployment from, even though he's Oregon. He's getting unemployment from California for what? I forget. He was like some detailing job. He would detail planes. Yeah. And he's not doing that now, but he's not at Walmart now. We don't know what the hell he's doing. So, yes. Even Cassandra can tell you Off Grid's timeline is off. It's off the grid.
Yeah, there you go.
I suppose not. You're getting unemployment from your California job, even though you're in Oregon. The California job is plane detailing. How long ago was Walmart? How long ago was this? You're referring to something from like 2-3 years ago? Like, is Walmart still a thing? What the hell are you doing now? Just getting unemployment, which is cool. I'm not knocking that, but as even Cassandra can tell you that Off Grid's timeline is off. Okay. It's off the rails, man. Oh, yeah. I'm getting the itis from those sausages, man. Don't they still have a 24-hour Walmart? And what's it? Is it Palmer? Palmer, Pennsylvania, not too far from you. I thought there was still a 24-hour one over there. And Palmer, or what's the other one? What's the other town? Or I forget. Wilson, or one of those towns near to Easton. Yeah, but in what order? You're still on unemployment, or is unemployment done? You're still working at Walmart, or you were working at Walmart?
I think he had 2 Walmart jobs. Once he was a janitor, and later on he delivered Walmart stuff for people.
That's not. You don't really work for Walmart. That's like an app thing. You're like a private contractor. I don't remember him saying he was a. That's Spark. I don't remember that. So that's what he does now. He just basically drives around for Spark or for Uber Eats or something. Okay.
And your detailing stuff, is that under the table? You just go detail for cash because you're still getting unemployment.
Yeah. So and what's the timeline? He's done with detailing, or is he doing it under the table? He's done with Walmart, or he's still Walmarting. He was a janitor. What's the unemployment? It's like it makes no sense. He didn't mention Spark. Walmart Spark. Maybe he did.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just not interesting enough for me to follow. I don't know. I know he's half Palestinian, which is kind of cool. And his dad's in the jewelry business. I remember all that. That was interesting. His backstory was a little wishy-washy.
Yeah, because what? His father was a Maronite and his mother was a Lutheran or something.
Right. So Dev Pike would come on, but you hate him. You hate me, so it is what it is. Okay.
Oh, listen to this. Oh, so he's detailing under the table, yeah.
So you're not doing anything Walmart related. And your unemployment is from the detailing job in California, or? And his father, because usually, it's like a family business. The father never wanted him to get into the jewelry business or whatever. And the brother still lives with the father, right, in California, and he's with the mom in Oregon. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So the unemployment is from the California detailing job,
or whatever job he had.
Well, he's not. He didn't clarify. So you're telling me I thought I had the timeline. Anything else? We're winding down already. It's been about an hour. It's not bad. Not a decent hour.
Yeah,
I think something to do all this cooking sausage. I'm like, I should cut up the other ones. I really tired now. I'm like, I get the itis.
Yes.
Well, Dev Pike, I can't speak for anybody but myself. But if I had to assume, here it is. He really, really, really doesn't want this attention anymore. So I don't think he has plans to stream anytime soon. So going off what Todd is saying here, probably not. So I'm inferring. I don't know. Oh, you had a receiving job doing what, at the Walmart, or receiving where, at a grocery store, or like a warehouse? Where were you receiving?
Yes.
You told us you were in the Bay Area working on plane detailing at one point. I could have sworn this was part of your backstory. You're a receiver at a tech company. Okay. Okay. So your unemployment is for the receiver job at the tech company?
And why did the tech company let you go?
Oh. So the detailing has been a long time. Right. Your father. Well, where's your brother live? I thought your brother lived with your father. No, you're with your mother in Oregon. I thought your brother was still in California. I thought he was with your father. They live separately in California? Your father and your brother?
And your brother works for the jewelry business, right?
That I don't think. All mixed up, don't know what to do. Time to turn around and find that person is you. And
many moons
since first I saw you, many moons since you loved me true, many moons. You make me nervous. You drunk drive, many moons since first I all mixed up, don't know what to do. Right, but that's good. you were going to have to quit otherwise, right? But because they were downsizing, they let you go and you were able to qualify for unemployment. Because if they weren't downsizing, you said, guys, I'm quitting, I don't think you'd be able to get unemployment. No. I think Kevin Mebanks might have implied that. No, I'm saying your father and your brother lives with your father. You live with your mother. Your bro's in neat. That's cool. Does he get SSI or SSDI, or he just lives off daddy? How come your father doesn't insist you go into the jewelry business?
And how did he get his neat lifestyle? What was he diagnosed with, or what happened?
Let's see the tag. Yep, what? He has SSI or SSDI. He's diagnosed with something.
How did he get it?
Back of sore. A couple of sausages. I feel tired all of a sudden. Well, I shouldn't have gone up so early. Shame, I got brother click here because brother click is just to go to bed.
Yeah, I know.
The stream just they're not all going to be stellar, but it's like why? I'm starting to realize, okay, maybe it's a good thing. I'll take a streaming break. Fuck this is a good.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I'll just have to see how I feel. Unless I do one of those driving streams on the way home Thursday morning, Wednesday and Thursday morning. Say, oh man, I didn't sleep. I feel pain all over because I've worked muscles I haven't worked in years. I don't know, we'll see.
Yes.
Well, does your father help out? Oh, Zenesis, by the way, I wasn't Zenesis wants to come on. I wasn't begging him to come on. I was just saying how streams are different. I want to ask Off Grid. Does your father help him out financially? How come your father doesn't say, join me in the grocery business, or not the jewelry business or whatever? Okay. Well, I'm not going to stream much longer. Well, I need a streaming break regardless. Let's see how things go with this job. All right, so you don't have to come on, but welcome. How are you?
What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to join in because I saw there's no activity going on in chat, so
that's okay. I was planning to get off earlier, but no, we were talking to what's his name most recently, Off Grid. I was learning about his life. Yeah. How you doing?
Yep. I'm doing all right. I just wanted
Actually, tell me why. You can answer a question for me. Why does Dev Pike say he's alienated? Have I alienated? I thought I've alienated Dev Pike now. I guess.
I think I explained it Dev Pike already multiple times that you don't hate him, like you stated it multiple times already. But I think there's a impression from the Starlings community that he's not well received, that they're not honest with themselves regarding Dev Pike. And yeah, I think this is why thinks of that everybody must hate me in this community, but it's just some particular kind of people in this community.
Okay, I'm testing my microphone volume. Is it okay? I'll put a little louder here. Is that loud enough?
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, he just seems like he's acting kind of petty. Okay, so Off Grid's father supports the brother, and I guess Off Grid's mother supports him because he's living with the mother.
Go. Yes.
Hey, I lived with my parents, so they paid for everything. I don't have that luxury. We don't have that luxury in life, but What did you think of the premise of the stream, which was really Dumb's premise about
Regarding Todd, you mean?
yeah, attention.
I respect.
I don't know what happened there. That wasn't me. All right.
All right.
Oh, we'll probably wind down soon. We'll go another 10, 15 minutes. I want another beer. You know what? Hey, you beer? We're going to go finish a beer. I am tired of the sausage. I do have that. It really is heavy in the stomach. But yes. What's up?
My internet kicked me off again.
What kicked you off?
My internet.
Oh, the internet. Okay.
Regarding Todd, I mean, I think every human has a drive for attention. So he might like this attention, but he might not like it to what extent he's getting it currently.
Well, I remember, I'm not into basketball, but I remember when I was a teenager, Charles Barkley was criticized for being a bad role model. I think he had like a wild party or he did something, and people were saying he was a bad role model. And Charles Barkley said, I never asked to be a role model. And Michael Jordan chimed in, yeah, you might not have asked for it. You can't, that's a cop-out. I'm also a big basketball star. It comes with the territory. So, you know, in a way, that's kind of what Penny Pounder was alluding to. I remember, what's his name? Charles Barkley, he was a basketball star. I never asked to be a role model. And Michael Jordan called him out and said, well, if you're going to be this big basketball star making millions, it comes with the territory. You know, me, I could disappear tomorrow. No one would notice. I think the testament to someone like Todd is if he disappears and people are still saying, we love you, man. You know, he had some kind of it factor. You know what I mean? He's an
inquisitivity. I mean, I stated it like last stream that he's like a celebrity in this kind of space, kind of.
True.
So I get where his reactions coming from the community.
Okay. The only person who notices is Cassandra and maybe Zenesis. Well, Dev Pike for sure. So I got 3 people who might notice. That's about it.
I would notice.
Yes, you and Dev Pike and Cassandra, the 3 of you. That's it. That's not the point. The point is, you know, I don't think, and this isn't a complaint. It's just some people have more of a, you know, the bigger you are, the more obvious it is when you a zeitgeist. Yeah. And so I guess maybe he didn't. Maybe it's like Charles Barkley didn't ask to be a superstar and a role model. It sort of came with the territory. Same. Todd didn't ask for his position, but he somehow found himself there.
Dual maxing.
Is that?
Boomer maxing regarding this comment.
Do you remember? Yeah. Well, we don't have to like some elaborate discussion. I just thought we'd make a little stream before I go back to work.
Yes.
God, I feel like I'm too tired. I shouldn't. I would have to go to work in theory in the next couple hours, like 11 o'clock. So, oh well.
I hope that you're like. I mean, they're probably really scared of like being this work around again.
Kinda, yeah. I'll tell my stories, kind of, but yeah, I have no choice.
Yes. There might be more videos and less streams.
Yeah.
You don't have to keep this going. If you don't feel like talking, you don't have to. We just want to come on briefly and do a stream before I go back to work. So
yeah. But like I said before, multiple streams. This is limited, right. And I don't know if I'm gonna be like later on, if I ever gonna come on as frequently as I can now. So life happens. So
this is true. So might as well make the best of it when you can. Okay. Yeah, plus I might work this job and I might say I need money, but this job sucks. The boss is a total piece of shit. This isn't worth my mental health.
Yeah.
And at that point, what do? Try to do what Off-Grid was doing. Try to work for one of these delivery food. I mean, it's a lot of wear and tear. But if I do 2 or 3 of them, maybe that's a better option. Basically, become just me, myself, and I in a car all day. I can handle that.
Picking up food.
That's what I put wear and tear on my car. But that's what I was doing. The auto parts job was fine, except when I went to the office and the guy threatened to break my jaw. This wouldn't be coworkers, but who knows? Going to people's houses and giving them food, and people play games.
It was there's something I can there's something what came in my mind. Like I talked with Dom about philosophy the last stream. That was kind of interesting. Like to see like his reaction about like concerning like meaning of life in general.
Mhm.
It was cool.
You think what? I mean, that's why I hate to speculate. But let's just say things didn't work out between him and Donna. Would he be so devastated because he's putting so much of his hope in this new dream that, in the event something doesn't work out, it would like totally break him mentally? Or
I'm pretty sure I would break him mentally. Like
well, like the idea, some people get blackpilled and they can't handle it. It breaks their mind. It's almost like if something goes wrong, he's not prepared for something going wrong. It's success or bust. I don't think there's any in between with him now. So
I feel myself like I'm really happy for him, like that he's like also really happy.
Yeah, no, I agree. I want him to be happy. I'm just
I'm not of those kind of people like, you know, say like, oh, it's over, never again, and like drags down and stuff like that. Just like let them do their stuff on their own terms. But I would personally would never do this like kind of thing what he does.
Well, you would never do what Dumb is doing. Put all your eggs in one.
Yeah, like move, like sell it. If I had a house, sell everything and go like, you know, to a different country.
I got to address again. We repeat things for Starlings. Off grid. I actually just bought a shitty $2,000 car.
It was $3,600, not $2,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
the Acura, right? The Acura was supposed to be $2,000, right?
Yeah.
I might go back and buy that one. So I put it on a credit card. I don't own it yet, but I bought. So I had it's a 20. It's an 03 Nissan, not Nissan, Chrysler Sebring, which is okay. But yeah, okay, maybe I should. I'll do this. I'm going to do the overnight grocery for a bit. Maybe I'll do both. Do the grocery in the morning when I get out, do this. And if it is sustainable, because I still want to go back and look at that Acura. Plus, I got to go back in there just to get me my plates and my new title. They haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll consider. Maybe that's the best option. Just me, myself, and I. I just thought you put too much wear and tear on the car, but I'll consider it because maybe I'm getting tired. You know, I'm going back to a fucking grocery store. I'm going to share my stories for real. All these disasters I've had, and it's like maybe I can't work with people. I need to be on my own. You know what I mean? And I always tell my shrink's like, oh, would you go in public? I said, when I walk around in public, no one really cares. I'm saying when you're forced to be around people, whether it be in a school environment or a work environment, when they have to deal with you, I don't usually have people. I don't have people problems in passing. You know, people can be jerks. I can get that cashier who's nice to the guy before me and nice to the guy after me, but it's a bitch to me. That happens. But generally speaking, going about minor interactions, I don't have problems. It's when I'm part of a social group and I'm on the outs, I think people try to, punch down to raise their own status. I was trying to explain to him, it's not just people randomly coming after me. It's within these social groups where I'm clearly the oddball. That's,
punching down, basically.
Right. That's what I said.
Yeah.
To answer your question, yeah, that's why I just said maybe I'll do it on the side as a side hustle, and if I really like it and think I can parlay it, I'll consider that. No, I don't have to. Wait, was this one? No, to answer the question, no, I don't have to wear a name tag. This is overnight. You go in just before the store closes, and the store's closed most of your shift. It might open like I think we come in right as the store's closing. The store might open an hour before our shift ends, but basically most of the night the store's closed, no customers. There's no dress code. You just wear something comfortable, no name tag, no uniform. No, this is an overnight job. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Doing app stuff full time is kind of shitty. Oh, you are? You just said it's been a long time since you've done detailing.
He does it under the table.
Oh, okay. What do you think of off-grid stories? Is it making sense, or there's some question marks?
I think he's a person who could explain this stuff like better via voice call, because I think it's personally hard for him to explain everything like via text chat, because there's so much to explain. So yeah, he probably could explain it to way better when he would join the StreamYard call.
His own timeline is wishy-washy. He'll start talking about a janitor at Walmart, but that was 3 or 4 years ago. What he's making it sound like just happened now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It all depends if the boss is some piece of shit who doesn't like you. It doesn't. Yeah. But yes, dress code's not a problem. I wonder what Mebanks wears at his job. I'm not going to force him to tell us, but he doesn't tell us where he works. He's afraid he might get doxxed.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess Mebanks has a a uniform job. Well, we know my face is wishy-washy. We were talking about your storytelling abilities, which are very. It's not just me. Even Zenesis agrees. Your storytelling abilities are
Questionable at best.
And what else?
Mm,
I think we don't have to talk for the sake of talking. I wanted to come on. Brother Click is here. It's earlier.
Yes.
People always say, "Where's Brother Click?" And then I bring him on, and no one wants to say anything to him. If he were to have his own stream, I don't know what he would stream about. You're saying you want to see him do his own thing. Well, what do you think his streams would be like in comparison?
I think personally for me, Brother Click is like one of the most. That is one of the persons the most on this panel, but we still know not so much about him. Kind of like it can get this kind of vibe. He's like more like the guy who's like in the background, kind of like me. But I think this what makes him, in my opinion, like really interesting to know more about him.
He's a mysterious background character.
Yeah.
All right then.
Oh, by the way, I'm not saying Off-Grid is lying. I think he doesn't realize how poorly he's conveying the message. I'm not calling him a liar. I'm just saying he thinks he's explained it when he hasn't. It's not just me. He didn't do a good job explaining, but he thinks he did. In his mind, it makes sense, so everyone must automatically understand it. But it's not just me who didn't get it. It's several other people who are like, well, you didn't, So I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying you're not very good at keeping your timeline accurate. That's all. You ever watch Off-Grid Prosperity or no?
I had to talk with him.
Right, but have you ever watched his stream?
I mean, I maybe glanced one time. Like it's mostly about I think like chilling with weed. I think like chiller streams. So maybe I'm wrong.
What he likes to do, his claim to fame is he likes to watch other people streaming on his stream and comment in real time.
Yeah.
It's one of his things.
I didn't know that there's such a big streaming community regarding doing this, like watching other streamers while also streaming themselves. It's kind of like I didn't know that this community is like this exists. Like and people are doing this. It's interesting. Yeah.
I guess it's interesting. It's kind of.
Yeah.
And you remember this gentleman, right?
Yeah.
How are you, James? You were you're the reason I started this stream tonight. I was going on what you were saying yesterday. Todd, if you look here, I'll repeat it. Todd says he really, really, really doesn't want this attention. You might be right. Maybe he really, really needs it. This was one of Dumb's arguments last night. So maybe, maybe, like I said, Todd doesn't feel thirsty, but he's still dehydrated. Maybe he needs the water, even though he doesn't think he wants it.
It was fun talking with Dumb. It's really interesting. I think this was also one of your best streams. I think
because you were there.
No, not because of me, but generally like all.
Yeah.
Like the talk itself.
Okay, yeah, it was like I said. I like the idea of sometimes, like I like talking to you, and I've been talking to Dumb for a couple of years now. I like taking two people. I know Dumb from here and you from there, putting you both together and seeing where it goes. I enjoy that. It spices things up. It freshens things up a bit.
Let's do a part 2 today. Come on.
If he wants, I don't know if Dumb wants. If he wants, it's up to him. I wasn't going to force him to come on. I think we both think about us. We love each other, but we need breaks from each other every now and then. We're not joined at the hip.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just generally like happy to talk with anyone like in this community because I mean like anyone who's like willing to show like the face and voice it gets like in my book like earns like extreme respect because it's
they have the balls to put themselves out there. Yeah. But like I said, it's not just about good looking, ugly looking. It's a picture's worth 1,000 words. You see their faces, it's real to you. Then exactly. Then a voice, right? I agree. Translation: he's had enough. He'll be polite. Donda probably said, "OC streaming, be nice and pop in." He's like, "Fine."
No worries, Tom.
But I don't know if someone else wants to come on too, that's fine. If not, we can talk a bit. I know, like, I'd love to see someone. We know Cassandra has to go to work. I'd love to see you talk to someone new. We'll put some new people.
Yeah, well, that's not.
Yes.
Actually, Mebanks has come on and he has shown his face. It's been a while. Kevin Mebanks, would you like to talk to Zenesis? Zenesis is looking for somebody. I find it interesting watching new people talk.
That would be an interesting.
Right. We haven't seen. It's been a while. Mebanks has been on. He's shown his where he lives. He's shown his face several times. There's nothing to be afraid of. No one's going to see this. Mebanks, show us yourself and talk to Zenesis. Come on, man. We haven't. And I haven't actually seen Mebanks. Yeah. It's been quite a while.
It's been too long of a time.
I mean, like I can remember like Mebanks' appearances, streams. He has a really cool house, I think, like because he shows his room, his house, like where he lives, or apartment, something like this. It was cool to see, like, because usually people on here don't really make a showcase their apartments, so it was kind of like cool from that he was like doing this kind of stuff. I mean, like people here, are afraid to show their faces, but he goes like way beyond that, and also shows like what kind of things he has. Like it was cool.
Well, you put yourself out there. No, I said, I mean, you don't want to say where you work for, and I understand. You don't want to tell us where you work. You're afraid your employees might. I understand that. That's what I was talking about. You must have a uniform job, is what I'm getting at. But you won't elaborate, and that's fine. But you've shown us, like Zenesis just said, you have a cool house there. You gotta go through rooms to get to other rooms, but it's a typical Easton Bethlehem, Allentown type house, Lehigh Valley type house, and he's got the cool keyboard and he has some musical and computer talent. So yeah, Mebanks, come on, man, don't be. We're not gonna ask you where you work, or we're not gonna say put your work uniform on. We just, Okay, fine. You don't have to put. This is not a black tie event. No suit and tie for this. So you can come on. You've done it before. It's been a while since I've seen you. Yes. I loved when you showed us your gun. Remember you showed us his gun. Come on, Banks. We need you. We love you.
Were they real guns, or was it like?
Yes, that was a real gun. It was a white. I don't know if you recall that stream. It was a white and black gun.
It's a Glock, I believe.
A Glock. It was made to look like a Star Wars Stormtrooper. But that was an actual gun. Yes.
So it's really common. Is it true that like that most people in America have a weapon?
It depends. It depends on the state. In New Jersey, it's like England. It's very hard to get a gun here. You need all these papers and permits. New Jersey's like England. Pennsylvania is much more free. In fact, there's a problem. A lot of people go over to Pennsylvania and buy guns, but then the federal government gets involved and says that if you're going to sell a gun, you have to respect the laws of the state the person lives in. So if I go over to Pennsylvania and say I want to buy a gun, they'll say, okay, show us some ID. As soon as they see my New Jersey license, they'll say, I'd love to sell you a gun. It's easy in Pennsylvania, but you live in Jersey, and Jersey's anti-gun, and the federal government will come after me if I violate Jersey laws. Whereas Mebanks can walk in, show his Pennsylvania driver's license, and he can buy all the guns he wants. So states have different rights, and the federal government forces each state to respect the other state's rights. So it all depends on where your residence is. So it follows me. Even if I go to like Texas, being a Jersey guy, the federal government says you got to respect the other states' gun laws. So Jersey is like England. Pennsylvania is much freer when it comes to guns.
What's it like in Austria?
One other thing, Pennsylvania is terrible when it comes to alcohol. All the liquor stores in Pennsylvania are owned by the state, which is why the Jersey side of the river always has money. And they'll come. The Pennsylvanians who live close to Jersey will come over and fill up their car trunks or the boot or whatever of the car, because they're all crazy alcohol laws. The liquor stores are all owned by the state. Yeah. They have terrible here. You go in the liquor store, buy whatever the hell you want.
Yes, any day of the week too.
Yeah, there you can buy all the guns you want. We can't. So yeah, different states have different laws.
Yeah. Regarding Rose's question, how's it in Austria? People usually.
No. I was just telling him. He asked about America in general. I'm talking about it. Yeah. I would say a Pennsylvanian is more likely to have a gun than a Yes. Jersey's very tough to get. Okay, now go ahead about Austria.
Yeah. It's usually not allowed to have a weapon here, but there are exceptions. Like if you're like a hunter or something, or who is like a police like man, like someone who's like working in the police department. But besides that, not really.
Now, does Austria have conscription? Did you have to serve in the Austrian military?
We have something called Zivildienst here and Bundesheer. Every Austrian citizenship needs to complete one of those. Uh, um, because Bundeswehr, this is like military. This is
You're saying Polizei? It sounds like you're saying Polizei, police.
Bundeswehr.
Polizei, okay.
Bundeswehr. This is military. This is a thing where you need to attain for like 6 months. And Zivildienst, this is where you can work as a in a hospital or something like this. This is more what's the word called like in English, sanitator. This is more like someone who is working in the ambulance department, kind of.
Paramedic.
Paramedic, yeah, something like this.
What did you do?
A paramedic. I went to the paramedic group because it pays better.
Okay.
I get like 200. I got like 200 euros more.
But you had to do this. It was
Yes.
mandatory.
So
Yeah, it's mandatory. It's mandatory.
You had an option. You can serve in the Austrian military, or you can be an ambulance driver. You chose the ambulance driver.
Yeah, I chose the ambulance driver, but I wasn't a driver. I was like just more like in the background because I don't
Right,
have
but
a license.
if you don't want to be a
Yeah.
soldier, you can be a paramedic.
Now, is that only for men, or does that apply to women too?
Only for men, but
Oh.
and because this is where girls are an advantage because they can attain university 1 year earlier because of this. Nowadays in the Austrian politics, they're like kind of debating if girls should also have this kind of thought. I don't know if it's ever going to be like this. The girls need to attain like
Probably not.
Probably not.
Unless Austria comes under attack. Like in Israel, women have to serve because it's Israel's right. So unless a country is like under direct attack, women are exempt. It's only like Israel where their survival depends on it that everyone has to serve. Yeah. So, but yeah, in most countries, women are exempt, right?
Austria is extremely safe, so the likelihood of them attaining, I mean, they still can attain like the military if they want to, but it's more like it's not a mandatory test. It's more like
Same here. Women can join if they want, but they're not forced to. Right.
They're not forced to. Yeah. I've been on it for like I was on it for like 9 months, not the military, but the paramedic route. Was okay. I mean, like they treated like us like shit, but it's just it is what it is.
But that was 9 months required, or like how do you know when your service is up? Like they tell you flat out you got to do this for 9 months, or you do it until they don't want you anymore?
No, there's a contract where you need to sign that you're like employed for like 9 months and you're onto the service. So and before that you usually get like because there are people out there who never attain who try to like never try to attain the military or paramedic kind of thing and they try to like to weasel out like but they still get like cut down because it's like they get because there is a Geldstrafe, how do you call it in English? It's like they get fined.
Okay.
Like if they don't attain it, and it's like a hefty sum also. Yeah.
And yes, hello, Thule. Thule wants to say hello. This is fascinating. I didn't know. So you have sort of either a military or ambulance, sometimes known as EMT, emergency management, a paramedic. What else? Are those the two options? There's like a third, like I don't know, what else would there be? It's either ambulance, paramedic or military soldier, or is there some other options?
It's only
those two options, right?
If you when somebody really likes the military kind of thing, you can also choose to be full-time employed on this kind of thing and rank up and do other stuff within it. But most of the people, they just like do the 6 months and try to study something else. And I don't know how it's over there in New Jersey, like regarding those kind of things. Do you have like a mandatory also kind of thing?
No, that's what I was talking about earlier. We haven't had a draft. Well, I can explain the history if you really want a history lesson. I was afraid back when, like 20 years ago, when I was like 22, 23, I was afraid we might have a draft because we were, Iraq and Afghanistan, but they didn't call in. No, we don't. It's not mandatory anymore. What happened was you really want the history, or you care about the history?
I mean, I'm interested. It depends if you want to share it.
In 1940, before America got involved in World War II, the president, his name was FDR, Franklin Roosevelt. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, possibly.
He called the first peacetime draft. He said, okay, even though we're not at war, we think we might go to war. So in 1940, he called a draft and he began drafting people. And that draft stayed on the books for like 33 years. The draft was on from like 1940 to 1973. Now, during certain years, like in 1957, there was no war. Less people were drafted. They would draft depending on what they needed. But yeah, from 1940 to about 1973, we had this draft. Like Elvis Presley, Elvis or Hound Dog. Elvis got drafted, and they were well before Vietnam, but after Korea. So like Elvis just served like a year or so. We had a draft from like 1940 to 1973. Vietnam was so unpopular that Nixon ended the draft in 1973. You still have to sign up when you turn 18. You have to sign up with what we call selective services in the event that we do have a war, but there's no active draft. Between 1973, when Nixon ended the draft, and 1981, when Jimmy Carter reinstated it, no one even had to sign up. So now we haven't had a draft, what they call a draft, conscription. We haven't had that in this country since 1973, but since 1981, all adult males, once they turn 18, have to sign up. In fact, I remember back when I turned 18, like maybe 2 weeks later, I got the thing in the mail, and I signed it because I'm like, Cold War's over. Yeah. We won. Soviet Union fell apart. I couldn't have foreseen September 11th. But yeah, so the point is, all men 18 have to sign it's called selective services, but we haven't actually had an active draft since 1973. And I was so afraid we would have one when I was in my 20s because of all the shit that was going on, but we didn't. So yeah, but you sign up with selective services. And that's in the event of a war, they can draft you. But it's only up to at my age now. I don't think, unless unless aliens invaded, I don't think I'd be eligible. I don't think, but yeah, I think it's like 18 to 26. You got to if you move, you got to let them know, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Regarding the Bundeswehr at our play in Austria, I mean, like what I heard from friends, like regarding the experience in there. They mostly told me that they really didn't do anything. It was just watching TV. So I don't know how it's over there, like regarding
No, I think if there was a draft or you choose to join the military, you're going to be treated like a real soldier, boot camp and all that shit. Yeah, it's not it's like being in the military. Yeah.
It's like I don't know why it's like this. Like this.
Because Austria is a small country with a small military and it's very peaceful. So they don't really have a demand for it. But I guess so.
But who knows what Putin wants to do? He might roll through Europe.
That's true. You're afraid Putin might start expanding more into maybe not Austria, but like Hungary. You think Putin's going to start branching further west?
If that would be happen, we would be fucked. So it would be royally fucked. So, but if there is a chance it could happen, but I don't know how likely it's going to be that.
Well, I don't think he has enough time in his life to make it that far west. I could be wrong. He might still play games in the Ukraine, try to even go into parts of the Baltics or Poland. Yeah. I don't think he can get to Hungary. He'll be dead before then. I think, well, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it'll take, unless he's some super laser weapon, but Cassandra's boyfriend's helping develop it on the other side. Yeah. Even if he doesn't get to Austria, literally, the more he takes, the more it could screw things up for Austria. Oil and different shipping and trucking and whatnot. So it could screw things up if he makes headway, closer to Austria.
Yeah.
I also wanted to mention something else to go back to the gun thing real quick. I want to say this about the gun laws, how it varies state to state. My brother's going to be 40, right?
Yes.
When he was about 10 years old, was it?
Yeah.
My father wanted to buy him a BB gun. And in New Jersey, you know what a BB gun is? They take little pellets. They're not actual guns. They take little pellets. You know what a BB gun is? You have any idea?
No. But I can
a pellet gun, maybe. It looks like a gun, but it doesn't shoot bullets. It shoots little tiny metal pellets.
It's like soft guns?
I guess you might call it a soft gun or
air gun.
It doesn't have bullets. It's not It's not a firearm. It shoots out little pellet things. And even that was like highly illegal in New Jersey. my father had to go over to Pennsylvania to buy him one. And because it's not a firearm, my father didn't have to prove anything. So in Pennsylvania, they sold him a BB gun, no questions asked. Brought it back, gave it to my brother as a birthday present or a Christmas present or something. The lady behind us at the house, we were living in a different house at the time. The lady called the police and the cops showed up. My father to like dig out all his, because my father had all the permits and stuff to prove that he could legally own that. Because in Jersey, even a BB gun, a pellet gun, is highly illegal. And this is 30 years ago, we're talking. 30 years ago, whereas you go over to Pennsylvania, they don't give a shit. They sell it to you. So different states, different laws, even something that like a pellet gun. Do you know where yours is or no?
I think so.
It's in the
garage.
Okay, we won't do it. Maybe we'll do it. It looks like a real gun, but it shoots little pellets. And in Pennsylvania, it wasn't even considered a firearm. You could just buy it. In Jersey, when the neighbor called the cops, oh my God, the police showed up. My father, it was a yeah. So we're just trying to say how yes, ball bearings, BB. Yes, I don't understand what he might not know the term, me Banks, because what is he? He didn't know what a BB or ball bearing gun was. Little metal. It's not a firearm. It's little metal.
Little metal balls.
Or metal balls.
Metal or copper, yeah, little metal balls, ball bearings. Did they spell bearings with an A there?
I don't think so. I think it's BEA.
Huh. So I just wanted to share that because even that, which in one state says this isn't even a real gun, this state treats it like it's a major. So in other words, states have different laws when it comes to that kind of thing. That's all I wanted to say.
I have a question regarding a different topic, which I
sure, but I wanted to share that memory because even that was 30 years ago. The state of Pennsylvania says this isn't even a real gun. New Jersey treats it like it's a major offense. So you were asking about firearms and guns, and even a non-gun, it varies state to state to state. All states have different laws. Most are fairly lax and liberal, but in the Northeast, these small, tiny, old states, like Rafterman was saying, he's in Maryland. It's not as these small, like Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, New York City, maybe like Connecticut, Massachusetts. The smaller, tiny states are very anti-gun. The old, small, colonial states are like England, and the rest of the country, like Montana. When you drive, if you've ever been to Montana, you see these signs: deer crossing, moose crossing, and they're all shot up with holes because people drive by in their pickup trucks and shoot the sign for target practice. So it all depends on which state you're in. But okay, you understand that, or is it making sense? Have we exhausted?
It does make sense. It does make sense.
Even for something like a metal ball gun, that's not even a real gun.
Spring loaded,
yeah. So, okay, what's your other question?
It was not related to this topic at all. It's a completely different topic. Because it just occurred on my mind. Because I asked you like once, OC, who is the most interesting person for you on this panel? But I never asked this question to Brosi. I just wanted to.
Who do you think is the most interesting person who comes on this panel? Whoever.
It's hard to say. I mean, I guess it could be you or it could be Dumb. Yeah, it's a toss-up between you two, I think.
Was that because you just saw the two of them last night?
Possibly, but I mean, a lot of the other people who do show up, they show up sporadically. They're convoluted with what they want to say. They're not as open and honest and upfront. But we get to see you and hear you. We get to see James and hear James. We saw Me Banks once or twice. If he could show up again, that would be great. We saw Off-Grid a couple times, but he's wishy-washy with his story. So you and Dumb are easy to follow and understand. So from that point, you two are probably the best guys we've had on the stream.
Well, Leo said, because OC gave me the answer that he finds personally the most interesting person, besides me, not to brag or something, this guy called Lol Yuko.
Yeah, Lol Yuko, he never showed his face, so I forgot about him, but he had some interesting points. I don't know if you ever met him. He was the guy in Michigan.
I thought it was Minnesota, but okay.
I thought it was Michigan.
Okay.
And he was in his later 20s.
He had like a birthday hat on or
whatever.
In
his what do you call it? In his avatar, or what's it called? Profile pic.
Okay.
Yeah, he never showed his face.
Maybe that's him. What is it about him?
He had some interesting points. We talk about things like, when he was a kid, he got this feeling something was really wrong. And he told his parents, he said, "Mom, I'm afraid I'm never going to have a girlfriend." And his mother just said, "You will." In other words, he was picking up social problems in the past. I can relate to that. I remember our parents did the same thing. They just dismissed it. You'll grow up one day. Everything will be fine. So I remember that was something. He said some. He used to come. It's been a while, but he had some interesting points.
We haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah. I mean, because I checked also out Lol Yuko out, and he comes off as a really mature kind of guy because he's like really like he's
Oh, he's
the way
very honest, very genuine. And
yeah, really like down to earth and really like straightforward. Even if only been like on for 2 times, but it was still like for those 2 times he was on, it was still like more productive than some of the other.
Some of the
people.
others who come on,
Yeah.
multiple times.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, I liked him. Yeah, if he had shown his face, he would have popped into my mind quicker because I picture the face. Oh, Elliot, I had to really think because it's another reason. Lookism. It's not just pretty or ugly. It's I can recognize you versus I got to think. You don't remember a voice as quickly as
You can put a face to the name.
Right.
Interesting.
And I was hoping Mebanks would come on for these 10 minutes just to because I find it fascinating finding 2 different people interacting with each other, like you and Dumb,
exactly,
you and Mebanks. But I guess Mebanks is what?
Not in the mood.
But he was also like in the last streams like really hesitant like to come on, so I get it. He wasn't like
he came on that one time. I think he enjoyed it. He came out of his shell. He even streamed a few times. He did his own streams, but then he I think he regretted kind of like. I'm glad he came out of his shell, but then he got spooked and he went back into like the turtle let his head out and then quickly got spooked. He might have gotten spooked again. Yeah.
But I get where he comes. I still respected that he was willing to show his face.
Yes, I respect that. It'd be nice if he didn't scare so easily. He scares very easily. Hence the gun. Yes.
it's the gun. Would be awesome to get like Penny Powder like once.
Yeah, even if I get his voice, I can't even get his voice. Him and we've only got a few people. I don't even know who's here right now.
Yeah, I know.
We've only got a handful of people even watching, but yeah, it is interesting to have people like you and Dumb interacting probably the first time ever. People who have normally, and even Dev Pike came on with Dumb. Dev Pike was very active in Dumb's chat, but Dumb and Dev Pike never spoke to each other. It was here. It was the first time they could actually speak to each other. So that one stream where Dev Pike and Dumb, Yeah, we want you to show it again, pussy. Come on, coward. Yeah, you showed. Past tense. We're talking about now, man. It's going to be May 2025, man. We're talking about the here and now, not, not what, months ago, whenever it was.
It was also interesting to talk with Dumb because I had nothing similar with him. Like, okay, we were so completely like 180 degrees. I didn't like. I mean, I thought to myself like, okay, maybe there is some similarities besides Todd, like knowing Todd, but there was nothing. It was kind of like interesting to see like this way.
I'll let you know one more secret about Mebanks. He lives the closest to me. He and I are only about an hour and so apart.
Yeah,
I could be at his place, and I know where he lives. I have cousins in the area. He and I can meet. He knows this. He and I are in like he's here, I'm here. We're in overlapping areas. We can even meet halfway. It's never going to happen. But realistically, the easiest person to meet would be Mebanks. We can meet at that Cream King, but he's so afraid that I might dox him or record something. Yeah, I could actually. He and I can meet very, very. It was like a day. Go there for an hour or two, come home. I still got a whole day to do. He and I are close-ish. We're like an hour and 15 minutes apart.
Yeah.
We can meet halfway. He's very close. He knows this area. I know his area. We're not in the same exact area, but we're in overlapping areas. He's close.
But this is why. But this makes more sense for reaction-wise why it's like so scared to come on in comparison to like people like Totem or Penny Bowler.
Right. I'll never see. Yeah. The only person I might run into in real life is him. I mean, he knows the team. Yeah. He and I might. I probably won't happen. Who knows? I even thought to myself because I was driving around. He knew some places. He and I might have crossed paths before we knew who each other were. Maybe 20 years ago, I saw him and we didn't know who each other were. It's possible. It's entirely possible.
But why is he on the street and he's like so afraid of?
Well, if I saw him in real life and I said, "Hi, are you Kevin Mebanks?" He could just play dumb. What are you talking about? I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm like, is that? It looks like him, but I don't know for sure. Yeah.
That's funny.
Funny but true. But now I don't want to meet him because I know he is squeamish. But I thought he would at least come on for 5-10 minutes. I mean, I won't put his face in the profile pic if that's who he's afraid of.
It would be funny to talk with. Cthulhu was also here.
Like Mebanks, he came on once. Well, I think Mebanks came on twice. Thule came on once. And again, maybe he's overdue. Yeah, so either
Yes.
you're one of the overdoers, the people who haven't been on in a long time.
Yes,
Yeah, I agree.
yes.
One of the overdoers.
But Tully doesn't come off as a guy who's like afraid to like show his face.
He might not come across that way, but he only did it once. And I asked him to step outside. He was afraid he'd get doxxed from his backyard. I mean, I've been doxxed from my backyard, but it's a whole different story. But yeah, so he is a little scared. Yeah, you came on past tense. We're asking you to come on for 5 or 10 minutes with someone new.
Yes.
It was back then. It was just the two of us. You gave us a nice tour. That was awesome. You played us a nice song. You played a Christmas carol from Charlie Brown. I thought it was great. But right now, we want to hear you. Can you talk to Xenesis? But we want to see. OC wants to see two Starlings talk to each other. OC wants to see the Starlings interact. So come on, Banks.
So do I. Come on, me Banks.
Come on, me Banks.
We need us some me
We
Banks.
haven't seen you in so long. We love you. If you don't come on, I am going to find where you live and show up and knock on your door, and I'll dox you for sure. So you cut the shit. You know I can find you, man. It's not that hard. I don't want to do that. I'm just saying if it comes to that. What else? So that was
Yes.
That's kind of interesting.
Yes, it did. Yes.
What else should we ask Xenesis regarding anything? Anything?
No, like what's an average day for Xenesis? Because you don't work, or what do you do?
Yes.
At time.
My average day-to-day basis, it's not the same. Like consistent, it varies. Like there are days like where I want just to chill and read something and do some clean the apartment, and there are days where I want to be like more outside and do something with my friends, or like meet different kind of people outside, socialize. But it also depends like what kind of like for me, I noticed myself that in winter times, but I think this is a natural human kind of thing, that in winter when it's really cold, like I tend to be like doing more like stuff inside my house and to less socialize. And then some, and now where the summer's coming up, I'm more like motivated to do stuff more outside, and yeah.
So what do you do when you go outside? You go for walks? Do you ride a bicycle? Do you pick up women?
Because we know he doesn't have a car. But
Yeah.
Yeah. You mean like do you mean that this you're asking me what kind of sport I do like in general, or
No, he's asking
on a
you.
day-to-day basis?
Okay, it's a nice summer day, and you feel that that particular day you want to go out. You don't want to clean the apartment. You don't want to read. You want to go outside. What do you do outside? Do you ride a bicycle? Do you go to a park? You go to a museum? You just ride the train around all day? What do you do when you feel like going out for the day?
I try to socialize with people.
Interesting. Okay.
And how do you? So you just walk up to random people and start talking?
No. I have friends or contacts like from my.
Now, do your friends have jobs? Do they work? Or their needs
They
like
do work, yeah. No,
so you have to plan it around their work schedule.
yeah, but mostly it's like they always work like 40 hours, and it's mostly like that there's Saturday or Sunday off. So I know that okay, that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is mostly the days where they're like more motivated to go out clubbing or something like this, or go to a bar.
Okay, so you spend the weekends with your friend. What about like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the middle of the week?
Yeah.
Your friends are all working. You're home.
Yeah.
It's a nice summer day. What do? You walk in the park. You just go shopping. You go to rent. What do you do when your friends are working and you're alone, but you want to go out?
I have other friends also who needs.
Okay.
So some friends work, some neat.
Okay. That changes things.
But friends who I go like socialize with are like normies who go to clubs and stuff like that. My sub 5 best friend is, for example, a NEET. So
he's neat too.
He's a NEET too, yeah.
Right. So because he's friends with normies who have the day jobs,
yes,
but he's also friends with sub 5 NEETs.
But you also have normie needs?
No, because all normies they stay in this kind of lifestyle. So
okay, all right. So
it's a really normal thing to like hate on NEETs.
So during the work week, you hang out with your sub 5 friends, and then during the weekends, you hang out with your normie friends.
Yeah. Depends, but it's kind of like this, yeah.
Now, do your normie friends and your sub 5 friends
friends with themselves, or no? You have two groups of friends.
I have different groups of friends because I
Oh.
tend,
Well, you even
because
said, I think you even said the normies don't really respect the sub fives, and your sub fives get more respect when they're with you. So I would imagine these are separate groups. I'm just speculating.
So what do your normie friends think of you needing? Do they find it a problem that you should do something different? Do they not care?
Yeah, they do care. I mean, like they do find it a kind of a problem, but it's not like they're not really, but they're more tolerable kind of towards me. So
They've never said something like, I'm working 40 hours a week. My tax dollars are going to fund your lifestyle. Get off your ass and get a job. That you never get any of that, or
well, I do get it from, but not every normie reacts like this because but I do get this kind of reaction from some normies. But most normies don't give a fuck. Like they're more like kind of like, I don't care. Do your own stuff.
So your normie friends are more like James, and your sub 5 friends are more like Todd, who say, "Fuck it, let's just neat." And your normie friends kind of want to see you do something with your life.
I wouldn't say that my normies friends are like more like James, because James is more like, has like this more, he disdains needs, kind of like he doesn't like them really. He has also like he also like verbally says it, like he doesn't like needs.
Well, I wouldn't say he's the extreme neat hater.
Yeah.
I think he's tolerant of neats, but he doesn't understand why we want to do it. He's not full blown. My tax money. He understands needing to an extent, but he doesn't know why we want to do it. I don't think he's actually that. To James's point, fairness, I don't think he's that judgmental. But yeah, he's like, why would you want to neat? Some people are very hostile. Like that's my money you're taking from me, my tax dollars. I don't think James is quite that extreme. But yes, he's not. He doesn't understand why anyone want to do it. If you and James knew each other, he would say, "Why are you needing? Get a job already." Yeah.
But I get usually those kind of behavior, like this completely anti-needs, like verbally also, mostly from older people, like boomers and Gen X maybe. The younger guys, they don't give a fuck. Like they understand, like it's most of the Gen Z people I interact with. I don't know. I can't speak for every Gen Z guy. They'll be this like this. They're finding kind of space because they know, because they pay nowadays what you get for the work you put in is like completely like a scam. So depends.
Has anyone said they're jealous? They said, "Man, I got to work 40 hours a week. I want to do what you do." Has anyone said they're jealous and they envy your lifestyle, or not really?
It's not really here because everybody can go. It's more easier to go this neat route, like in Vienna, because I interact with people like who also live here. So if they had the chance, they could also go the neat route. But most of them, it's like usually they study something, so they're not allowed to like apply for NITA when you're studying something. You can only apply for NITA when you like really do nothing or something with your income. And when and in our university, it's mostly like that you can also get paid by from the government also, because because going to the universities here is free. Most universities. If you go to a private university, it's different, of course, because you need to pay for it. And so.
And your normie friends, are many of them like married with kids, or they're getting to that point, they're engaged, or they're not quite family people yet? Or
most of the people it's a mix, because I have people who are like also like short-term oriented, who doesn't want to marry and stuff like this. But most people, and then I have like other normie friends who are like on long-term serial monogamous relationships. It's a mixed bag. But I usually hang out more with people who are like kind of me lifestyle-wise, because they're more
they have more freedom because they have the wife and kids.
Yeah, they're not limited. They're also like they have more free time. So, and mostly those people who are like in a long-term relationship, committed long-term relationship, are like bound, like really invested in those relationship, and through that, the connections kind of fizzle out over time. Well, I still see them, but not so as they were like single back then and had more time. Like,
Well, I think what he's saying is basically, even though they're working, their normies working, they're the more like single or not serious family life. These aren't family people, is what you're saying.
some of them, it's a 50-50 kind of.
Oh, it's 50-50. It's that close. Okay.
So have you ever tried to mix the two groups, take some of your normie friends and some of your sub-5 friends and all get together, or do you keep it separate? You have your sub-5 time and you have your normie time.
I keep it separate because it's some of them are aware that I have the different kind of friends group with not
And what do the two groups think of each other? What do your normie friends think of your sub-5s? What do your sub-5s think of your normies?
I never asked them like directly something like this, because when I'm like out with normies, I tend to avoid such thing, like confrontation and serious stuff. But I can only say like what I get an impression of is like they if they had the option to hang out with them, they wouldn't do that.
Oh.
Well, is that why you keep them separate, because the normies wouldn't like the sub-5s, or vice versa, or because you would ruin your reputation with the normies if you introduce them to sub-5s?
It's also a reputation kind of thing, because I'm aware of human nature. But even if they would like, for example, I would host a home party and I would invite two different groups in, they wouldn't like. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't like each other, and they would
right. But you're also you're afraid of your own image to some extent. You don't want to jeopardize your own image with the normies, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because it's like social reputation on the normies is extremely important. But what I do for my sub-5 friends is, for example, I will try to like, okay, if somebody wants to help regarding social networking or something like this, I will try to like be around them, kind of, because not to like mock them or something, but because to give them some social proof. Okay, this guy, he's friends with this guy. He probably would like. It would be probably cool to hang out with. Like, they look like, I don't know how to say it this way. If you see like if you see like a group of unconventional looking guys all like sticking together, it doesn't look like really well. They don't really like well off from outside. But if you have like a kind of mixed thing going around with, okay.
By mixed, you mean by adding you to the group? So instead
adding group, but like, but I only do it mostly like, well, I only take like my best friend, for example. I only go with him like outside and do stuff. And I acknowledge that my reputation gets down, from perceived down, but his reputation is getting perceived up.
Right, so that's your charity. By being with this ugly sub-5 weirdo, people look at him better because he's hanging out with a cool dude. But my question is, why are you so worried about saving face with your normie friends? I thought you said last time that because you grew up sub-5, you still have respect for sub-5s. Why would you want to tolerate all these normies? Why not just say, screw you normies and be friends with the sub-5s? You're so worried about the normies and your sub-5 friends mixing. You don't want to lose social standing with the normies. Why is that? You want another beer? Shake another beer. Sure.
I'll get another beer.
You sure?
Yeah.
It's not that I'm afraid of it. It's just I'm aware how they like act, because even my best friend sub-5, when I went, there was multiple incidents where he met randomly like my normie friends, kind of, and they were all like kind of like really negative around him, like it was like really visible towards them, and it was kind of like, for me, it's like personally, like it has more to do with of I don't get no fun seeing like someone who's like that like it's like I don't want him to suffer more, being
right, but you still wait. But so like, I'm not trying to criticize you.
Yeah.
I don't expect this to be like a fairy tale. But how come you
Yeah.
don't say to your normie friends, listen, if you can't accept my sub 5 friends, go to hell. I want nothing to do with you. You still want to be part of the cool club, the normie club. So okay, there's a part of you that wants to be part of that normie group and doesn't want to be caught dead hanging out with your sub 5 friends around the normies, because it doesn't. The few times like you'll be out with your sub 5 friend, you run to a normie friend, it doesn't go well. So why instead of like knocking the normies, you're worried about losing your image? You're worried, you want to save face with the normies? You're saying?
Yeah. And
why? I'm saying why is that? Like, what
to maintain my social reputation, and because I use other normies to like meet to gain access to new people, and I don't want like to like diminish this kind of option which I have, because creating a social circle is not easy and consistent. So.
And you're afraid, this is the normie in you, you're afraid you'll jeopardize your normie circle social, your normie social circle if they know about your freaky social circle.
Yeah, it's like I don't want like them to I don't want to. I know it might sound selfish or something like this, but
no, we want you to be honest.
I'm just honest because I'm aware how shitty human nature is.
But now you mentioned that your best friend is a sub 5.
Yeah.
Is he aware of your normie friends and what?
Yeah, he's aware. He also met them. Like,
does he understand? Oh, he's met them. Okay, but does he understand your point of how you have a touch or a taste of norminess? So he respects that, and he understands he could never be friends with normies, but he doesn't want to rain on your parade and ruin your standing. Or does it cause friction? Like, I mean,
is your sub 5 friend cool with your apartheid, your separation of the two sub 5?
Yeah.
Or does he say, "Hey, how come you don't invite me to join you and the cool kids?" Like, are you sure he's cool with it, or does he see the sub 5? Does he secretly want you to include him with the
No, because this is why he's my best friend, because he's also very aware of human nature, and this is also the one who I blackpilled myself. So we are really on the same page regarding this, because he's also aware that, okay, if I would hang out with Xenesis, I would when it comes to his normie friends, I would like neglect this, reduce his social perception. He's really cool with it.
Okay, that's kind of cool. I guess I admire honesty, but you seem to imply that, because like dumbass what you're doing here, and you implied basically that even though you could pass as a normie, normies don't do anything for you. Now we're learning there's this other side, I've got my sub 5 friends, but I still want my normie friends, and I don't want to mix the two groups because I don't want to screw up my standing with the normies. It's not just that you understand normies will look down on you hang out with the sub 5. I get that. But why is it you want to hang out with the normies? And you're saying it's because having a social circle, meeting other normies? I mean,
it's just having a social circle, and it's also a good thing to have like the understanding of normal people, because if you like only shield yourself from normal people and only hang out with it sounds harsh, but I'm honest, with lower people who are like not really going out so much, you tend to like lose touch of reality, how they're normal, or the normal people think.
Well, what that says, remember, because there are some people who don't have your luxury of hanging out with just ignoring people. So those of us who can only hang out with other sub 5s, we lose touch with reality, but we have no choice. We were never given the option of hanging out with the normies. So what I'm trying to point out something that you don't want to lose touch with reality. You want to stay good with the normies. Okay. But what do you think of people who like maybe your sub 5 friend would like to hang out with the normies, but he knows he can't? Do you think your sub 5 friend has lost touch with reality because he can't hang out with the normies the way you do? Or?
No, he was forced to be in this position, and I'm fully aware of it. No, I don't neglect it, but I'm also aware of it. I have the privilege to go out and meet up different social circles. Why not use this privilege?
Right. I guess that's a good point. You just made it sound as if like you look down on the normie culture, but you basically are a normie who likes to double dip.
But I also said like that intellectually wise, sub fives are for me more interesting than normies, because normies they like. I mean, like when I go outside, I mentioned it multiple times. I'm completely different. 180 degrees. I know how to behave according to their things, like, but on the intellectual terms, they're extremely boring to talk with.
Now, I'm thinking of the Chad who can have like supermodels. He's having supermodels left and right. And he enjoys it and goes, but you know what? Charity. In addition to supermodels, every now and then I go out and I deliberately, sleep with a rotund woman. So even though I can get supermodels left and right and left and right, left and right, charity, every now and then I like to go out and get a fat chick or a really ugly chick. And then you got people like Endymion who can't even get that. I mean, so it's like in a way, I'm not knocking that Chad for having his fun, for having his supermodels, but also experimenting. I'm not knocking it. But I'm surprised there's not so much resentment from your sub fives who don't even have the luxury that you do. There's no resentment at all.
I mean, there is, for my best friends, I'm pretty sure there is something like, no, because jealousy is a natural thing.
Well, not just jealousy. It's partly jealousy. What I'm trying to say is, yes, jealousy, but also this idea that, well, you could be a normie. You say you like hanging out with us. It's almost like you're having the best of both worlds. Good for you, but you're taking from two pools where I can't even get anything in the cesspool. You get to choose between the beautiful pool and the cesspool. So it's almost like you're double dipping. I don't know if you know that term. So I'm not just jealousy, but almost resentment. Like, hey man, you can be betting Stacy. Why are you fucking around in my pool here?
I get where you're coming from, but like I said before, I'm aware of the cards I'm dealt with, and I'm just trying to do my best, like to see like both sides of the because I could go the nasty route and just stay like on the on the one circle and neglect the other group completely, but for me personally, I get nothing out of it. I mean,
you can also, in theory, I'm not saying you should do this. You could go the sub 5 route only. You can reject the normies and just go sub 5, but you don't want to do that either. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying we're pointing this out because I think you gave a different impression. I'm not upset. I'm glad you're honest. I'm just saying you're not totally disavowing the normie route, which you kind of gave the impression you were. You know what I mean? Did I get that impression? Yes. I'm not criticizing you. I'd probably do the same thing if I were in your shoes, but you made it sound like I could be a normie, but I disavow that. I'm all for the sub 5s. Now we're learning. I got a foot in both worlds, and I don't like crossing the streams, yes. Which is okay. It's not a criticism, but it's like, okay, it's like an onion layer. We're getting more truth about you that you never really elaborated on. Okay, so you have a foot in the normie world, and you have a foot in the sub 5 world, and you like to keep the two separate. A lot of people here, like Dumb was saying, if you can be a normie, why the hell are you here? You said you like the sub 5 world, but you didn't clarify that you're a go-between. You're floating, you're wavering between the two dimensions. You know what I mean? You're a go-between, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I probably didn't mention that, so I'm sorry.
You didn't. I'm not upset. We're just you didn't clarify. Now it would probably have been good to leave with that. You can say, I was an ugly duckling, so I had a lot of sub 5 friends. Then I became a normie or whatever, and I now have a foot in both worlds. I do hang out in the normie world, but I still like to come back to my sub 5 world because I know what it's like. You should have made it a little clear. I'm not surprised. I'm not angry. I just thought you didn't really clarify that. So you're a go-between between the normie world and the ugly incel spurg sub 5 world. Okay. That's good to clarify. That's all. But you didn't. I don't think you quite clarified. Which I think that's the reason Dumb and others say, "Why is this guy here?" You never clarified that.
Yeah, I also would consider myself more on the by your definitions more on the kind of normie kind of tier when it comes to this. But I'm only not a normie when it comes to creating a family and stuff like this and having kids.
Well, and also needing. You're a neat.
Needing, yeah. But besides that, I'm pretty normal, I would say.
You're pretty normal. Well, no, because you say even though you've had trysts and flings, you don't want a girlfriend, you don't want a life partner. You were saying this to Dumb last night. You don't want a long-term.
Yeah. I just said it also. Because I'm when it comes to friendships and stuff like this, I'm pretty normal.
Okay.
But
When it comes to women, long-term relationships, and having a job, you're on okay.
I don't know what I would describe myself. I would categorize myself at the kind of normie kind of range, but also like but this like more kind of fail kind of.
It's hard to say. I see dumb as a failed normie. In other words, he's the opposite of you. He wanted the wife, he wanted the kids, he wanted all that, couldn't get it until later in life. DBF, you're like the opposite in a way. You're like a reverse failed normie.
Yeah.
Dumb and DBF are failed normies. Dumb is now playing catch up, but they're basically normal people who couldn't get the girlfriend. You're the opposite. You could get it, but you reject it. So it's almost like
you could get a job as a kindergarten teacher, and you could find a wife and have a family. You could do that, but you're choosing to not.
You're like a reverse failed normie. You could have those things but reject them. Failed normies want those things but can't get them. You're like a reverse failed normie. We got to think of a term for this. I don't know how to describe it. You're like a failed normie in reverse. You're turning your nose up at normalcy, but you even though you're more friendship wise, you're more in the normal world.
Yeah, probably reverse failed normie.
Unless you're just a good-looking spurg, so you have that spurg mentality. I want to neat. I don't want a wife and kids. Yeah. But because you're good-looking, the normies allow you. Your looks are a halo for your spurgdom.
Regarding spurgness, I don't know, because it's like I could never call it spurg. Like I said before, like nobody ever in my life perceived me as a spurg. So
that would be considered an insult. They're not going to tell you to your face we think you're a spurg.
Well, but even like I'm pretty honest with the sub 5 people. Also, and when they also know that I'm like honest and stuff like that, but they wouldn't like perceive me as this. They just perceive me as a guy who's like really aware of stuff.
Well, I heard once that a lot of what's the saying? People meet people through people. A lot of normies get their girlfriends through friend connections, like my buddy has a girlfriend, she has a friend, we're going to date together, or my buddy has a cousin, she's pretty. Like a lot of people, like guys, get their girlfriends through their social groups. Do you have your normie friends trying to fix you up with different girls, like permanently, like saying you got to settle down? I know this great chick. I mean, do you have not just a one night stand? Do you have your normie friends trying to get you like in a long term relationship? Or
yeah, of course I had something like this. Like
don't say of course. We don't know. We don't hang out with.
Well, there's I think this is a normal kind of thing which is going on in social circles, like when that males try to hook up someone with someone else, right, or females tend to hook up someone like in the opposite way. But I was never like interested in this kind of like long-term relationship wise.
Have your sisters ever tried to help you get a woman? Have they ever said, I have a friend, I have a coworker, I have a neighbor who would be great for you? Do they try to set you up?
I had the privilege that I grew up with 2 sisters, and
privileges.
Yeah, that by that I kind of already knew kind of like what kind of advantage I can get, like according to other ladies, because they always deemed for me as a kind of social proof. Also, because when you hang out with other girls, the other girls tend to notice you more. And we had like we went clubbing multiple times back then, like a couple of years ago. They helped me, like they were willing like to be my wing man, kind of
wing women
kind of. Yeah.
And
it's good to have sisters. Yeah.
Do your sisters want to see you get married and have a family, or are they happy with you needing, or does it not come up?
I think they're more like really accepting regard, because I told them like I don't want to like marry and stuff like. But I think that perceive it as more okay, like hey, he might change his view later on. Like, but he's just young and stuff like this, and it's just a phase and stuff like this. But
so when your sisters were your wing women and you went to the clubs and they tried to set you up with women, their hopes were that you would have a long-lasting relationship and fall in love. That's what they wanted to see you get.
No, not at the club or something. They just wanted to have like to fun. Like it was just just was at this moment to have fun, to get to know each other, and it's mostly like because through my sisters I learned a lot of because I learned a lot of their girlfriends, like because they have also like a lot of girlfriends, and through that I got like opportunity to have something with them also. But I try to not do it. But I stopped doing.
You fooled around with your sister's girlfriends, or your sister's friends, female friends. What you're saying?
Yeah, they tried to like once like hook me up with one of them.
Oh, wow.
Of the friends.
I wish I had a sister like you. Yeah.
What about your father? What does your father think? Does he want you to settle down and give him grandchildren? Does he not care? Is he mad that you're a NEET? Does he want to see you succeed?
Yeah.
What's that relationship like?
My father is pretty like the typical boomer when it comes to the narrative of you should like you're a man when you're only a man when you have like when you're in a long-term relationship, married, and you have kids. Me and my father like kind of like 180 degrees when it comes to the kind of how we view life. It's like it felt like kind of like it was the same with Dom. Like it reminded me of my father kind of because it was like because he was also telling me, oh, you're not a man when you're like not married, not have a long-term relationship. So, but I get where you're coming from. It's also I think it's more also like a generational difference because my generation, Gen Z, tends to be more like more idealistic. We don't on average Gen Z does follow like those kind of footsteps of having a kids, marry and stuff like this. But there are more people in this generation who tend to like not follow social norms than the previous generations.
Right, your generation is more tolerant of your lifestyle, whereas your father is saying, "What the hell is wrong with you, son? Get married already."
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait, you might have told me. I forgot. I know your mother passed away. She's dead, right? Your mother's dead. But your parents stayed together until she died, or do they separate?
No, they stay together.
Okay. So now is he how long has it been since she died?
That was 2016, the 4th of January.
All right, so about 9 years. Okay, so is your father has another girlfriend? I can't remember what you said. He has another.
Yeah, he has another girlfriend.
Okay. What's your relationship like with her? Is she nice? Does she not care? You're an adult, so she doesn't really care.
I don't really. I mean, she's nice. She was nice, kind of like, but I don't have any connections with her anymore because I broke it off with her. I don't want to see it. It's not because I hate her, because she did something which made me kind of like disgusted by her. So I broke.
Can we ask? Now you've intrigued us. Can we ask what that was?
Yeah. Now she was like kind of like this kind of comments like she looked like she was.
She was coming on to you. She's dating.
Yeah.
She's making a pass at you. She said, "Wow, you're young and you look like your father. Only you're younger and browner, and you got a nice jawline." So she came on to you, basically.
Yeah, but she was like, it was really disgusting.
Yeah.
Because it was for me like, I don't know, kind of traumatized me.
But how old were you at the time? How long ago was this?
It was like 2 years ago because I broke off the contact.
I don't know if you get the reference. Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. You probably don't know the reference. The Graduate, Mrs. Robinson. So this older lady tried to seduce you, even though she's dating your father.
She wasn't like, she was only just complimenting like more my stuff like, oh, my height and my hands and stuff like that. But I knew, she was like really trying to make stop by covert kind of move. But this kind of like, it was so disgusting when it was. Because my father was like he's like the beta boxer in this, and I felt like really bad for him. But the thing is like you can't even like go to your father and say something like this, because even if you would like tell him that something like this happens, he won't like register it. Like he wouldn't believe this. So,
or he wouldn't want to believe it, so he'd get
yeah.
Wow. How long have they been together? Are they married, or they're just boyfriend girlfriend? Are they actually married, or?
I didn't saw her also for 2 years now. I think they had plans to marry, but probably I think they're still like in a relationship.
Right. Well, your mother has been dead for 9 years. How long has your
Yeah.
father been with this other lady? Well, you're right there, buddy.
I'm okay.
But
yes,
he's getting
yes.
to. He's my brother's getting to.
Yeah.
But how long has your father been with this lady?
I can remember when my mom died. My father wasn't in a relationship for like 2 years.
Okay. Your mother's been in 9 years. They've been together for 7 years, or did he date other women first before
He
got
dated other women first because I would say they're on it's like they're dating for probably like 4 years or something like this.
Okay. Yeah. I'm right. About 2 years ago,
Yes.
his father's girlfriend,
Uh,
she came on to Genesis.
Whoa.
Like Mrs. Robinson. Here's to you,
Whoa.
Mrs. Robinson. Jesus loves you more. I don't think he understands the reference, but like,
Yeah.
Mrs. You trying to seduce me, Mrs.
Wow,
Robinson?
wow.
So he backed off. He thought that's
Okay.
disgusting. He didn't want to tell his father. So his mother's been there for 9 years.
Okay.
A couple years after she died, the father started dating again. He's
Okay.
been with this woman for about 4 years.
All right.
2 years ago, when he was about 26, she kind of like covertly hinted that she found him attractive, and he backed off.
And you never told your dad?
No, he says you can't tell your father something like that. either.
Wow. And she's still his girlfriend.
Yes.
Where have you gone,
And-
Joe
and-
DiMaggio?
Do you think she's a good fit for him? A good match?
No.
Do you like the?
No.
No. You think he can do better? Do you think she's cheated on him?
Yes.
Oh wow!
I think there's a high chance if she like. I mean, she's like 63 or something like this.
How old
And if
your
she-
father?
My father's like 65.
Okay.
When she like still gives off this kind of behavior in her age,
Oh, in her 60s, yeah.
when
Coming
she's
on to
60
a 26-year-old kid, yeah, okay.
yeah.
Whose father she's dating.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know. So,
like,
so you wish your father could find a better woman.
Yeah, but for my father, it's basically like this is the best thing you can
that
get
might be
for-
the best he can do.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough. Damn.
So I don't. It's like for me, it's a tough situation because even if I told him about this, nothing would happen. And besides that, even if I told him and he would acknowledge it, he would still stay in a relationship because he doesn't have any options.
So, what do your sisters think of her? Do they like her for your father, or do they just tolerate her because
That's a
your
good question,
father
yeah.
can't do any better?
About this incident because they're not aware of this happened.
No. Okay. She came on to you. Your sisters don't know. But how do your sisters feel about her? Do they like her, or do they think she's a bitch? How do your sisters feel about your father's girlfriend?
I think they really accept it already because well, it's not like that my father cheated on my mom or something like this. It's like
Right,
my
your
mom
mother
knew
died.
that and,
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
and he moved on. And
But
they
they've
have no
never said, I think this woman is no good. I think she fool around with other men. They don't say anything like that. They think she's fine. Or,
To me personally, they didn't say it something like this, but
So
they
they don't like
okay.
her.
To you personally, they didn't say this. But you get the impression they think this, or what?
what I'm aware of, that my sisters hang out with her with the way more than me. So, and you know how this with girls, when they tend to hang out with other girls, they tend not to talk about more about unconventional stuff. So there's a high chance like they're.
You still haven't answered the question. Do your sisters approve of your father's girlfriend, or do they want him to get another girlfriend?
Well, if they're hanging out with her, I guess they're buddies. You're saying your sisters like her enough to hang out with her. So
Yeah,
Or do they understand the situation? They know she sleeps around, but your father can't do better.
I don't know if they're aware that they're sleeping down, that she's sleeping with other men or something like this. But I think personally that they're like just accept like her, because because she sees like my sisters are pretty tolerating because they see like okay my dad loves her, so they want to just be happy.
So they're happy that your father is happy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so she came on to you a couple years ago. Interesting. All right. We're learning a
It's
lot
not,
here.
it's not a good experience. It's not a good.
No, it must be awkward. This older woman who's dating your father. Yeah.
It's disgusting.
And again, you've had so many women come on to you. It means nothing. I think a lot of people here might be fantasizing about this. But yeah.
So when are you going to see your father again? When's the next visit?
Well, you saw him at Easter, I think.
Okay.
Easter, so.
Do you have Father's Day in Austria?
Yeah, this is at June around, I think.
Are you going to go see him again in June?
I'm probably gonna see him before that. So.
Okay. Are you going to see your sisters again too? Do you all get together?
My sisters, like I said before in all the streams, we don't have like a good kind of relationship. We're like, I mean, both my sisters, like, they hang out a lot, so they have a good relationship. But I was always like, want nothing. I want to do my own stuff, and they're more like family oriented than nature. I'm like complete opposite. So I'm the asshole in this one. I'm aware, but yeah. But they don't get like my position where I tried to explain it kind of, but because I'm not doing this intentional. Okay. It's just like who I am, like. But it's like really hard for them to like understand it.
So now, what do your sisters do for a living? What are their jobs?
Yeah, I think I mentioned it. Oh no, jobs wise not really. I think, yeah, my sister should be what I. When I like last met, she's like active in politics.
Okay.
She works for we have a party called NEOS in Vienna. This is the neoliberal party, and she has a position in this kind of.
So correct me if I'm wrong. You have an older sister and a younger sister.
Yes. That is the older sister.
So your older sister works in politics. What does your younger sister do?
The last of she studies Japanology, and she should be like I think a teacher in Japan.
You're right. She went to Japan. She's half Indian, half Austrian, but she got into Japanese culture.
Okay.
Kind of like a Cassandra. She's teaching. Yeah.
Now, do any of your sisters have kids?
No, I think they're both. No.
They're both single.
I think both of them aren't. I think that
they're in relationships. They're not married. I think you said.
Okay, they're not married, but in long-term relationships, no children.
They could be in relationships, but I don't know. But the last time I spoke with them or something like this, I didn't get the hint that they were in a relationship. But it could be like different now.
No nieces or nephews. You don't have any nieces or nephews.
No.
Does your father want grandchildren? When was the last time you, your father, and both your sisters all got together? Was it Easter? When was the last time the four of you got together? Or when will the next time be? When will the four of you get together? I guess Christmas?
I think like 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Oh, crap. It's been some time.
Yeah.
Now, does your father want grandchildren?
Yes.
He does. He brings us up to all three of you.
Yeah, but for me, it was always kind of safe because I always knew, like, okay, I'm the boy. And I have two sisters, and two sisters tend to be like more in this family kind of thing. So for me, it was like, I'm safe regarding this. I mean, I do get pressure from my dad sometimes to get children, but it's not. But I know that this kind of thing gets fulfilled from other, like fields or other not resources, areas, kind of. So yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. He'll put pressure on your sisters first before you. What you're saying?
Yeah. But for me, it's not so pressure, but because my older sister always wanted children, so it's also like a desire for her. to have children. My younger one, I've said it before in the stream. When I last spoke with her, she told me she doesn't want kids, but I don't believe her. Might change because it's like might change. Like usually, this kind of belief that because she's on like only like 25 right now. So
Hmm. Okay.
Okay, yes,
Might just be a phase, just like you might be in a neat phase. Yeah.
But there is one thing because she was always like kind of career oriented. So and career oriented girls tend to be like they don't really want children. That's so much. So that matters. Like
What does she? I'm sorry. What does she do? The older one's in politics. What's the younger one do exactly?
teacher in Japan.
Oh, that's right. You said Japanese, but I thought she was studying. She's actually an actual bona fide teacher.
Should be, yeah, because she started for Japanology for like 5 years here.
So if she
And
was
she
to marry a
also-
Japanese guy and have half Japanese children, would that offend or upset you, or you wouldn't care? And what would
I
your
don't care, mate. I personally don't care about it. For me, it's like whatever makes her happy. My father, I think my father is pretty tolerating because he himself went
He himself went to India.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would be a hypocrite to be like upset.
have
Right.
you ever been to Japan, or would you go to
No.
Japan to visit your sister?
I would like to go to Japan once, but I've never been there.
But what does she teach exactly? Because she's not from Japan.
English.
So she's teaching English in Japan. Okay.
Wow. So she knows Austrian, Japanese, and English.
Yeah.
Impressive.
She might like also like teach German over there.
Okay,
But
All right. We got to meet Genesis in Osaka.
Sure. Cool. Well, we're learning a lot here. It's very interesting.
yes,
I'm so tired and drunk we are already. The sausages and the beer went through us. Let's not a little bit.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to join Genesis? This is a good talk. If not, that's okay too. I might use the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
Can you hold the fort for a few minutes?
I'll do my very, very best.
Okay, I'll be right back. What has to go bye here? What's no good here? This is still okay. This is stuff. I'm sorry. The sausages really did.
They made us tired.
Rosie, I wanted to ask you something because since you both also have a sister, didn't they like kind of like get under your arms regarding like dating or something like this? Try to help you? Like
No, she never did.
she never did
never
that.
gave us any advice. She never suggested any of her friends. She always kept her personal life separate from us. There was always a wall. There was always a separation. So no, she never helped us get game. She never helped us learn how to approach women. She never helped us get anything.
Why do you think is it like this? Why-
I guess she sees how failed we are. We're both failed human beings, and she wanted to distance herself from the failure. So she realized I have to break all ties with these people to have any assemblage of a normal life. And I don't necessarily blame her because she has a job that pays her 6 figures. She has a boyfriend. She lives with the boyfriend. She has a normal life. We don't have normal lives. To associate with us is to be abnormal. So she broke ties years ago. And I honestly don't know if she could have helped. Maybe she could have. Maybe she could have set me up with one of her girlfriends, and maybe it could have been great. But she went the other route. She just said, the hell with these guys. They're too problematic. They're too troublesome. The hell with them. They're too messed up. I'm just going to go my own way. The hell with everyone else. So she divorced herself from us years ago. She went on her own, and she's living her life, and she never looked back.
But even if you were like teenagers, she wouldn't like try to help you, guys.
Well, I
regarding
think first, I think I get the gist of your question. My shrink has asked me similar stuff, like, "Has your sister ever tried to help you or fix you up?" No, she sees this. I think my sister thinks if I wasn't related to you, I wouldn't talk to you. I wouldn't even look at you.
Yeah.
My sister sees us as failures and fuck ups, and we're estranged now. The only reason she tolerated us because we're brothers. Otherwise, she would say, "Go to hell." I remember she had a few friends who would come over, like when she was a teen. Like I remember I was in college and she was a teenager, and I like joke around with them, and the friends were nice. My sister would get so pissed, like, "Stay away from my friends." When we were our sister was never. But then again, we grew up. We also did, in fairness, grew up in a nut house. Our parents were part of the problem.
Oh, yes.
So when we were younger, we lived in a really closed house. Our parents were fucking nuts. My father was a control freak. As she got older, she said, "Stay away from my friends, you ugly creeps." That kind of thing. Yeah.
Yes.
I think our sister sees us as failures and losers and ugly.
Yeah.
And if we weren't her brothers, she'd probably never talk to us. Well, she doesn't talk to me now. We fell up, but yeah. But basically, she sees us as
as failures at life.
When was the last time you interacted with her?
Last summer when I moved my parents into that elderly apartment. So August of last year. He still texts her sometimes, right?
Yeah, in January, I wished her a happy birthday, and she texted me back, "Thank you," and that was basically it.
They're on a formal. They got a formal, and I don't talk to her at all. She doesn't talk to me.
So it's basically your kind of dynamic is like you wouldn't even like consider her a sister, more like a associate, kind of.
Yes.
No, an associate is just some nobody background character. Our sister, there's a history there, and she's quite a bitch. So no, there's too much of a history. She's my sister, and she's my bitch of a sister, and we just don't talk anymore. I blame her for a lot of the problems. She's one of those people who thinks she accomplished everything on her own. I think she had privileges she's not aware of.
Nice.
But she's very petty. She's all the drama she started. I look back now was just to create drama, not because So she's we're estranged, but
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry for you guys because
it is what it is. Maybe it's better if being away from me makes her life better than fine. Maybe it's better that way. I don't know what else about her. She, because Dumb once asked, "Oh, when are we going to meet your sister?" And I said, "Probably not. I don't think no. Ain't going to happen."
No.
I mean, it's the realization that I mentioned it multiple times, that everything is luck based, and I'm also like really appreciate that I had been dealt these cards, and because I also could get even everything could get more worse than it is. It's like I mean, anyway. It's like I don't know what to say. It's like because I realized that it's a thing out of your control also. To be born in this kind of family.
Right. Oh, yes. We didn't choose it. Yeah.
You didn't choose it. But it's still sad to hear that.
It's the way the cookie crumbles, the way it turned out. I'm sure it's all pulled apart. Yeah, it's the way it happened. I mean, in some ways it's kind of better. It's like I just don't want to deal with her anymore. There's no need for us to deal with each other.
Yeah.
And how is it with your? Okay. I mean, what I always admire between you two is this tight partnership thing going on, because I know normies who have brothers, they aren't as close as you two are. So this is something also.
So how is it with us? You're saying? Or?
Yeah, this
fine. He's like the last person who still talks to me, so I guess I got to count my blessings.
Yeah.
I always tell him an attack on me is basically an attack on you. He tries to be more nicey nice. I play the bad guy role, but it's like they fuck me over, they're fucking you over. So it's like, you know, this is all the can of worms he disagrees with. But I don't want to piss him off too much. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're running out of things.
Yeah, okay.
It's like-
I guess.
No, I feel bad. Like generally, like because my stories are like I don't know. It's like my stories must like really make you really like envious and stuff like this, or jealous.
I wouldn't say I'm jealous of your stories. I think they're interesting.
Yeah.
You live in a different world than we do. That
Yeah.
your father's
We
girlfriend is
understand, yeah.
your father's girlfriend's coming on to you. That's interesting. But no, we different existence. I wouldn't say jealous. Okay.
Okay.
Do you think that? I mean, like, do you think there is? I mean, like as mentioned, like doggo food is the one who's the worst off when it comes to physical pain.
Physically, yeah, Doggo has all kinds of
Oh,
health
yeah,
problems.
medical
Yeah.
problems.
In fact, his doctor even suggested SSI or SSDI disability. But he doesn't want it. But yeah, his doctor says you're so bad you could probably qualify. Yes, physically he's probably the worst off here. Yeah.
Is there someone who has like the most brutal stories in overall when it comes to
The
my
most brutal
experience was-
stories are probably me. Probably I got to tell more of my stories. Probably me. No one I've encountered has more brutal stories than I do.
Yes.
Who's that one guy? What's his name? That one Forever Alone guy. Forever Alone guy. He lives in. I think he's Pakistani, but he lives in Norway. He doesn't show his face. He's had some stories that I can relate to, like off the wall stories that don't sound real, but I've experienced similar shit. So his name is he's of Pakistani ancestry from Norway. Speaks English very well. I think he's it's Forever Alone guy. He doesn't come around here. But I would say in terms of crazy stories, I believe his stories. He's probably the closest Forever Alone guy. Pakistani ancestry from Norway, speaks English fairly well.
When was this guy ever on? Like, because I never saw his name. Like,
No, he's never. I came across him somewhere else. I forget where. Maybe Todd mentioned him. I don't know. He's older than you. He's younger than us. He's probably about 30, early 30s. He's had some interesting stories, but Forever Alone guy. No, I don't think Zoloft Sucks has it the worst. His mommy loves him very much. He's got a place to stay. Yes. He spends most of his free time just going to bars. No one's tried to kill him or strangle him or run him over. Yeah. Whereas, Forever Alone guys had stories like mine. No. If you think that, you're in La La Land. Do you know who Zoloft Sucks is?
Isn't it like sex addict to someone else?
No, different people. Don't worry. The answer is ignores. Zoloft Sucks does not have it worse. I would say the only person I find stories comparable to are Forever Alone guy. Yeah.
But on this panel, who would you say from all your guests?
On this panel, well, it's hard to say. It depends. Like, I'm not trying to single him out. What's his name? Commander K seems like a nice kid, but he seems to have the most mental problems. But it seems like he comes from a loving home. He's got a computer, and his mother takes care of him. Yeah. But he seems to have the most. He's not even really functional. What's his name? Doggo has the worst physical problems. You're saying who is the worst besides me? Who is the worst mental problems or the worst crazy shit going
generally on? Wise when it comes to how people treat them from the outside world, how they get treated in the social terms.
Honestly, I'm going to say Endymion sounds from what he's described.
That's cool, yeah.
And from what I don't know much about him. He won't come on. Endymion sounds like he's ballparkish. Endymion, because he mentioned how he'd go for a fat chick even though they don't want him. Other problems he's had with people. I would have to say Endymion from what I read in the chat. I can't think of anyone else who had socially. He's talking socially. Okay. We know Doggo's the worst physically. We know Commander K is the worst mentally. At least he's a friendly retard as opposed to a hostile one. Who's the worst other than me? Who's the worst socially? Endymion, I would say probably from what I gather.
Endymion, yeah.
Just based on pure,
Yeah.
Zoloff sucks gets to neat. He's got a mother and I think even a grandmother who allow him to just live for free. And he spends most of the time going to bars and believing that the women are giving him pretty looks. Yeah, it's a sad life, but no, he doesn't have the worst. No, that's totally wrong. If Rafterman can say that, then Rafterman himself has a pretty good. Now, I would say, I guess, Endymion by default, from what I know of these people.
Yes.
I mean, Endymion, I wanted to say.
In fairness, maybe Lone Hiker. Lone Hiker and I had a falling out. Possibly, I would say no. I'd say more Endymion. Endymion. Lone Hiker is a spur. I would say Endymion in terms of the depression and the.
It's a head-to-head close kind of thing, but Endymion ebbs out.
Endymion also has extreme brutal community posts on his YouTube page. It's like, I like this. When you go at this YouTube channel and look at this community posts, I mean, like, I like the way how he's like articulates himself, but it's man bam, but it's really like extremely black belt. How he's like.
I'm trying to see. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Trying to find his channel. I'll bring it up. Hold on. Yeah, I'll have to read his community posts. I've never gone that route, but we'll take a look here.
Yeah, really interesting.
Okay, so posts. Let's see here. So let's see if I'll post a link here. Is this good praise or bad praise? We don't know, but okay. If we go here.
We can see some Endymion.
Let's look at a post. Let's do it real quick because you mentioned. Is there one you want to share in particular? I don't know if you can see this. Let's see. Let's bring this up. Here's Endymion.
Just generally, like his community posts. It's like I wonder. It's like because most of them are like AI generated. I think like not the text himself, but the pictures. I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's like. Yeah, they're really deep.
Well, I'll have to read his stuff, but yeah, I would say in terms of social problems, probably Endymion is probably the most socially screwed up person here. Yeah. But Lone Hiker, I will say in fairness, even though he and I had a falling out, he's probably more screwed up than Zoloff sucks. Yeah, I would say Endymion, Lone Hiker before we get to Zoloff sucks. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, we can read this stuff. Maybe I'll post a link or something. Yeah, I'll post the link. Why not? Okay, very good. How do I post a link? Maybe I'll do it after I get off. Hold on. Can I do it midstream? How do I post a link? Now watch, he'll probably private his channel now. He's getting too much attention. He's very squeamish. He won't come on. He might get scared, but I'll post a. Did that work? Did we post a link there? Let's take a look. I think it worked. Yeah. There we go. So I posted a link to his posts.
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
So you would agree with me then when I say, yeah, Endymion, maybe Lone Hiker.
Yeah, I mean, like, but what I gathered, it seems like Endymion is the best.
And we agree. Yeah, that's who I'd go with. Yeah.
Yes.
But when I don't know Penny Pounder's situation, so I can't really like tell. Totem also like.
Yeah, not Penny Pounder. Not so we don't. Yeah. Totem. From what I know about him, he's a Swede in Norway who has a good job. He gets up early. He's private insurance. Penny Pounder. He's from Dallas. He claims he's a girlfriend. No, it's they're more quasi trolls. No.
Yes.
Thinking of. Yeah, but just when I like think about it, by my head, like Endymion is the only because with Endymion is also kind of like I always find him in. Like I mentioned before, in different kinds of videos on the comic section, and because you're probably aware with the content creator called Thinking Ape, Stardust.
Is he still around? I've heard of Thinking Ape, but I thought his channel was now defunct.
No, he's still around. He's like one of the OG Manosphere guys.
Right, Thinking Ape is the name of the channel.
Yeah, and I see like sometimes comments from Endymion on there, or so it's like. Yeah, so I thought about it must be like that Endymion must have like really brutal when it comes to like social stuff.
Yeah, that was my first choice, Endymion. All right, but my brother's got to go to bed soon. I'll stand a little longer. have a few more sips. You want to go to bed? And finish that beer. You want to go to bed soon? I can tell you. I know when he's out of it.
Yeah.
We can tell when he's out of it. I'll stay on a little longer because it might be one of my last streams. I can also adjust myself. I can't be going to sleep too, so I got to step in. So yeah, I got to clean that bathroom down there.
Yes, you do.
All right, what else was okay? So yeah, Endymion socially, Doggo food physically. Who else do we say? Commander K mentally. Yeah, they're probably in terms of who's worst off.
Cocaine guy addiction was.
Why? Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms. It's all the above, but none of the above in terms of who's like the addict, the strung out one. Yeah, probably him. Yeah, cocaine Andy, Denmark Andy. Most religious is Denmark guy, the torso guy. He's oddly religious.
Yeah, he's the most religious one. Interesting.
From what I could tell, he's gone about. I wonder if Dumb went to the church and prayed, and that's how he got his girl. If he's being serious, he's definitely the most religious person here.
Is Horse at Nebula religious? Not really.
Not to my knowledge. We can ask him. He doesn't strike me as particularly religious from what I know about him. He may go to church because he's got the kid, but no, he doesn't strike me as religious. No, and maybe he is. He did go to some kind of Bible college or Lutheran college, but I don't. He never struck me.
No, as that religious.
He never wants to talk about God or anything the way Torso guy did.
Yeah.
So God loves you if he gave you a beautiful torso. The nicer the torso, the more God loves you. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame Denmark guy for being religious because
it's not blame. It's observational. He's definitely the most openly religious. Yeah.
But for me, it's more like this kind of thing. Like, how can you be black but then religious at the same time?
And I mean, he brings up a good point. At the end of the day, we could all start praying if we're in really a desperate situation, just because better than nothing. Even if you're an atheist, well, fuck it, my life is total shit. If there's someone out there listening, I understand that aspect of human nature. But when he was saying, I wonder if Dumb went into the church and prayed like I told him to, I was like, are you being serious? He seems to believe in the miracles and the ceremony. Yeah.
But he makes also, he also think about Gareth is he believes in this one true love kind of thing also, like Dumb. So it makes sense to be also religious.
Want to make it a few more minutes? Yeah. He's getting out of it. I'll put him in bed. I'll step in a little longer. But what else? What do you think? Any other extreme characters? I mean, you were asking about extremes here. Anyone you?
I can't really think of anyone like Parker Peters or
Parker Peters seems kind of. I was gonna say I've always said Horsehead and Cassandra seem the most normie of everyone here. They might say we're not normies, but like you, it's like you've got your foot in the normie world and your foot in this weird world. I guess they're like you. They might see something here, like you come here, you see something here among us freaks. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you and Horsehead and Cassandra still have more of a footing in the normie world. What I like about you is you at least admit it. You should have led with that. But you're a go-between. They're also go-betweens. They just don't really, I mean, Horsehead doesn't confirm or deny. Cassandra tries to deny. You and Horsehead and Cassandra are the go-betweens. You hang out with freaks, but you're ultimately in the normie world. I'd say,
yeah. I mean, I don't know how it's with Horsehead regarding I never saw him say that he's normal, acknowledging that he's normal. So
you're talking about Dev? You're talking about Horsehead Nebula.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he lives a normal life, normish kind of. But I never saw him saying admitting that he has to teach the normals of the normal people here. I might be wrong.
Well, he might not have said it himself, but observationally, he's the most.
Observation, yeah. I mean, admitted, because I admit that I'm normish kind of. But also
I'm not making fun of Horsehead, but he's very much, he's always telling stories about he's got his wife. They had a whole romance, a love story. They fell in love. They have a kid now. They live together in a nice house. He's got the job. He's very much the family man. And he never really suffered. It's not like I was an incel and then all of a sudden I got pretty. No, he's basically he hangs out here. He's got a foot here, but he's the wife and kid and the nice house and the good job. He's very much that, and has always been that. And we're gonna cut the grass and bring out the barbecue grill. He's very much that, like in terms of his real life. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you guys also.
He's told us this many times that we're not.
Yeah. Would you say that he belongs? Yeah, he belongs more to Dom's kind of people, right? Regarding.
Yes, he's one of Dumb Starlings who flew in. Yeah. As far as I know, he went to Todd too, but I don't know if he discovered. I don't know who discovered first. Yeah. He was more active in Dumb. He was more active on Dumb, definitely.
Refterman says that Cass says most of her friends are unbound.
Well, again, if we're comparing Cassandra to other normies, that's one thing. We're comparing Cassandra to us. As far as all the people here, Cassandra's definitely on the normie end. She might say, but no, I'm not. I'm so much different from the other normies. We're not comparing you to other normies. We're comparing you to the people here. You, Xenesis, Cassandra, and Horsehead are the most normie of anyone here. I don't care if you feel like outsiders. Like you've even said, you've got your foot in both worlds. Most of your normie friends don't hang out with sub-5s. You do. That's cool. Yeah. But you also hang out with the normies. You're not fully in sub-5 territory. You've got a foot in both worlds. So I think that's what Cassandra doesn't understand. Even if she doesn't feel normal, even if she feels some affinity for us, she still has that footing. And I have my whole diagram about that fence. You draw that line between normal and Spurg. She might be near the fence, but she's still on the normal side, as are you, as is Horsehead. So even if they're weird for normies, they're still on the normie side of the fence. You remember that diagram I drew?
Yeah. I think you also showed it in the normie narrative kind of video.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Right. I'll stay on a little bit. I'm gonna take a little break. No one else is on. I'll do a countdown time right back. He's got to go. I can tell he's out of it. So if you can't finish that, you get some sleep. It's still early to get some sleep. Yeah, you can tell I'm out of it too, but he's more out of it.
I gotta go to bed. Good night, everybody.
All right, I get up the stairs. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, you're still here. Cool. Was that 2 minutes or 3? How many times did the clock go around? Do we know?
2 minutes, I think.
Oh, not bad. Yeah, I got him upstairs. Took a piss. Yeah, I got some beers here. I'm gonna go back here. I can tell. Well, wait, these beers are both empty. Okay. I'm good for now. Yeah, these are both empty. I want to make sure I got upstairs. Okay. You can tell when he gets to that point, so he's got to go up. But I'm glad he came on because people always say, "Where's Brother Click?" So I've tried to, these last few streams before I go back to work, I've been trying to get him on with me so people see Brother Click. Oh, okay. So what were we? Yeah. They say good night, buddy. Good night. Yeah. All right. So what else is up? Now Cassandra says she's listening on and off. She wants to say that she does understand the difference between me as the most normal person here and the rest of the spiritual. Yeah, well, you were talking about this environment. Doggo Food isn't the most crippled person in the world, but he's probably the most crippled person here.
Yeah.
Maybe Cassandra doesn't feel like a normie compared to other people, but we're talking about here. Yeah, normie wise, you're telling us, at least you're honest. You've got one foot in your you got your Spurg friends and your sub 5 friends. You've also got your normie friends, and you keep them separate. So you have that access to the normie world, which is why Dumb says, why is he here? You admit it at least, because Horsehead doesn't confirm or deny, but yeah, Horsehead, Cassandra, and you have like more of a foot in the normie world than anyone else. Go ahead.
But the reason why Horsehead probably doesn't talk about this is because he never gets confronted with those questions in the first place. So.
Well, he's probably because he's also married with the kid now. He probably doesn't go out as much anymore. But yeah. He does talk an awful lot about dead bedrooms, which makes you raise an eyebrow and think, a friend of a friend is in a dead bedroom, and you wonder, like, well, okay, who are we talking about here for real? I said it. I hate to say it. There's one other thing. I'm happy for him and his wife. Yeah. I'm not knocking them. I got to say one thing. His wife is like about 4 or 5 years older than him, and he's 5'11". She's like 5'3", 5'4", something like that. She's short. He's the shortest guy she's ever dated. So he's 5'11", and even that's the shortest. They got married, but prior to him, she dated guys who were 6 foot plus. So 5'11" was the shortest she would finally go. And I always thought, well, okay, look, I'm not knocking your marriage. I'm happy for you guys, but don't you find that a bit odd? She's not, she herself is short, but you at 5'11" are the shortest guy she ever dated. So it kind of ties in. I'm not knocking his wife. I'm just saying there are certain things you observe here. And I don't know if people are oblivious or they just don't want to acknowledge it. But at 5'11", he's the shortest guy his 5'4" wife has ever dated. Yeah.
But besides that, I don't know, like I saw like a couple of streams where he was like included.
Yeah, let me say before you continue, but like with Dumb, I criticize Dumb, but I'm happy for him and Donda. Horsehead seems happily married. I'm not knocking their marriage or anything like that. They seem happy. We put these criticisms out there, but I'm not trying to knock or tear them down or punch down. He seems happy with his wife and his kid. So I just want to clarify in case someone gets the wrong impression. He does seem genuinely happy with his life and his good.
Yeah, I just want to say that he seems generally also like aware of like that like what I gathered from his old streams is like that he seems like to aware since we're aware that there are men out there who seems to struggle a lot in comparison to other men.
Right.
So there is some kind of awareness from his side. He's not one of those oblivious kind of people who are like in a relationship who says like, oh, just go out, bro, or something like this, or everybody can get a wife or something like this.
Yeah, in fairness, while he seems somewhat oblivious, he doesn't come on here and lecture us about how I have this great wife and kids. You can have it too. You're being lazy. He doesn't really criticize so much. He just shares his. Yeah. Dev Pike's theory is he's punching down. He's boasting and bragging to make himself feel better. Instead of coming out and saying, ha ha, I'm better than you, he comes along. This is Dev Pike's theory, not mine. But Dev Pike believes that, Horsehead comes along and says, hi, I like you guys, but look at me. I have a wife. I have a kid. He's bragging and he's building himself up. That's what Dev Pike thinks. Yeah. Maybe he's right. I don't know. But that's I don't want to take sides here, but Dev Pike thinks Xenesis is what's the word I'm looking for? Indirectly propping himself up by bragging humble bragging. Right?
Humble bragging, yeah. I mean, it could be. I don't know. But the question would be like, why here?
Well, he flew here from Dumb's Nest. He was in so the question becomes why Dumb's Nest first. I honestly don't know, but yeah, he was definitely. I mean, he was probably on Todd, but I think he was more of a dumb guy. We'll have to ask him next time he comes on. But yeah, why me from? He's also a Starling. You'll see him elsewhere. You'll see him in DBFs probably. You'll see him around. He's one of the Starlings who goes. I even said like the Merry Pranksters. I don't know if you know what that is. Like Ken Kesey, the American author. He's one of these. He's part of the. They go around from nest to nest to nest. Hence the starling. I don't mean as an insult. I mean he's one of these people who goes to a lot of different places. A lot of the people you see here, you'll see in multiple places. They go here, then they go to DBF. They'll go to Dumb. They'll go wherever. You'll see a lot of the same names. The starlings. So
Chronically online.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like a social thing. This is just a hangout. They're really hanging out with each other. When this place goes away, they'll fly over to Dumbs or fly over to DBFs or wherever. Yeah, they like to fly from nest to nest or off grid live or wherever.
Wait, there's another guy who strikes me as really normal. This guy called Guillermo, I think.
Guillermo, yeah, he's from I think he's a Colombian who now lives in Ecuador, if I remember correctly, or Venezuelan who lives in Ecuador. Yeah. He's always claiming he gets girlfriends very easily and blah, blah, blah. Right.
But he strikes me as really normal.
Yeah. Well, Dev Pike thinks he's just, he's lying. He makes himself feel better by claiming he's got all these. He walks down the street and gets a girlfriend. I said to him, if you walk down the street and get a girlfriend, why are you here? I forget what his answer was. Yeah.
But it could be also true because it's like over there, it's like he lives like in a Latin country, I think.
Right, yes.
Yeah, that is like.
Yeah, then I said I think he lives in Ecuador. He's originally from Colombia or Venezuela, so he's from one Latin country and another Latin country. Yes.
So it's more like what I get it like that. Like the way of communication, like in those kind of countries, is way different in comparison to Western countries. So, cold approaching or something like that could be like a normal thing over there.
Right. And he's good looking enough, or the Latin women aren't as picky as gringas, that he can play that. They can still get away with that in their society the way our grandparents did a couple decades, centuries ago, or whatever, generations ago.
Yeah.
But Guillermo strikes you as ultimately a normal person.
Yeah, extremely normal.
Because you've told us why you're here. Why do you think Guillermo's here? If he's so normal, why does he come here?
I mean, what I get at is he's a person who's really interested in psychology.
Right, that's his major. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So it could be also that he's like here to like learn more about like psychology. Also, like
or part of his thesis. He's going to use this as part of his thesis. He's just doing research.
Just generally like interesting in like how two neurodivergent people like think like and stuff like this, and could be like a good thing like to gain some like I don't know some insights. And
all right, so he has a foot in the normie world, but a foot in the sub 5 world or whatever, and he wants to see both worlds.
Yeah.
Well, you agree with me about Horsehead and Cassandra? You agree they're also like you, Guillermo, and those two are normies with a foot in one world and the other?
Yeah. The difference between me and the other normies is that I admit that I like reverse failed normie and
I like a reverse failed normie. Well, what do you think the others? Like you said, Guillermo might be interested in psychology. Why is Cassandra here? I mean, you kind of answered that. But what about like Horsehead? Why do you think he's here? I mean, why are these other ones here? Cassandra's just a girl who wants attention, validation, excitement. Guillermo might be interested in psychology. What is Horsehead's reason?
Okay. Just before I answer this regarding Horsehead, did you ever got confronted with this question, like, why are you here for the other community, for the people in the community? Because I noticed there was maybe like one guy like in the community who asked generally like, hey, Horsehead, why are you here? But besides that, there's nothing else. Like, because for me, I get attacked mostly with this question, but I'm not mad about it. But I find it funny that nobody asked Horsehead this kind of question.
Well, yeah, I've asked Cassandra multiple times why she's here. Guillermo, part of it too. I always thought you mentioned psychology.
Yeah.
He came from a higher class. They got out of Venezuela or Colombia. He comes from money. I also thought part of this was practicing English, kind of showing off his English speaking skills. Because when he came on, I spoke my broken Spanish, but he insisted on English. So I think part of it is to prove to himself he can speak English. But instead of doing that on a normie stream where it might be embarrassing, it's easier to do here. So I always thought it was mostly a language exercise. Cassandra, she's giving me a similar answer about, I just think you're interesting. Yeah, Horsehead, I don't think I ever asked him. I'll ask him next time. I never asked him because he's been floating around, and yeah, it's a good point. I don't think I ever asked him directly what brings him.
Nobody asked him like this directly. I noticed like.
But part of me, no, wait, maybe it's a false memory. I think someone must have once, because he's, like you said, he's chronically online.
Yeah.
And he goes around to so many places. I guess maybe part of me assumed he's just following the other starlings from nest to nest. But yeah, no, I never asked him directly. I can ask him next time. Or if he comes on, you can ask him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But remember, I knew Cassandra and Horsehead and Guillermo from Dumb. You're new to here. You might have been on Dumbs once. I didn't know you. So when you come on, it's like you're a newcomer. Well, why are you here? The other 3 starlings I've seen around. They were in Dumbs. So I didn't grill them as much because I've seen them before. I knew Cassandra and Horsehead and Guillermo from Dumbs chat before they came here.
It's not about you asking me like why I'm here. It's like everybody was kind of asking me why I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
So I got like this question from multiple sources.
Well, I mean, you look at someone like Horsehead, you might think he's good looking, but he's married. He's married. He's got a kid. Might be a dead bedroom scenario, and he works a lot. He's chronically online. And he's been around before. People know him. The starlings know him from other nests. You come on, you're basically, like you said, this is the only place you show your face. You're effectively a newcomer. So maybe people did ask them those questions when they were new, wherever they started out. You're starting out here, so people say, "Well, why are you here?" So you're the newcomer. They were around. Cassandra, Horsehead, and Guillermo were all in Dumbs. So yeah.
Interesting. If I would have like a child coming up, and I would be like currently in a long-term relationship, do you think that those kind of questions would like not occur as much as now?
No, they might still have, because if you were really active in Dumb and we said, "Oh, it's Xenesis," we know him so well from Dumb, the way we know Cassandra and the way we know anyone else, Rafterman, or the way we know Endymion, or the way we know Amy Beth. If we knew you, we'd say, "Oh, it's him." Because you're a newcomer, I think anything, whether you're chronically single or whether you're married in a dead bedroom, I think people are going to say, "Well, why are you here?" I think because you're a newcomer. I think that's what it is. They don't recognize you from other nests. I think you're a newcomer. They want to know. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense, actually, because I'm also like, I stay on my nest, in my perfect nest, kind of. I don't like fly away. So
right.
So it makes sense that I get.
And in fairness, I would say, Dev Pike, you and Dev Pike have been the most active recently, and Dev Pike doesn't show his face. So like I said, a picture's worth 1,000 words. People can see you. It's real, and they want to know, okay, this guy keeps coming around. What's his story? The others, like Cassandra's come on a bunch of times. What's his name? Horsehead's come on, which is great. Now, Guillermo came on once or twice. That's all great, but you've been coming on more recently, and like we've never seen this guy before, and all of a sudden he's everywhere. Well, what's his story? I think it's you're the newcomer. They're curious.
Mm-hmm.
You can ask them, ask the other starlings. I mean, that's what I surmise, but I don't know what they would say. I don't know if anyone's here. They can tell you why they're so interested, but no one's really speaking right now.
Like I said before, I'm not mad about it. It's just
it's curiosity, and I can only say what I think, but you can ask them themselves. If anyone's listening, they can chime in the chat what they think.
Yeah.
But no, it's been good.
Yeah, it's just a human nature thing to be interested in something new. So can blame them for that. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking of other normie people on there who could be normies.
So, who do you think you said Guillermo? I've said Cassandra and Horsehead many times. You can throw in Guillermo if you want. There might be, another thing, you and Guillermo, there might be that language barrier. You both speak English well, but it's obviously not your native tongue. So it might be easier for me. I see faces, and then I go to voice. Cassandra and Horsehead are Americans. You and Guillermo are not Americans. So there's always that sense of maybe something is lost in translation.
Yeah.
So the most, and maybe I'm biased because I'm an American. I think the most normies are going to be American too. I still say Cassandra and Horsehead are the king and queen of normiedom. But yeah, I guess Guillermo, you could say. Sure. Who else do you think is normal?
I just wanted to say my English isn't really well. I would classify it more as okay. It's okay.
Right.
It's not good. It's just meh. Yeah. Who's someone who will also perceive as a normie?
Not a lot of normies here. Not a lot of people here to begin with, and those that do come here are usually pretty damaged. But yeah.
What do you think of me banks? Actually, do you? I mean, there is some anxiety thing going on. But
yeah, he's definitely more on the normal side because he had a girlfriend, he had roommates, he had buddies, he had renting in his house. He's definitely more normie. He's got a good job. He's definitely more on the normie side. Yeah. That's a fair point. I guess it's hard for me to judge me Banks because he's close. We could get together, but we never will. He's very scared. I don't blame him for not wanting to jeopardize his job. He's a good call. Yeah, he's normie-ish. I don't think, like I said, he had a girlfriend, long-term girlfriend, but they've broken up. He owns his own house, has a decent job. He had roommates who were his buddies. Hey, he's kind of normie-ish. That's not when Dev Pike just thinks is punching down, but he might be. But yeah, so yeah.
But with me backs, I just only notice is like he just might have some anxiety issues.
Oh yeah, he probably even though he's relatively normal, he does have fear. He's squeamish. He's very squeamish.
Yeah, but besides this, he seems really normal. But I get it. Who's also normal?
I'm scrolling up now to see who was here tonight. What do you think of Thule? What do you think of Cthulhu Sloth? Thule has said flat out he's not autistic, and I agree. He does not strike me as a spurg. I'm not sure he's as normal as like a Horsehead or even a Mebanks. I'm not sure where to put him. I agree. He doesn't strike me as spurg. He definitely has a better life than the average spurg. What do you make of Thule? But he's not fully normal either. I mean, it's hard to, like I said, it's not normie versus spurg. They're all. This is why I tried to tell DBF. It's not either or. DBF seems to struggle with that. You don't have to be a spurg to be abnormal. Truly is more normie than I am, but I'm not sure if he's on the same level as a Horsehead or a Cassandra. What do you think of Thule?
Yeah. Cthulhu. He had only like one appearance. When he had to face reveal, he seemed like pretty normal. Like the way he didn't come off as being like anxiety driven or something like this. He also had like normal. He had also a lot of hobbies. He also showed like he wanted to show like how he plays his bass, I think, or something like this.
Right, but again, he's in his 30s. Does not have a girlfriend. Not sure if he ever had a girlfriend, and he works a dead end job, minimum wage dead end job. So that's where the similarities start to come in.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, I think for him he's pretty normalish. I think he
normal-ish, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not a spurg, and he himself will say, "I'm not a spurg." He seems genuinely interested. I always tell him about my stairs analogy, and sometimes he seems to get it because I have hope that he can like move a stair or two up. Other times he says, "Don't hide behind the stair analogy," which makes me think he doesn't get it at all. So he's like in this gray area. It's like he's got like the spurg antenna, but the signal doesn't come in too clear. He's mostly in normie territory, but yeah, there's definitely something different about him. I don't think he's as normie as a Horsehead or a Cassandra.
Yes. I mean, like, he seems also like black pill weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Because I saw like some kind of black pill comments from him coming. Because I can't imagine where I said like something like that game is also important for girls. And he said like, no game for your face. Really, he's true. There's a threshold you need to reach first.
Right.
Then games matter. Like, but seems pretty aware. But maybe because you have also like a lot of people in here who are not really black pilled. Well, more
true.
like normal,
You got people. Yeah.
Really like normal blue pillar where you can find like everywhere outside of office based. So yeah. Regarding Tulia, I need to like. He seems like a guy who wants to have like. He wants to create a family and children and stuff like that, but
I've never I've
yeah.
never asked him personally.
Yeah.
He's another one like him and me Banks. They've been on, but it's been a while. I'd love for one of them to come on and talk to you. That'd be fascinating.
Yeah.
If only for 10 minutes. Yeah, I wish one of those two would come back. But yeah, because they're in that kind of gray area. Me Banks has a lot of anxiety, and and like you said, Thule is not a Spurg, and he admits it. I'm not a Spurg, but he seems quasi-aware, but then like he comes up a stair or two, and he falls back. He 2 steps forward, 5 steps back. He's one of those types. So I don't want to make him, but I'm gonna grab another beer. What the hell goes down? I want to know your opinion since we're talking about people who come here, since we're gossiping. What do you think about what's his name? Off Grid. What do you think about him? You know him. He's in Oregon, living with his mother from California. Can't keep his story. His timeline is sort of convoluted and he contradicts himself. What do you think he is? Let me get a beer and you can tell me. Think about it. What do you think about that? Be right back. Actually, let me get rid of this. And you can, if anyone comments, answer comments. It's going to be boring for a few minutes. I could have put a countdown timer on. It must be weird sitting in silence because very few people are here.
Really. I don't really care about it. I just do my other stuff.
If you don't mind, cool. Yeah, you were talking about different people who come here. It's interesting to hear. Like I said, I like putting different people together. I also like hearing people's opinions on other people. It might seem nosy and gossipy, but I mean, I interact with you and I interact with them. I'm sort of the host. You guys quasi interact with each other. It's good to hear your opinions on others in a non-judgmental, just honest way.
I mean, for me, I don't view it as a gossipy because this channel is primarily a channel which values honesty. So
yes, it values honesty. I remember it was Don who said, "Oh, this is so gossipy." Maybe, but I mean, we're being straight here, so we can talk about each other. It's okay. So you said Guillermo seems pretty normal. I said Horsehead and Cassandra. We think Me Banks is normal-ish but has anxiety issues. Who's the other one we were talking about? We were talking about someone else. Oh, Thule's not a Spurg, but he's somewhat. Yeah, there's something going on. We'll have to ask him. What do you think of? I told you, I think socially, Endymion after me. Endymion's probably the worst socially. Doggo's the worst physically, and Commander K the worst mentally. What do you think of Off Grid?
I talked with Off Grid once before, so I've kind of more insight into him than in comparison to the other guys. He seems to me as a guy who is like, he's kind of like, he's a mix from, he's like dumb and red pill combined, kind of like, because he wants to have a family and stuff like this, but also wants to have children, but he also wants to like, be this high status man, kind of.
Okay. Someone else wants to join us. I'll bring him on in a minute. He can hang tight. Before I bring him on, you're saying that you think Off-Grid is interested in. You think he's a spurg? You think he's schizophrenic?
I think he's pretty normal, but
well, he lives. He's in his 30s. He lives with his mother. The brother lives with the father. Neither really have any kind of job or prospects. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But besides that, I mean, like, he seems like addicted to weed. So this could be also like kind of just
right. He's
because he's trying to cope with something.
Right. Maybe he has something traumatic in his life, so he's mentally scarred. Yeah.
But still, he's a normie in my book because I know so many people who are like this also IRL.
Mm-hmm.
Who are like extremely like on this stoned, not stoned always, but who likes to like be under the influence of cannabis.
Right.
So, but I only spoke with him once. What I gathered is he seems pretty normal when it comes to life goals and stuff like this. Like what he wants to like gain in life. So I need to. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to ask you about two more people. Me and Denmark guy. How do I strike you? I strike you as a spurg, as a sub 5, as a screw up, as a PTSD. You can be honest. What do I strike you as?
I told you already. You're a spurg in my book.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you remind me of German people.
You mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah.
So if I were German, I'd be a normie. I'd be closer to normie if I were German.
Yeah, you were closer to normie. But in comparison with the Americans I interacted with, you are not a normie at all. But it could be also location-wise, because I know the people in Brooklyn tend to be more straightforward in comparison to other states. So,
right.
Yeah.
And what do you think about, we talked about before, the Danish guy, torso guy, preacher man? Yeah. You think he's a failed normie because you say he's like dumb. He believes in true love and the blue pill. You think he's had some trauma? What do you think his deal is? He's a spurg who still wants to be blue pilled, or what do you think? Denmark?
I think with Denmark guy that there's like some sort of that there's neurodivergent.
Okay.
Because I never asked him like how his social life is. So
you can ask him right now. Look at that.
The Lord woke me up. 4 a.m. in the Nordics, and the Lord woke me up.
Yep, it's about 4 a.m. We're in Denmark and Austria. Yeah, it's 10 p.m. here. Yeah.
And he told me to make a nice bowl of vegetables and meatballs with pesto. And I ate it, and I got a notification that some guy called OC was on. So now I'm here.
And you saw that Genesis was my guest, so hey, miracle of the Lord. We were just talking about you.
Yeah, but I heard what. So I just woke up, but it's funny, I also thought about if I could guess, about where OC's his ancestry was, but I don't think it's German, dude. I don't think it's German because German, Germans are not like that. Because I would say, I'm not saying this to be like, oh, he's one of mine kind of guys, but he's too informal to be a German. So he's more north. He's more Nordic.
I'm a Viking. Yes. Yeah.
Or maybe it's that. Maybe it's just the American culture that makes you like. Informal, I don't know.
Maybe. So Genesis thinks I'm more direct than the average American. You're saying I'm more like a German. You're saying I'm too informal and loosey-goosey to be Germanic, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, Genesis?
I think it depends of which kind of Germans you're talking with, because Germany itself is pretty big. Because people in Berlin tends to be different than people from München, for example.
Berlin is this concentration of leftist hipsters and so on and so forth, I guess.
There's also something called Berliner Schnauze, also Berliner Schnauze. And this is a term for being this rude, bold, straightforward kind of thing. So it would probably fit like OC's kind of personality type, going this.
So he's a Berliner. He's a like each. So he's like maybe I don't know. He I think he's like Nordic mixed with Eastern Europe, maybe. Yeah.
A dumb Polak with a little bit of Danish sensibility. Okay, sounds good. And I got the blonde hair and blue eyes to prove it. Awesome. No, we were talking about we were talking about different people who come around here, and Xenesis thinks you're neurodivergent. Do you, Denmark guy, torso guy, think you're neurodivergent? You yourself?
It means that I'm not like I think I'm not maybe I'm like mildly autistic or like OCD or
something like that. You got something beyond the typical average.
I know I don't really think so. I've suffered from depression. I'm quite open about it, but I think that a lot of people have some various degrees of depression. So, but other than that, I'm quite normal in my cognition. I would say, yeah.
Well, how would you describe me and Xenesis? Are we both normal? Is one of us or both of us neurodivergent? What do you think of me? What do you think of Xenesis? Your synopsis.
Yeah, when it comes to this autism shit that's right now, I think I saw like a quite good science post. It is hugely overdiagnosed, and I
understand. I'm asking you, what is your opinion of me and Xenesis? Do you think either of us are neurodivergent, or you think no? Don't worry about diagnoses. If you're the diagnoser, do either of us strike you as neurodivergent?
No, OC is not neurodivergent. Maybe they can. No, you're not.
Okay.
But maybe there could be something with sense. I'm not sure yet.
Okay, so Denmark guy thinks that Xenesis might be a Spurg. He doesn't think I'm a Spurg. You don't think I'm a Spurg at all, is what you're saying?
No, I don't. I've met like, but also I know that there's different kinds of Spurgs, and there's people who seem normal, but then when you observe them for hours, you see that they actually think in different kind of ways. So I'm fully aware that it's not black and white. But some of the Spurgs I've met have been so Spurgs that I've also worked in a kindergarten where there's been a couple of Spurgs, and I know that's children, but I've also met a couple of adults, and it's quite extremely obvious.
I thought you were an accountant. You're a kindergarten teacher too now. Okay, so we got
no.
We got 2 Euro kindergarten teachers. Okay,
yeah, but it's normal to work as a kindergarten, teacher substitute after high school in Denmark.
Interesting. Yeah, like we said, in America, USA, it's rare for a man to teach kindergarten, but okay, fascinating. Everyone becomes a kindergarten teacher.
Yeah. It's quite normal. Yeah.
Xenesis was telling us in Austria, they have you got to either join the military or become a paramedic for a short amount of time. Do you have something like that in Denmark? Did you have to serve in the military or do some kind of medical work before? Is that compulsory in Denmark?
Yeah, no, it's just called. What is it called in English? We just call it værnepligt. It's just like these 9 months where you go in and do the basic training.
Okay, but you have to go to basic training in the military. You have to. You can't avoid it. Is what you're saying?
No, it's a draft. It's a draft, but and I don't know if there's an algorithm behind it, and the vast majority of people from my generation was just not forced in, so it was volunteer.
Okay, like we were talking earlier, but there was a draft on the books in America from 1940 to 1973. Not everybody got drafted, but you could be. It was random. You're saying, Xenesis, in Austria, everybody has to either do military or paramedic work.
Every Austrian citizenship.
Right. It sounds like Denmark has what America had up to Nixon. It has a draft. You may or may not get drafted. If you don't get drafted, you don't have to do it. If you do, you got to go. Anyone can be drafted. That ended for us under Nixon in 73. You still have a draft, but not everybody gets drafted. In Austria, everybody must serve either the military or paramedic or pay a fine. So it's compulsory.
Yeah, it's more or less the same thing. They're changing it up in Denmark now, so it reflects what it is in Austria in a couple of years because of because the Scandinavians, they figured out, well, they can't fuck American ass forever, and we actually need to take responsibility or something like that. And people need to know what to do if something happens or something. It's like Denmark is situated just behind everybody. It's like Sweden is. We are in a buffer zone where nothing ever actually really happens. So.
Well, that's what Zenith has said about Austria. Oh, we're safe. Nothing happens here. If Putin keeps pushing west, he might not invade Denmark, but he might cause problems on your borders. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we have there's all these messages from the government that we need to have a sufficient stock of food and water for 3 days, and all the shit that has been a standard. Knowledge for the Swedes and the Finns that are now becoming standard in Denmark. So do you have that census that you keep water for 3 days and shit?
Sorry, can you repeat it again?
Has the government issued an advisory saying that you should have enough food and water to last 3 days? He's saying in Denmark there's a new advisory: be prepared in case something goes wrong.
No, we don't.
You don't. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, once again, Danish guy, there was a draft. You might get drafted, you might not. You did not get drafted, but now you're saying
I went in for the basic training. Yeah.
You were drafted, or everyone had to do that?
Every when you're 18 years old, you get a message. We have a public message system, and then you get a date where you need to meet a doctor. Together.
Okay, so pretty much all 18-year-olds have to do that.
Yeah, and then when you go to the doctor, they screen for. It's like everybody who's like obviously fucked. Like if you're blind,
right? In this country, like I said, between 1940 and 1973, all American males were eligible for the draft. Not everybody got drafted. It was total chance. So some had to, some didn't. We got rid of the draft in 73. In 1981, Carter reestablished it. We don't have a draft, but all 18-year-old males have to sign up. In the event of a war, they could be drafted. So that's called conscription. The draft, you could be drafted, but nothing is in stone. And even before, when they had a draft, it wasn't everybody. It was if you got chosen or not. And it only applies to males. Does it apply to women too in Denmark?
Yeah, that is the funny thing, because we are in the Nordics. They have this tradition about being brainwashed with this male and female thing. So the politicians just decided last year that now it should also include the women. So now now it's time for all the women to go through all the shit that we are going through.
And that's
but I don't know. I don't know how. They probably do some. They create some kind of program for them, I guess, but I'm not sure. So it's going to start. I think it's next year.
Okay, so in Denmark and Austria, everybody must serve. Austria, you get a choice between the army or being a paramedic. Denmark, it's military, and now women have to join in Denmark, but not in Austria. All right,
it's this in Denmark. If let's say that you can actually, when you go to the draft, say that despite me being healthy and I am. And the lottery system says I need to go, I don't want to go. Then,
right, but then I'm sure there are ways out of it. But you said lottery system. Does everybody have to go, or random people go and some people don't have to go?
Everybody has to go to the session for medical checkup.
So Austria, everybody. Denmark, everybody. America, you could, but not necessarily. And that was years ago. Okay, we were just trying to figure out how it works. And now Denmark is doing the same thing for women all of a sudden. Austria is still male only. America is still male only, right?
But if you say no, you would just have to do some work, some work in the public good. It could be you could work at the kindergarten for 9 months or something like that, and you get paid for it, but it's just reduced or something.
Okay, so you guys have a 9-month draft. A 9-month, everyone has to do it. Compulsory draft. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. People they go there and they get free like driver's license and shit. So people learn some shit. It's quite useful. I mean,
Okay.
it's not that serious. It's not that serious. We only have one last trip where we need to like walk.
Well, Xenesis was saying the same thing because you're a small country and you're fairly peaceful and fairly protected. It's not like that big a deal. So it's not really a big thing for you guys. I understand. So it's similar. These small, safe European countries have a quote unquote draft, but it's more of a cakewalk. You watch TV or some shit. So you go through basic training and all that. The boot camp.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, before you came on, we were talking about different people here and normies and whatnot. Xenesis, do you want to ask Denmark anything?
How's your social life?
Yeah. I would say, it's so I've been this guy who has always been lucky as well as normie enough to be in, and you also need to account for I'm like 34, so I'm just at the cusp before everything went hyper digital. So I have a feed in both camps. But I was always invited to social events, parties when I was young. It could be birthday parties, housewarming.
It's what we were talking about feet in both camps in regards to like you guys, part normie, part sub 5, Spurg, weirdo. You, Cassandra, Horsehead. He's saying the same thing, only with like, the digital thing. But it sounds like he was always invited to parties and things. I mean to cut him off. It's interesting. We were talking about a foot in both camps. Like you, Xenesis, have a foot in the normie world and a foot in the weirdo world. And you don't like the two worlds to cross. You still like to have that normie. Yeah. Okay. So I'll bring him back, but that's an interesting parallel. But he's saying, according to him, he was always invited to things, right? Is that correct? Denmark
That is correct. That is correct. So I was always, and I attended sports with the chats and so on and so forth. So I was always accepted by other men-ish. So I was invited to all these social gatherings, and I went to a lot of them when I was young. But quite fast, I would say, I figured out, okay, this is not so fun, It's only I figured out. So I suffer from depression and so on and so forth, and I stopped going to these hyper gender mixed social events. And I prioritized quite early on going to, for an example, low investment. I call them low investment, male primary, low amount of women. It could be an housewarming. It could be something where it's your closest friends. And I did it for, because, I'm a human being and needed basic kind of socialization. But then, of course, as years goes by, all your friends, they attend different schools, educations. Some of them move, and you just kind of like meet up less and less. And now I'm here, especially when you hit your late 20s. People have different girlfriends maybe, and it's different friend groups, and everything just get weird. And now people are starting popping out children, and you see them even less. So that also, if there's any young men listening to the stream right now, I don't know, but you need to. But now you have the whole internet, and I'm here now. But try to have one yearly meetup with your friends from back in the days. You can always I've reached out to them, and that's helped me quite a lot, And
well,
maybe
it sounds like you're saying you've had a social circle. Before you said you think I'm not a Spurg, I'm not neurodivergent, but Xenesis might be. Understand, Xenesis has a very big social circle. He's friends with weirdos. He's also friends with normies. So he's got tons of friends. I have no friends. And it sounds like you're like Xenesis in the sense that you've got a lot of connections, or at least you used to have a lot of connections. I don't know if you're still very social, but you were always accepted. You weren't like the outcast, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that is correct. That is definitely correct. Yeah.
Okay, and Xenesis, what do you make of that? Because you thought Zenesis thought you were neurodivergent. You think he might be neurodivergent. You Danish guy don't think I am. Interesting. But socially, you guys sound much better than I ever was. But okay, what do you think, Zenesis, of what Danish guy is telling us?
I mean, it sounds like a lot of truth to it, because it's usually a common, like, that as older you get, as older you get, you tend to lose your old friendships and people drift apart. I mean, like, when you take Horsehead, for example, he mentioned it before that he doesn't have any friends anymore. That now that he's like married, has children, that he as he used to. So sounds realistic.
Yeah. I also think that there's also something uniquely fucked with the US, because in people in Denmark, people don't tend to move far away, maybe as they tend to do in the US. So and also we have the public transport system, so you're always somewhat within 1 hour public transport to meet up with your. And I think they don't really have that in the US. And it's such a huge country that when people move away, you probably don't see them really again. So, yeah. Did you have a tattoo on your wrist?
I have multiple tattoos.
Denmark guy, you're very observant. I had no idea. You want to share some of your tattoos with us, Genesis? I never noticed. I really don't notice these things. Like when a guy puts on a new hat, I don't even notice. Okay, so what are some tattoos and what are they? Why don't you show some of your tats?
Yeah.
And there are too many. It's like still.
Give us a couple, two or three. Show us 2 or 3 that are easy to show, and you can explain them. Go ahead. First, Genesis, how many do you have in total? Do you know how many totally?
Around like 25-ish.
Oh, that's a lot.
Okay, where's the highest? Where's the lowest? Just tell us. The highest is where?
Height is the same meaning as?
No, your body. Where's the highest? Highest and lowest.
It's just hands, and like it's just it's just upper body part.
Where's the lowest? By your genitals or by your ass?
No, the lowest is just by my ribs.
By your ribs. Okay, so from your hands to your ribs, you've got 20 some odd tattoos. Okay.
Yeah.
How young were you with the first one?
How young was my first tattoo? You mean?
Yeah.
I think 20.
Okay. Yeah. Are they all are they colored? Some of them, or are they black? The majority.
Yeah, can you share 1 or 2? Show us at least a couple, the ones that are easy to show, and tell us what they mean. So from the age of 20 to 28, you've got 20-something tattoos from your hands to your ribs. Okay. One every year, for the past. Yeah. Well, no, wait, like 2 or 3 every year for the past. Yeah.
MS-13 tattoo coming up. MS tattoo.
Yeah,
this. It's now we've got to figure out that he's just like getting. Yeah.
Prison tattoo. No. Yeah, I can have a yin and yang tattoo.
Okay.
It's like, because for me, it's like personally a philosophical kind of meaning to it, because everything is a balance. There's always a balance in life. There's always like an opposite to each like one thing. It's also like because I'm also the personal belief that life isn't ultimately like always black and white. There are some cases in life which black and whiteness applies, but this isn't like always. This doesn't apply to everything. So
yeah.
Can you show us a second? Will you show? Okay, yin and yang.
I don't want to show so much. I'm like
I mean, look, we're not asking anything personal. Yeah. You got to have at least another one that's in a safe spot. You have another one on your finger or what? Your underarm?
No, I don't even have anything on my fingers. It's just.
So wait. Other than that one, all the rest are on your chest, or where are the other tattoos?
They're like it's not a full sleeve, but multiple tattoos like acting as a sort of sleeve. And I have some like on my body, like.
Okay, do you plan on getting any more? Or are you done? Or you want some more?
Currently not. I mean, like I have some ideas. I would want to get some, but I'm currently not like. But I'm still like. The thing with tattoos is like I still like them and stuff like this. I love them also because every tattoo has a meaning for me. But I'm not so much invested in them as I used to. But I don't regret them. It's just a part of me.
Have you ever had any kind of allergic reaction to the ink?
Luckily not.
Okay.
I mean, is it common? I don't know.
No, but this does in Denmark. This we have some kind of national committee steering the EU towards a regulation regarding the inks or something like that. I just saw it yesterday. So they told everyone that the black ink is the safest and the color inks are dangerous or something.
Yeah, the color one. I think it was which it was like global EU thing, like that this was thing that they perceived like colored ink as of that this kind can give you cancer or something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was something like that. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
I used to, when I was young, I had a folder on my computer with designs, but I'm just so fucking allergic to everything that I can't. I'm scared of proceeding with with it. I'm extremely allergic to all kinds of weird shit, like carrots and fucking like everything. Like,
well, first let me ask you. Stop. Hold on, Zenesis. Do you have any piercings? Any piercings? And then Danish guy, do you? We don't see you. Okay, first one here is Zenesis piercings, and then Danish guy, do you have piercings and/or tattoos? Zenesis.
How did you come up with the piercings though?
Well, if you got 20 some odd tattoos and you're not afraid to have a needle in your skin, you got any piercings? Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense to be honest when you think about it. Yeah, my ears are pierced. Like
again, I never noticed. Okay, let's think. Okay.
My ears are pierced. I used to have like a nose piercing also back then, like a nose ring, kind of. I went to but I got like bored of it, and yeah, it was way back 5 years ago, something like this.
In your youth, were you like punk, like rock?
I like a lot, like indie alternative punk rock kind of things.
Yeah,
so.
I think the whole Europe was like skewing towards the youth. Also today, I think it's a youth thing that you just experiment or something.
Just
yeah, exactly. Did you have weird weird hair or something?
But I still have weird hair. Look at this.
No, it's quite normal now. But did you do something like weird with it or something?
You have a mohawk or something? Yeah.
No, I would never went to like mullet's kind of style or something like this because this was too, or colored hair because this was for me like too extreme. What I always tend to do is because I always had like kind of longish hair. I tend to wear like back then. I tend to often wear my hair like in a bun. So back then it was like it's generally like seen stereotype-wise that when you have a bun as a man, you're more like a hipster or something like that. Especially when you have a beard.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you grow it? I'm sorry. When you have a bun as a man and a beard, you're what?
No, it's perceived generally as a man when you have a bun nowadays with with a beard and tattoos and piercings, you're like perceived as this like modern hipster.
Okay.
I don't know how it is in the US.
Maybe it's different. Well, Denmark guy, do you have any piercings or tattoos?
Nope, I don't have anything. As I've told you, I used to look on tattoo designs, but many years ago I dropped the idea. So I'm too allergic. I don't want to risk it. That's the primary reason. But if I weren't this allergic, I think maybe a little one I would probably have. But I just think that I thought about the design too much. Yeah, but I know people who have. It's like it's not it's tattoos. There's a lot. It's kind of weird because people get them from personal reasons and And then I know people who've gotten when they're drunk and they had a Pokemon.
Yeah,
They have a Pokemon on the leg forever or something like that. I know that it isn't forever because now the lasers that exist and they can nearly totally remove it or something like that. So, but it's just I don't want to have a fucking Pokemon on my leg or some shit like for the next 10 years. but yeah, no, I don't have any piercings, tattoos. I've never had my ears pierced or anything like that. What about you, OC? Do you have your ears?
No, I don't like pain. I never liked needles. No tattoos, no piercings. I was too afraid.
Okay.
I'm not allergic. I was just afraid. I don't want a needle piercing my skin. I mean, I don't mind getting a shot from the doctor, but I didn't want like a needle etching into my skin. So plus, I never liked maybe this is a Spurg thing. They say Spurgs like loose clothing. I never liked any kind of jewelry. I never wanted to wear a necklace or anything like that. I always hated jewelry. So if I don't want to wear jewelry, why would I want an earring or some kind of piercing in me? Yeah, I never wanted anything like that. So I'm very natural. I don't even like shaving my face. I like letting the hair grow and just what it is. So I'm very natural. I'm a naturalist when it comes to bodily things. Don't want to add anything. Don't want to remove anything.
I mean, like regarding pain, I get you completely because I mean, like every person has a subjective pain tolerance. I mean, like for me, my tattoos,
She's saying she's the opposite. She's squeamish of the doctor needle getting a shot, but she doesn't mind tattoos. I'm the opposite. I don't mind a doctor poking me temporarily and put a shot in. I don't want someone digging into me with a needle. Yeah, I'm Cassandra and I are opposites. That's all.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's subjective to pain tolerance kind of thing. For me personally, because currently I have like 4 piercings like on, but I had like back then more part of my ears pierced, and there was like a pierced. I think it's like a cartilage kind of thing. Like this is the part this fucked me up the most regarding pain. Like
I know somebody who had a huge hole. He needs to get fixed by the doctor. Yeah.
Well, Xenesis, be honest. Do you have any like nipple piercings or belly
No,
button?
I don't have to. I didn't want to go like this weird, because for me, like getting like your nipple pierced or your dick pierced, it's like I don't know, it's like too extreme.
That's too extreme. Okay,
it's too extreme.
You only pierced your ears and your nose. Anything else?
Yeah, I only pierced I had like 1 piercing here on my nose. That was also brutal, like because of the pain factor and the healing factor also. It took like 6 months to heal, like triple brutal. Besides that, no, only nose and ears, and like some parts of the ears. Like,
okay, cool. Yeah, I never even noticed. Denmark, good eye. I'm like, I didn't even notice he had a tattoo in his arm. I never noticed that, but okay.
Yeah. What about? Did you take hard drugs when you were younger?
Tried one.
That's a good question. Let's talk about. I'll be right back. Let's talk about drug stuff. Go ahead. What kind of drugs have you guys experienced?
Correlation tattoos and piercings regarding to drug consumption.
No, yeah. Now when you say it like that, and you can also make a connection. But in general, it's just when people. I know a lot of like. It's funny about drugs. Let's continue, and I will make a good point at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, I tried something like when I was 14. I tried LSD. That was my like first hard drug. Besides that, I only consumed like cannabis, and this was it.
Okay.
I was never like interested in drugs per se. Like I had a lot of friends who were like really druggies when it comes to experimenting, but I wasn't really into it. Also the same with alcohol. Yeah, alcohol was like, alright, I might try some vodka, tequila, or something like this. But I tried to but I didn't like the feeling for me. I don't know. Yeah, alcohol and stuff like this doesn't work well.
Yeah. I also have a weird thing with alcohol because it is so fucking. Personally, I think it's so. I drink alcohol socially, and I'd love
Yeah.
to drink a beer, one beer an hour, or one beer every 2 hours, or something like that. So yeah,
You say you find beer consumption disgusting. Okay,
no,
interesting.
no. As you are doing, like being a little tipsy,
Yeah,
but still being aware of your surroundings.
right.
But being drunk, man, I just fucking I hate
Shut
the
the fuck
feeling.
up, motherfucker! What are you talking about? Hey, look at me. I'm gonna take my shirt. No, I'm joking. Go ahead.
I hate the feeling myself, and I also hate people who fuck. I just don't want to be around too drunk people. But in relation to me, alcohol is a huge part of Danish youth culture. I think.
Well, I'd imagine, especially in Northern Europe, yeah, the alcohol. Xenesis, were you a hard druggie? Did you use LSD, mushrooms, heroin, crack cocaine? What are we talking here?
Yeah, I mean, I just mentioned it to Danish
I
people.
walked away. Repeat
Yeah.
yourself.
That when I was 14, I had my first consumption of hard drug consumption. That was LSD. I tried it. That was interesting. Besides that, I only consumed like cannabis.
How did you get LSD at 14? I can understand cannabis, but
Connections.
was that? I mean, at 14, it was going around. I mean, how'd you get?
Yeah, but LSD is still, because Rafterman said LSD isn't like hard. But
No, I understand, but some people have trips, years later, flashbacks. I'm saying, how at 14 you got LSD?
Yeah, friends, like it's really common for kids, like teenagers, like have some connections.
Okay, I never had friends, so I never had connections to these kinds of drugs, so I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's all new to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So
apparently it's very easy. I didn't know. I thought LSD was like a higher class. Like marijuana is fairly common. I thought LSD is like a chemical that has to be made. Like I thought it was harder to get, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, but nowadays it's more. Usually I only consume. I occasionally consume like alcohol when I'm in social settings, and cannabis. But besides that, I don't really go further.
Right. By the way, I'm not sure, Rafterman. I'm not trying to be like I like my father's hippie cousin swore that once in a blue moon he'd have a flashback. Like one time he had a missing time, or like the sky bended, decades later. So my old hippie cousin claims that flashbacks are real. They're not as blown out of proportion as claimed, but he says every now and then it does happen. So I don't think it's a myth, but I'm not saying it's gonna ruin you, but it does happen from time to time. My old hippie cousin who used to drop acid all the time back in the Woodstock days, my father's cousin, claims that not every once in a blue moon there'll be missing time, or there'll be like a weird, like you can tell like a weird distortion or a bend. He says every now and then he's got flashbacks, which he attributes to LSD. But yeah, he's not complaining. He just says every now and then.
Yeah. But regarding, usually I only drink when I'm like in social settings. Out of not peer pressure, but the
feeling. So wait, Rafterman, you're only 30 something. Wait till you're like 60, 70 something. Like my father's cousin, you might have flashbacks in the next 20 years. And maybe if you take it regularly versus if you stop for a while. I don't know. But my cousin swears he used to drop acid all the time as a hippie, and he claims that yes, once in a blue moon he'll have like a weird incident which he attributes to a flashback. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, like I only drink or consume something, like cannabis or something like this, when I'm like in social settings. But when I'm alone, I don't really do that. And it's just for me, like to, I don't know, fit the normie narrative, outside.
Okay, so you do drugs socially to fit in, is what you're saying?
No, but drugs as of cannabis. Beyond that, I don't go any further. For me, like cannabis is like normal, kind of. It's not like.
So when you're home in your apartment, you don't get drunk for the fun of it, or
No, I don't do that. Okay. I only do that in social settings.
Yeah, neither me. As I've grown older, I've started drinking for the taste more. Maybe I'll have a glass of wine or some beer with the meal, but I've never been. I've never like just been drinking like. But there's not. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. Regarding like drugs and alcohol, there's a lot of people that you think don't use it, who actually utilize them in some kind of way. So that's something that I figured out as I've worked different kind of places, that the people that you think don't take cocaine in the weekend probably do it, and yeah.
Yeah.
I have a hard time stereotyping people now in modern times who takes drugs regularly. Yeah. But I think our generation was kind of the last generation that did a lot of drinking, because when I look at the data from the new generation who are in puberty now, they drink way less in Denmark compared to the former
Yeah.
generations. And I also
Gen,
see it in the US. Yeah, in the US, it's the same trend.
Gen Z is more about taking drugs and.
By the way, I want to point something out. Jared, you got to remember something. I'm an American. We're speaking English here. We got 2 euros. So it might be a language thing. It might be a translation thing. I'm the most talkative because English is my native language. These guys are, one guy is an Austrian. German's his native language. Other is Danish. So it might be a language thing. If you ever see these guys in German or Danish, it might be different. I just want to point that out. You're right. I was the least social. I was very much a spurg, but yeah, I'm probably the most talkative and social here because this is an English language, stream. So we've talked about this before, how there might be certain things lost in translation. Xenesis, you said yourself that your English you still struggle with. There's a slowness. I understand it when you're speaking a different language. So it might not be that you're not talkative. It just might be that English isn't your native tongue, so you're not as quick to speak as I am. So I think that, you understand what I'm saying? Jared seems to think I'm the most social and talkative here.
The thing is, for me, like, I do get what you're saying. I understand it. But when there are multiple people on there, I tend to be like more reserved and don't say anything, because it's like the nature of where I am. I tend like to like observe more and stuff like this. So, but if I'm like talking with you on a one-on-one basis, you surely notice I tend to speak way more.
What does Danish guy think? Danish guy seems to like to talk to whoever's here. So Danish guy seems very outgoing.
Yeah. I don't think, and I'm not sure, but my generation, we started learning English when we were 12 or 13 years old in public school. And some of us already had English exposure from computer games before everything became online. But the special, I don't know if it's special, the Nordics, they never dub the movies. So when we, people in France and Spain, they listen to English movies in French, and for the Nordic countries, it has never been like that. So I think that, and especially now, the youth today, they start learning English when they are like 8 years old, and the whole online world they are part of. So yeah, I don't really think it's a language thing. Maybe I think it's early morning for me, So.
By the way, let's ask Danish guy while you're here. I want to bring it up one more time. What do you think of the premise? The other night, I don't know if you saw last night's stream, Xenesis and Dumb were on. I don't know if you saw that, James.
He was saw a little of it.
Well, he was saying that he thinks Todd needs to socialize more. And Todd left a comment in that he said he really, really, really doesn't want attention. But I was questioning, does he need attention? Because that seems to be what James was saying. What do you think about Todd? We're talking in a general sense.
Todd, yeah.
He does. He says he really, really, really doesn't want attention, but does he need it, as James seems to imply?
Yeah. I didn't follow Todd from the very early beginning, so I didn't see. I've only been watching small clips about his basement and all this shit, but I catched up upon some of it. But I need to comment. I think that Todd, maybe he went public for different reasons, and then he kind of maybe like freaked out, which is quite obvious. I would also be kind of like freaked out if I became this messiah of the messiah of the weird part of the internet,
Yes, that's a fair assessment. Yes.
So especially, I don't have you're getting disability in Denmark is extremely fucking hard. It's a whole nother. I know now it's I'm not speaking about the subject, but it's a whole nother system compared to the US. You need to be tested in real life by several different teams of experts, and they will have several kind of meetings, and they will observe you and all this shit. So if you make it to social disability in Denmark, then sure you go live stream online, because you have probably deserved the disability that you. So but I don't know how it is in the US, and also even if you make it in Denmark, they can continuously reevaluate it every 5 years. So, but I'm not in that camp in I am so I kind of like, I don't know if if the attention is scary, because it's different kind of things that applies in his context. I don't know if it's because his SSI can be taken away, or if it's just a freak out about the whole the weird part of the internet. But I would freak the fuck out, being on the internet like that. So, but. I see. I remember some of the videos that I'm not the kind of guy who like backups all the old videos and shit. But there's some weird people. I don't know if it's weird. The internet is a weird place where people, they back up shit and create compilations and stuff. And I saw, and I remember there was a video about him talking about why men don't want to work and stuff, where he was serious. He creates some serious stuff sometimes. There's just a lot of he's like the center of trolling, and that is kind of sad, because I think that he somewhat enjoys being on the internet as long as the.
Well, that's what Dunn was saying. A small part of him really, really loves it, even though he doesn't want the attention. The part of him really wants or needs or craves it. Yeah, that's what we're getting at.
He should just have moderators on wherever he is.
Here's what I think. He should come on once in a blue moon, every 6 or 7 or 8 months, come back once, no commitments. Hey, I'm here, and then disappear again. In other words, it doesn't have to be either or. You don't have to stream every week, but you don't have to like go cold turkey. You can come back every X amount of months when you feel like it, and just say, "Hi, I'm alive. I'm here."
Yeah. Yeah. This comment is to OC, I guess, and I agree that when of course, this is the online where when I see and hear you here, I think this dude, he could be like one of these really charismatic kind of guys that I met in my youth, and I was like, I would probably have looked maybe a little up upon you, like okay, this guy he's savvy socially, but maybe you aren't like this in real life.
No, you're seeing the internet version of me. All I can go on is the way I act here. I got to say, it's 50%. It's virtual. 50% it really is me, but the real me was rejected in real life. So you're saying like Jared88, wow, you're so you're not overly awkward, blah blah blah. Acting like this in real life has gotten me into a lot of trouble. So yeah, a lot of what you see here is real, and the truth is, in real life, it translates to not just indifference, but actual hatred. Here, people say, "Oh, you seem nice," but it's a small group that comes here. Like I said, not everybody hates me. There might be some people who, when I was growing up, who thought, "Oh, he's an interesting character." And on the internet, the interesting people come here. The people who hate me just go away. In real life, when you got to deal with people, I know what my social experience has been. It's been very negative. So that's all I can say.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm social but abrasive. Okay.
Yeah, I think you would fit quite okay into the Nordic culture, especially Denmark, because I think you're part Nordic, your genes.
Absolutely, I'm a Viking. Yes, yeah. Let's raid Greenland, kill some Eskimos, some Skraelings. Yes, I agree. Zenesis, you look like you have something you want to say, but you're being quiet. What do you want to say, Zen?
I have nothing to say. Just observing, I think.
But Denmark guy, you said you don't think I'm a Spurg, but you think Zenesis might be.
No,
Why do you think Zenesis might be neurotypical? I'm sorry, Why do you think he might be neurodivergent? Why do you think he's,
I think it's because, it goes back to what I said in the beginning about him. but then I figured out maybe it's a cultural thing actually, that the informal versus formal thing. Because in the beginning, as a Dane, I thought it was. Yeah, it's so funny, when you meet people on the internet, because you have this cultural bias about how people should be, and in that context, I thought it could be maybe a little depression or something like that. That's the only thing that I just thought about, but I contributed now to a cultural thing. So yeah, but yeah. I know Todd will say, "Oh, I'm licking chat's ass" or something like that. But the point is that in Denmark, you wouldn't be you're when I say that in Denmark we are less formal, I don't mean that you're a jerk or something, or you're really outgoing. I'm just saying that it's like you wouldn't in Denmark you wouldn't um, uh, say your uncle by his last name or something like that. It's like everybody is uncle and cousins, and I don't know, but yeah, I just thought in the beginning it could be maybe some depression or something like that. But then also we are online at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning. There's a lot of different factors that I can't account for. So, but I definitely do not think that. From what I've seen, that OC is on the spectrum.
No,
I
that's
do not
right. It's interesting. So Denmark guy isn't sure about Xenesis, but Denmark guy doesn't think I'm on the spectrum.
No.
You Xenesis said you think I'm on the spectrum and you're not sure about Denmark guy. It's interesting how people have different perceptions. Like my shrink, I don't
You
think
could
you have
be.
my shrink. You don't have autism because I don't want to believe you do. So it's like when people start speculating about autism, it's almost like guesswork. But yeah, okay. But I respect your opinion.
You could be one of those who are on the spectrum, but out of those cases I've met in my real life where I've actually gotten the time to observe them and maybe even speak to them, um, you don't tick any of my boxes from being you are like a outgoing normie for me, like.
You sound like Jared now, but okay. Xenesis, you want to say something? You're raising your hand. Go ahead.
The reason why they told you that I think that you're swag is because of your experiences, like the
Yes.
way.
At the end of the day, it's how I'm treated. Yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't sound like those stories which are coming from you. Doesn't sound like from which like stories which could come from a neurotypical person. So
Correct.
they're like really extreme. So was like the main reason for me why I classified you as a Spurg.
My experience, I tell my shrink says, wow, your experience is really bizarre. I've said to him, of all the people you've had over the past 40 years, anyone compares to me? No. So I said, well, the end result's all that matters. I don't care what you think of me talking to you on the computer. This is my experience. If you believe me, normal people don't have the kind of problems I do. So it doesn't matter if you think I'm a good talker or I'm articulate. What difference does it make if the end result is this? So I look at it as end result. Socially speaking, my end result has always been a disaster, even if I seem nice on a computer for, a small amount of time. That's why I agree with Xenesis. If you listen to my backstory, it's like normal people don't have these problems. I do. Well, you seem, again, I talk about the oblivious. I'm going to do it one more time. The oblivious like me. They say, you seem normal. I don't see a problem with you. Everything seems fine. And then the hostiles hate me. Fuck you. They pick up. The hostiles don't hate the oblivious. They're cool with each other. Oblivious, I like you, and I like you. They like everybody. The hostiles, fuck you, die. So I'm having problems with hostile types that the oblivious types don't have. And the oblivious simply say, you seem fine to me. So it's almost like the sense of, like about half the people think, you seem fine. Why do you have these problems? And the other half hate my guts. So if you're here, you're probably in the oblivious camp, because most people, if you hated my guts, you probably wouldn't be here. But yeah, I bet in real life, about half the people I encounter hate my guts instantly. Yep.
OC, in your youth, could you, when you went to your first school, did you? Is it common for Americans? Do you always need to take the car to the school? Did the parents drive you to school and stuff?
Well, it depends. Sometimes they'll drive you. Sometimes the school bus. Sometimes if you live in town, you can walk there. So it would depend.
Okay, yeah.
I think when I was in kindergarten, my mother drove me. As I got older, I would walk, and then we moved to another town where I would take a school bus.
Yeah.
And yeah, the end result, that's why when people say, you seem fine, well, the end result says otherwise. So yeah. Abrasiveness. I'm too abrasive.
But what happened? So when you finished primary school, or when your first education, what happened to your social group you were part of?
I'm sorry, social group for what? What did you say that again?
You had some friends growing up, and then
I had acquaintances here and there. I had starter friends. A new kid moves to town. He's the new kid, so no one wants to be his friend right away. So he latches on to the loser. He becomes my friend until he establishes social clout, and then he dumps me. I was their starter friend. I had some acquaintances, people I got along with. Some of them were sociopaths, and I was so desperate. Like I told my shrink, so desperate to have a friend. So I never had a huge amount of friends.
Okay.
In fact, I remember when I was in the 3rd grade. I don't know what you guys would call that, but I must have been, let me do the math, 8 or 9 years old, 8 going on 9. I was 8 going on 9. And I remember the first day of school, we had to fill out this questionnaire thing. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite food? Et cetera, et cetera. And one of the things was name 3 friends. Name 3 friends. And I couldn't name any. So I'm like, And I remember on jump ahead, the last day of school, the teacher brought them out. Let's read our surveys from the first day of class. And I was so embarrassed because I honestly, at 8 or 9 years old, I couldn't just automatically list 3 friends. It was all these questions: your favorite color, your favorite food, your favorite TV show, et cetera, et cetera. And then it would say, name 3 of your best friends or something. And I couldn't list anybody. And the teacher wanted to read this on the last day of class. So yeah.
Yeah, okay. What about you? Do you live roughly the same place now as you did when you were a kid growing up?
Roughly same geographic area. Roughly, yeah.
And do you often meet people in public who were part of your school?
It's funny. Rarely. Once in a blue moon, I might see someone from years ago, and they may or may not recognize me. They may or may not acknowledge me. It's actually fairly rare. I don't see a lot of people I grew up with. Rare.
Okay.
I guess a lot of them moved away, or I just don't run into them. I don't really run into people I knew from when I was younger.
What about their parents or something like that?
Again, once in a blue moon, but fairly rare. I'm dead serious. Going to the same grocery stores or the same shopping malls, I really don't tend to see a lot of people I knew from when I was younger. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Then again, I live in New Jersey, which is expensive. A lot of people moved out because it was so expensive here, and it's becoming more minorities. So a lot of the white New Jerseyans moved to other states. So a lot of people did move out. Yeah, I don't really see a lot of people from my youth.
Yeah. The cities comes with their downs and ups, the benefits and their what is it called, the cons or something like that. Yeah.
Pros and cons, right?
Pros and cons.
I think Cassandra is talking about me meeting Dumb. Things are going well for Dumb. If I show up, I'll throw a wrench. I'll screw things up or something. Cassandra is saying that Dumb is afraid to meet me because I'll make things weird. I think that's what she's trying to say here. What do you think? I'm a weirdo who's going to make things, just being around me makes things weird?
But
Dumb is uncertain. He thinks I'm sketchy. Dumb picks up that something's wrong with me, basically. That dumb assumes I'll make things weird, whatever. Basically, even dumb, even though he's all, I love you, truth is he sees me as some weirdo. Like in real life, Dumb and I, probably wouldn't be friends. If he and I went to school together, he'd be like, oh, it's that weirdo guy. He's nice to me here in the virtual world, but even he would say, God, you're a weirdo. You know what I mean?
Is all the books on your bookshelves and representation of your intellectual curiosity, or is your parents?
It's a mixture of a lot of things. Some of these are computer games, some are books. It's just a mixture of things. And yeah, Dumb was a loser, and losers don't want to hang around even bigger losers because it'll bring them down again socially.
But how did you? It's so weird because when you tell your story, OC, it's like you just quite quickly ended up here. There wasn't like this long story about. You haven't been part of this like weird part of the internet. You just made some search on YouTube and then you ended up here.
No, well, apparently Jared is saying I'm very exhausting. I exhaust people. Jared, the transsexual, dresses like a woman, would be exhausted having to talk to me for more than an hour or two. I'm way too much energy and intensity. So it's possible people are turned off by my energy and intensity. I ended up here because I wanted to share my stories and my fucked up life.
Yeah.
Zenesis, you're quiet. You want to say something? Go ahead.
I mean, like you are, like you have a level of high energy, but for me personally, it was like in the beginning was like kind of okay. It took me a while to get used to it, but it's more. But I'm like used to it. I don't mind because
What do we mean? Energy and intensity sound like buzzwords. I'm too loud. Yeah. I'm too questioning. What do we mean? Energy and intensity. What does that mean exactly? Those sound like buzzwords.
You like to talk a lot. You don't like you don't like silence very much. Yeah. There's always like it could be also like a normal thing over in America, this kind of way that because we have a stereotype in Vienna or Austria that we perceive of Americans as like being loud and talkative. There was and stuff like this.
I have never met an American in my life, in real life.
Wow.
I did. And they're all like, because we Austrians tend to be like more reserved and stuff like this. Where we don't want to talk. I mean, we do talk, but when somebody comes here and like I don't know, talks a lot and brags and stuff like this, we tend to like view him kind of like suspicious wise. But you're not this kind of person, say.
Right, you're saying I'm not like the typical American. So I'm intense. I have a lot of energy, but at the same time, I don't fit the American stereotype. So, Jared will use buzzwords. To me, it's buzzwords. What do we really mean? What does intensity mean? I'm loud. I'm annoying. What does energy mean? I don't like. What's the truth? What is Jared really trying to say?
I think he means that you're loud. Also.
I'm loud. Well, that's an American stereotype, isn't it? So even my fellow Americans think I'm too loud.
I don't know. Maybe when you were young, OC, were you kicked out of class for being loud?
No.
Okay.
I'm very demanding when it comes to Jared, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Answer my question. What the hell do you mean? Specify. What do you mean? Demanding. I'm demanding when it comes to questions. What are you talking about now? I'm being facetious now, but yeah. An interrogation. Do you folks feel interrogated? Because if you do, just don't come here anymore. Simple as that.
No, I don't. I think I would love to be like you, but I can't. If if I could.
Why would you want to be like me? My life is shit. Why would you want to be like me? I'm nothing to
I
no,
will.
I'm
I
dead
will. I
serious.
will. What I'm saying, I would like to be more like smooth, like you're social savvy, and you're quite outgoing. It comes being social. It comes quite natural. It seems to you.
Well, I have a lifetime of failures. A lifetime of failures that says otherwise. So Danish guy thinks I'm really social. Comes naturally. Xenesis, you think I'm neurodivergent. It's amazing how people have. You're both entitled to your opinion, but you're both contradicting each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Um,
for me, you come off as a person who has had quite some social success. But I know that doesn't correspond to your to what you're saying.
Well, Rafter man, no. Be careful what you wish for. You'd probably slit your wrist. You couldn't handle it. Okay, what do you want to say, Xenesis?
yeah, for me, it's like um, I'm aware that how who are like this kind of version is not the real version. How you are like IRL. I only go by your experiences,
Right,
like which you had.
right.
So it doesn't matter for me like how you interact with me right now.
The
Because
end result. Yeah, I agree with you. The
yeah,
end
yeah.
result is what it boils down to. Right.
So according to your experiences and which you gave me, like you seem as you seem pretty real divergent to me
Because of what I've experienced, regardless of how I
yeah,
come
I mean like
off. Yeah.
I'm also aware there's a cultural difference,
Mhm.
like regarding Austrians and all Americans. But even like I spoke with a couple of Americans before, they never told me like this kind of way heavy, like I don't know, not brute. It's like yeah, like getting like they don't really get easily like in tough situations as you do.
Right. The fucked
Yeah.
up, bizarre. So, yeah.
So
Right.
yeah, so there must be something like off with you.
Something is off. And yeah, I mean, what's Cassandra saying here? But I ask questions while you come on my stream. Lots of examples trying to get through to you people. Yeah, I try to like regurgitate what people are struggling to say, and if they disagree, they can say no. OC, you're wrong. I'm not trying to put words in their mouth. I'm trying to like make things, you know. What the hell does weighted? What does this mean? Weighted words? What the fuck does that mean? You speak with weighted words. Everything sounds like it's said with a lot of conviction. What the hell does weighted words? Okay, conviction. I that's another thing. You try to ask people, and they give you these sort of like
I
there's a
think
lot of
that
it's like what is it? Right? Was that? Go ahead.
Cass is a spy from the Chinese government or something like that. It's like
I agree.
how come I would like to bring her in for interrogation where we ask her a couple of questions how she ended up learning Chinese. You know, has she been adopted from China?
Yes,
What
these
is
are
the true? We want the true story, and we demand it now.
right. Why would some white girl from fucking California
Yeah,
major in Chinese? That's a very good question. I
yeah.
haven't
Come
gone
on,
that
come
far.
on.
I always said like the immersion schools sound like a front for the CCCP or Chinese Communist Party, and she works for them. I
Yeah.
felt the same way. I feel the same
This
way.
is the court. Now we have evolved into a court, and in the court,
Yes,
every single
yes.
word that you say has an huge impact. You cannot lie in court; you will be punished. In this kind of court, it's a male court, so
With two Europeans, at the end of the day, the American guy is a judge, jury, and executioner. But I'll allow the two Euros to talk their minds. What is it, Zen?
I'll take a piss. I'll be back.
Yeah, I might do the same. Well, you take a piss, and I'll take a piss.
preparation.
Let's see if she wants to come to sit trial, stand trial.
The judges are preparing for the trial of Cass.
Now I'm afraid I think I'm one of these people who like weed would probably make me like paranoid and might trigger schizophrenia or something. I'm too fucked up for weed. That's what I a lot of people swear by it, but a small minority probably shouldn't take it. I'm in that minority group. Yeah.
You're correct. There's actually quite good evidence that in people who are predisposed to schizo, that it will actually destroy their lives. So yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I don't think me and weed are a good combo. I agree. What else is new, Denmark guy?
The funny part is that I'm actually I get when I apply for jobs, I get to the interviews, but then they see my face. And the new thing now, they want this video. Send us an video about, I'm just like, fuck off, man. Can't I just get this fucking job?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm still seeking jobs, but yeah.
Wow.
What about my?
Well, what's
You
the
started
video?
tomorrow?
Wait, stop. What's the video supposed to be? Like, how long? Are you gonna talk about yourself, or what do you?
But it's like these consulting companies. It's like what is it called? It's vacation positions or something like that. And they need to have a video of you to the. It's like that you go out for 6 months on this company and you're hired for this contractor, and they need to see your face and shit, and that video. This is a new thing. I'm not used to this. It's a new thing, with women HR. They want all this kind of video, audio shit,
Right.
Yeah, that's not good for sub-5s, I guess. Yeah, have you ever tried weed, OC?
Yeah, a handful of times when I was younger, and they're all bad experiences. Heavily paranoid. They might have made things worse. Though people say, well, it makes things worse. It's connecting your neurons in a way that makes you think of things. And but yeah, it was never good. So maybe the weed connected neurons and made me realize things are even worse than I realized. But yeah, it was never. People swear by that, and I'm like, it never did anything for me. It made me feel paranoid and scared.
Yeah. It's actually funny we speak about this. I actually take nicotine gum. Yeah, because I like the feeling about nicotine gum. You could, yeah. If you do, do you think you could switch to nicotine gum, or do you like the taste and the feeling of it?
No, I like the taste and feeling of the vape. I used to have like nicotine gum and those lozenges, but man, it wasn't the same.
Okay. What about have you tried psychedelic mushrooms?
No, never tried them. Are they really like? Because people are talking about how they took LSD, but it doesn't sound like any of these people have really gone to a better place. So do these psychedelic mushrooms really change things, or?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm also, maybe I think too much about stuff, but I like to read a little about stuff I do if it involves some kind of significant risk.
Mhm.
Alcohol is alcohol, of course, but if you need to take some new weird mushroom shit, maybe use a couple of minutes of reading about it. It's something with psychedelic mushrooms that you get. Yeah, that it's Jordan Peterson tells us that that you get a 20% somewhat permanent increase in openness dimension. And that sounds. Do everybody wants to be more open? I'm not sure.
Right, he says that, but have you tried it? Is he correct?
Nope. I'm not trying it, but I'm thinking about doing once maybe.
If people say these things, but I'd like to hear some testimonies if it's true or not.
Yeah. So Senesis, your sleep wake schedule is totally fucked. Is that correct?
He's been up.
Yes, it is, but I will fix it soon because OC is gonna stop streaming, and I will get like my original sleep schedule back. So I don't see it as a problem.
Would now that you're educated as a pedagogue, would you why don't have you worked with other than children? Have you worked?
I'll be right back. Enjoy talk among.
If I work with other children, well,
with adults and grown-up adults.
No. I only work with children. Also, I also work with children with special needs. So
okay,
this is why
yeah.
It's more fun for me, like to work with little children than with others, because I can just do so much things with them, and it's more because they're also what I like about it. But them a lot is every human judge, but they don't judge you as much as adults. So
Yeah.
so it's really
One
like
thing that when I worked for my gap year at a kindergarten is that one thing that what amazed me so much is that the special needs children took up so much resources.
yeah.
It was absolutely incredible how I thought it was so unfair for the people who worked in these places that I'm not saying these kids are just it's of course they're children and we but they drain the resources so much. It's like one kid in a kindergarten the small department could just like there needs to be like maybe if there's two special needs kids there needs to be one additional hired person to help or something like that.
Yeah.
That's also one of the things that make me some kind of not I don't a eugenicist. It's not. I'm not saying that people in their youth can turn up to be different. It's not what I'm saying, but it's a hard life. You know, I saw. You know, it must be hard being a kid with special needs, and especially in the
Yes.
Nordics, you're put into the same places with normal kids, and yeah, it's brutal.
I mean, like it's generally neurodivergent, like having autism and stuff like that. I mean, like, especially if you're high function autism, that should just GG game over when it comes to like being socially accepted, and to see it like from early on when they're like little on, you
Yeah.
kind of predict like, all right, they're gonna have a hard time, sadly. So yeah, it's really brutal.
Yeah. It's also one of the big. It wasn't like that in Denmark. We used to have all the children and who are not normal. They have a special school, special
Yeah,
kindergarten.
yeah,
But then the last 20 years, they changed the whole thing. So inclusion, and everybody
yeah.
needs to be in the same room and stuff like that.
It's bad.
And I'm not sure it's a good thing for
That's what I'm saying. Never worked where I worked. Like having like
no, it's like this fantasy about it's
yeah,
like this fantasy land women have and
yeah.
I think it's evil.
It is. I mean, like, but I must also say it's also a fault from parents, from parents' that side, like because the not every school or every kindergarten is like inclusive. There must be like still like special needs kindergarten out there who are specialized in this kind of thing, and they only
Yeah.
accept like those kind of children. But I would say there are a lot of parents who fuck up on this kind of thing also, that they're like coping, like that they're thinking that their children might be like normal, there's nothing going on. Like I've seen it like personally IRL also when I worked and interacted with children, with parents, that they were like mostly coping when I told them, okay, hey, your child seems way off in comparison to other children. I think there might be something like going on, like neurodivergently wise, and
Yeah.
this straight up mostly like denied it. Like it's also an ego thing, all of the all
Yeah,
of the
but
sides.
isn't now I was not educated, so I didn't have that kind of responsibility and duties that you might have had. But when you experienced what you just told us, was it then you had to like start the process in the system of maybe like is it like you could like maybe like I suggested this kid get evaluated by the kindergarten municipality psychologist. Maybe you need
Yeah,
some yeah.
I was like an educator. This was like a pedagogue,
Yeah.
kind of. I mean, like in Denmark, it's called similar kind of
Yeah, we can a pedagogue, yeah.
pedagogue. Yeah, yeah. And I was mainly like responsible for my team, like for the
Yeah.
children, and I was like the person if there were was the main connection for the parents, like to talk with, relating with children. So yeah, and dealing with parents is like when you deal with parents, I'm pretty sure you can overcome like everything, because I've met such crazy people in my life who are parents, like yeah, like who are like really neurotic and like really passive aggressive. But I get it because it's their children, and they have to like this primal instinct, like they want to protect them.
You had to meet the parents one-on-one and talk about the kid or something. Like,
Yeah.
So
I always had like private like talks with them on a one-on-one basis regarding the children. Yeah, it's interesting to see like what kind of parents you kind of engage with, because it varies from extreme copers to like when it comes to, because I mentioned to Danish Demagandi earlier that because when I worked in a kindergarten, we had special needs kids with normal kids mixed up. Like,
we have done.
That shit doesn't work. Like,
no.
but,
And it's a new thing. It's a new quote unquote.
Yeah.
It's implemented the last 20 years in Denmark. Because it was never like this in Denmark. They were separated, and today, as Senesis is saying in Austria, probably it's in Denmark today. It's only the most fucked of the most fucked that gets separated. But all the variation, the huge variation in children just needs to be forced together, and it just creates huge conflict and
All right. Interesting. We should talk about this more about what we call parent-teacher conferences and all that stuff. That's what we call it. And special ed class and mixing the special education kids in with regular kids. But before we can do that, we got to put the witch on try. You guys ready to try the witch? I'm going to put the witch.
Shit, she's coming on. Jesus.
I don't have to. It's fine. I can leave. You asked me to.
Yeah, there's a 2-minute. There's a small break in the court right now. We're waiting for the hit. The prime. Is it the court officer or something like that?
I want to listen. You got depositions. I'll listen. I'll listen from a distance. And Demian says hello. You guys, I'm the ultimate judge, jury, executioner, but I want the Euros to talk to our all-American witch, black dust woman. Yeah.
It's actually funny that in Denmark the security intelligence we have are actually.
Okay, we're here to put Cassandra on trial, not talk about whatever bullshit. Okay, so Cassandra's on.
No, but the security intelligence are actually having these campaigns against the Chinese PhDs and so on and so forth, because there's this distrust about Chinese nationals coming to Europe and shit. So yeah, but we would like to. We have invited you in for this session today to ask you about how come, what is the journey for you? How did it start? How did you end up being a teacher for the Chinese nationals?
I started learning Spanish in elementary school because I lived in California, and then I was a weeb in high school and wanted to learn Japanese, and taught myself a little bit. And then when I went to college, I wanted to learn Spanish and Japanese and do linguistics, and all the Japanese classes were full, so I got put into a Chinese class because they were at the same time, like to fill my time slot. And then I went to petition for the Japanese class, but it was like super full, so I just went back to Chinese class and was like, I'll try it out for a week, and I really loved it. And then as far as being an educator, I just, out of college, the first job that I could find that was related to Spanish and Chinese was at the Chinese Spanish immersion school. And it was just it just worked out because nobody else usually speaks both, because it's Southern California, and Orange County, so high Chinese population. high Spanish speaking population. It's just it's like fairly popular in Southern California for immersion schools. It's like one of the few that does both Spanish and Chinese. And that was why it was a good match. So it just happened. I wanted to translate.
This is maybe a weird question, but is it correct that in the U.S., when you need to apply for naturalization of the citizenship or get the U.S. citizenship, you don't have to take the test and stuff in English. You can take it in your own.
Yeah, I think you can take it in your own language. I think
that
so.
that how come it is like that? Why is it like that?
I don't know why. I think I mean many countries have like multiple official languages. So maybe because of that like precedent, maybe. I don't know why. It's a good question.
Yeah, but
I mean,
I think I don't know if it's because Denmark is this far right or some shit like that, but if it can't. The thing about in Denmark, it's the only way you can achieve citizenship. You have to have a Danish language proficiency, and the only way you can exempt for that is if you can have really, really, really good documentation. If you're like a mentally fucked in your head or something like that, and even like that, you have to apply for the. There's a group of politicians who evaluate the application, and they since 2014 there's been one or two out of thousands and thousands of applications that just get denied.
It's like not a thing, yeah.
So, but it's just if you don't dwell into all these weird rules, you never know the rules. But it's just such a weird thing that the citizens of your country maybe are somewhat not capable of communicating.
Yeah, of communicating in English. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a bad comparison, right? Denmark and the U.S. Like as far as the different the amounts of different cultures that are here. I guess that's why. I mean, I feel like most.
Yeah, it's just so weird because
people will be like, "That's surprising." I don't know if I agree with that, but it's just how it is, I guess.
There's all these politicians, and that we have just suppressed all this like.
Okay.
Well, and there's a large history of.
The preacher man wanted to put the witch on trial. This has turned to a simp fest. Xenesis, I'm sorry you're so quiet. I'll bring them both back on. This turned into some weird simp fest. It's like when DBF first met Cass. They just want to ask the girl the questions. Okay, Cassandra, you're not on trial. You're not on trial. The guy wants to get in your pants.
No, I just thought, but so I have nothing. I haven't for now. I don't have anything more to say to the court. So, Xenesis, the case is up for you.
I have nothing to talk about.
You think I'm a spy?
Yeah, maybe it could be. Have you ever have the security?
I don't have security clearance.
No. Okay. Yeah.
No.
And yeah, basically, Seymour's a laser specialist guy working on.
Seymour has security clearance,
right? And you're his handler. You're the girl who's been like infiltrated by the CCP to be the handler to some, That's what Denmark guy or Danish preacher wants to argue.
Okay.
Yeah. So your boy, what he works with, like weapon systems. That's crazy, man.
More like defense. They're asking about you now, Seymour. What do you work with weapons? No.
He works for the military under contract. Weapons are always part of the military, so yeah.
Right, but again, it's more like defense.
How do we?
How do you defend yourself? Wait, stop. How do you defend yourself with weaponry? Okay, but okay.
Yeah, but what do we do?
Valid, but it's like, yeah.
Are we gonna get lasered in the next war or something like that? How can we protect ourselves from the lasers?
No, like we're using lasers to protect ourselves.
It's like that. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, your theory of me being a handler is funny.
You know, yeah. You never know. You could. Yeah, we don't have stories about that in Denmark, but in the U.S. you took all the Nazi professors and developed new weapons. Yeah. Is your boyfriend? Is he part? Does he have German ancestry?
I don't think. Are you German? Some German.
Okay.
I think we're both pretty like a mix of different European things.
Yeah. What is the? Yeah. What's the black thing behind you? Like, the black
What
weird
black
thing,
thing? Oh, it's
you
a
know that.
cat wheel. It's like a treadmill.
Okay. Yeah, I get it.
My cat's been running on it all day.
Yeah.
He gets in the mood sometimes. It's funny though to watch. Donna's here. Hi, Donna.
This is Donna here.
Yeah.
What? So, are you engaged? You and your boyfriend? Oh.
No,
Not like Dom and Donna.
no, we are not engaged like Dom and Donna.
And you don't have children.
No,
Are you
we do.
planning?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
You do have children.
No, we're planning. We want them.
Okay, yeah. That's good.
Yeah. Soon.
Can I ask how old you are roughly?
Yeah, I'm 31. He's
Okay,
32. You're 32, right? You don't remember? Yeah, you're 32. Yeah.
How many children are you planning on having?
I would probably want 2, but how many children do you want, Seymour? At least 2. Yeah, we've talked about it, Donna.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you need to keep. Time is running out. You know, it's getting harder
Thank
for
you.
women.
Yes, I know. I know. I'm aware of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is no.
What?
No, I was just. What if you? Yeah. What if? I don't know. If you couldn't have children or shit like that, would you adopt or
Yeah.
something?
I probably would, but I don't think Seymour would. I don't
But
think he would want.
there's all this.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. So you
There's all
have
this what?
I have actually
Like
asked
IVF
you
and
about
stuff.
the
Is that what you were gonna say?
all the IVF shit. Yeah, you can do
Yeah.
all this stuff.
Yeah.
What you
Yeah, I
you're
mean, I
not
would go
planning?
through all that
You're
before
not planning on doing embryo selection?
I wasn't planning on it, no, but I could probably be convinced. I'm terrified of like birth defects and yeah, so
Yeah, but I
would.
think they are screened. You know, the worst parts are screened, maybe. But you know, doing
yeah.
it. Okay.
Yeah, and I would.
I'm back. You know, I threw some butter on the skillet and I put some Eggo waffles in the toaster, and then I put some the butter and the maple syrup and even some chocolate syrup. You know, not since DBF came on have I heard such simpery for Cassandra. I think Denmark guy, is worse than DBF with this worship of Cassandra. Are we talking about anything productive? Be honest. From what I could hear, it just sounded like Denmark guy is simping for Cassandra. Have we accomplished anything of productivity? Or be honest, Genesis?
I mean, I asked at the beginning what you want to talk about.
I don't know. Cassandra wanted to come on. Denmark guy wanted her to come on. I see he wants to simp for her. So I'll bring them both back on. But what are we even talking about here? Cassandra, what are we talking about here?
They were talking about, or he was asking me about my like family plans, basically.
or you want to marry your beta bucks, I don't blame you. I would do the same thing if I were you, because I think it's great you tutor and do Chinese lessons online and go to a tutoring school. But clearly, the laser scientist with the military contract is the breadwinner. You want to marry him, whatever.
Course,
2 kids.
But if I couldn't be with him, I would still be able to support myself. So it's like, and I, yeah.
Did you change your hair?
I understand. No, it's
you
growing
look like
long.
you. I'm sorry, I'm not trying. You look like you've aged all of a sudden. You look, or maybe you lost weight or something. You look a little older.
I'm wearing makeup today.
Oh, that explains
I'm
it.
not really wearing makeup.
Yeah, I could tell. Okay, but continue. What were you saying?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, you want to keep talking? You want to keep talking to the Danish guy because I don't even know who he wants to ask you here.
No, I mean, if he wants to talk, I'll talk, but I don't. Whatever you guys want.
I was just trying to be nice, man, and
well,
yeah.
They were valid topics.
I'm trying to ensure that the people are having healthy children. I think that's
yeah, doing your part.
It's in the line of the eugenic talk me and Tennis had with the children and so on and so forth. We want to ensure that people
but
have.
It's okay when you guys talk about it. It's just not okay if I talk about it. Then it's uninteresting. Or if you're nice to me, it's simping. It's bad.
Yeah.
At interrogation, you have to be shitting on me and telling me that that I'm just a liar because I'm a woman.
No. He wanted to interrogate you. I said, okay, and you agreed to it. All of a sudden, you come on. All of a sudden, he's Mr. Tough Guy. All of a sudden, it's, hi, Cassandra. How are you? So it's not about we have to interrogate. He wanted to interrogate, and suddenly he flip-flopped because, we see the truth. Okay.
But then how are the Chinese people that you educate? Are they are in China or are they in the US?
Yeah, they're all in Beijing.
And they want to study English in order to come to the US?
No, I think just to be like they want their children to be multilingual. All Chinese people that are like live in cities want to speak English well.
Okay, that's
for obvious reasons. I mean, media and the internet and job opportunities, and maybe move to the US. But none of the ones that I teach want to move to the US at all.
So when you are they critical about their own government in class?
Not really. We don't really talk about it. I probably personally avoid it just so that it doesn't get uncomfortable. We keep it pretty light. That way it's like fun, to come to class. I have a one older man who's like 45 and he's very he like actively tries to not think in a Chinese way.
What do you mean older man? He's only in his mid-40s. What do you mean older man? Okay.
What I mean is most 40-plus-year-olds aren't taking English class. Most of my students are younger, not as old as 40 or older. But he talks bad about the Chinese way of approaching learning and memorization and stuff.
Hold on. Again, we got to address Jared here real quick. Hold on. Jared88 wants to know if your boyfriend Seymour knows about you hanging around incels every day. Well, first of all, we know that Xenesis is an incel. He's got his foot in the normie world. The point is, Seymour's come on many times. I enjoy talking to him. So Jared is asking redundant questions. But you see, Xenesis, when you're dealing with Starlings, people ask redundant questions. Obviously, Jared88 hasn't been around too much because your boyfriend Seymour has come on several times. So I'm just addressing, you got to repeat yourself 1,000 times for the morons. Okay, but go ahead.
I mean, come on, not everybody who can't catch every stream are morons, but I get it.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest because I'm drinking. I'm getting tired. I'm eating. This is going really nowhere. It's going in a very bad direction. Cassandra, I'm glad you came on. I didn't know what Danish Preacher wanted to do, but this just sounds like he just wants to look at the pretty girl. The girl's here. The girl.
Nah.
That's the vibe. Oh, she's American. Oh, that's the vibe I'm getting off of him all of a sudden. I thought he wanted to ask you some serious questions about, whatever. So thank you for coming on. I don't blame you. I find Danish guy to be a bit weird now. Xenesis, what are you thinking?
I've talked to him before. He was nice.
All right, fine. I'll put him back on.
It was generally just some quick. It was not my meaning to have this interrogation. It was just banter, but I was just.
Yeah.
All right, what does Xenesis think? Let's start with him. Let's do one at a time.
About what related? About the topic? About what you're referring to?
Xenesis doesn't have an answer. Cassandra, what are you thinking right now?
I think if anyone else was talking about their Chinese students, whether or not they talk poorly about their own government or whatever we were talking about, you would have been interested if it was anyone else. But it's not going anywhere because it's me. But it's okay if you're not into it, then I'll.
No, that's bullshit, Cassandra. You're saying, because it's you.
It's not bullshit. That's how I feel.
The conversation is weird. Danish guy wanted to have some kind of weird trial. He thinks he claimed you were just some weird interloper. Then all of a sudden, he starts simping. So I don't trust him at all. He's all over the place. He doesn't know who or what he is. What?
What aspect of how he's behaving is simping?
Well, he is kind of simping. He went from
ask me normal questions.
I'm going to give her a piece of my mind to, oh, wow, it's a girl. I've never spoken to a girl before. Xenesis, you think I'm neurodivergent because of my experience. I know you're tired. If you got to get off, I can tell.
No. What is the question?
For both of you, do you both think I'm neurodivergent? Danish guy says no. I'm just curious what your honest opinions. You said yes because of my experiences. What does Cassandra think? I think you've said yes before.
I've said, I don't really know. I feel like there's plenty of people you can't really tell. Just even knowing you, even getting to know you, I still can't really tell. But what I said earlier was that you have enough qualities that put you in the same group or have led to you being treated a certain way. So I don't really think it matters that much if you're on the spectrum. You're definitely not a normie. So there's you can use the word spurg.
Well, okay. Xenesis, here's the thing. Okay, stop. We were talking about you might not feel like a normie, but we even in previous streams, you're on the normie side of the fence. Xenesis at least admits it. And he, I guess at least Xenesis says, yes, I find you guys interesting, but I'm still on the normie side. You seem to be very argumentative with me about, I'm not a normie. I feel weird. I feel different. Yeah, but compared to us. So at least Xenesis is more honest. Do you think Xenesis is accurate, or do you still disagree and think you're more on the weirdo side? I mean,
I think I fully understand why you feel like I'm the most normal person here. I don't need to argue against how you feel about that. It makes sense.
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
If you want me to finish, I'm saying the first part. The second part is it's definitely true in some aspects that I'm the most normal person here. But at the same time, just because I haven't had people trying to kill me in my workplace doesn't mean that I'm not on the spectrum, which for you, what's really important to you in this whole conversation seems to be how you've been treated. Well, I grew up with the strictest family life, and if I acted weird in any way, I was in big trouble. So I've masked my whole life and feel strongly about that. And feel strongly that
it's not just like you're I guess part of it too. Look, I'm happy for you and Seymour, but it's not you found a good guy who's making good money. It's not like you're either single or you're dating some loser drug addict. You actually have what a lot of women do. They marry up. So you are following the normie course, and that's not a criticism, but it's not just the whole how you were treated, even though that's a big part of it, versus, you had to mask because your family. If you look at how your life has turned out, I mean, you got a guy with a really good job. A lot of women marry up. Not a criticism, but you seem to be following the normie course of action, right?
It's been a journey, though. It wasn't like my life was very different 6 years ago. It was still good, but it was just it was different. And then I had a lot of bad things happen that were a result of me not being it's hard to put into words quickly, but my life has not been the way it is right now the whole time. So saying,
and imagine if
it ended up good. I mean,
right. I think what we're saying is you might not have the opportunity. If you were a male, you might not have the opportunity to change your life around the way you did.
Same thing, right? There's plenty of autistic women who get married and have babies and have a normal life, and that just maybe never even comes up. It's always something there in the back, but
it's in the back, but they don't suffer the way men do. Right.
I agree. Yeah, I fully agree with that. But that was never part of the conversation before when you and I talked about it. You can't be a spurg because your life is good is how the arguments always felt in the past. But I agree with you that I'm normal compared to, the environment or whatever here.
Well, what is before I bring Denmark, whatever his name is, Danish preacher on? What does Xenesis think? Xenesis look like Xenesis looks like my brother. I can tell when my brother's burned out. I can tell when Xenesis you look you're about to fall asleep because you've been up too long. If you got to tap out.
Fall asleep.
No, I'm just like, okay, sorry. The question was like, what do I think about this? If she's not regarding if she's normal or not.
It doesn't matter.
I'll
bring Danish guy back on. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
What was the question?
I don't know.
We'll see. Asking you and I, Xenesis, if we think he's a spurg or not. He said you've answered before, but
I answered it multiple times already.
No, that wasn't the question. The question was, do you think, Cassandra's a spurg, which is it easier, or Cassandra's on the normie side? Cassandra's like you. She's a normie with one foot in the weird territory, but can't admit it the way you do. That was the question.
I also answered this multiple times already.
Fine, he's answered already. Okay. Danish guy. I think Xenesis is falling asleep. He looks like my brother.
No, I'm just being honest.
Right.
We're always like repeating the same questions over and over again. It's like tiresome.
Let's have a new question. Cassandra, what's your favorite color?
Green. What's
Xenesis,
yours?
Xenesis, what's your favorite color?
Black.
Denmark guy, what's your favorite color?
Black.
Okay. Two blacks. Okay. How many? Okay, Danish guy and Xenesis. How many black chicks have you been with?
0.
Danish guy.
Yeah. 0.
Cassandra, how many black men have you been with? You wanted different questions. I gave you different questions. Yeah. No, I brought Danish guy wants to talk to Cassandra, and you agreed to come on. But Danish guy is just asking you fluff questions, so I didn't know where we're going with this.
No, it was just basic questions because I've never met a European person who has Chinese proficiency, and I just thought it was interesting.
Okay, yeah, she's American, but okay, you're saying you've never had this in Europe, right?
Yeah, I've never heard about it. Yeah, so there could be some highly unique story, but it's quite a normal story that you took up the language class in school, and you can take Chinese.
Well, and I like languages. That's like my hobby too. So that's the story.
So so you have okay verbal IQ. Is verbal IQ a thing in your family?
Yeah, sure. On my mom's side, yeah, sure.
Okay. Do you think
But
are you aware?
Thinks I don't have a high verbal IQ.
Could you repeat that? Could you repeat it?
I said everybody here thinks I don't have a high verbal IQ, which.
Okay, yeah. OC is
I think. Don't worry. The Europeans are mesmerized. So you go ahead. You can. They think they're mesmerized.
But
I feel question, like I'm better at reading and writing. I'm not. I have good pronunciation, but as far as like feeling comfortable speaking it, I don't love speaking all the time. I prefer reading and writing in all languages, in English too, because I get like tongue tied.
Do you think you have part Ashkenazi Jewish heritage?
No, I don't. No. I definitely don't.
She does. She's got a little. She's like an eighth. She's an eighth. She just won't admit it. Okay, but yes.
I really don't. It's like very sure that I don't, but
if Cassandra and I were walking around Denmark in the 1940s, we'd both be in ovens. Okay, that's a fair assessment. There. I'll put it that way. If we were in Denmark when the Nazis invaded, we'd be in ovens. Okay, that's fair assessment.
It's hard to tell, but I have freckles and my hair was red growing up. It's just darkened, but I'm Hispanic,
there's
this
thing about Ashkenazi Jews when you take the general IQ, then they will be tilted towards a higher verbal IQ compared to other races, and that is when I figured that out. I started delving into people's ancestry because there could be some things about this, genetics stuff, that there could have been that's why I asked you about your family, if they're all brilliant in languages.
Oh no,
Because I
not
think,
really.
do you know this guy called Bald and Bankrupt from YouTube? That guy who travels all across the world. He's tall, from the UK.
I don't think
and he's
so.
No, but I saw this guy's videos, and he speaks all the languages where he goes to.
Yeah.
And then in one of his last
You said bald and
episodes,
what?
bald and Bankrupt. He's a bald UK guy, like 50 years old. But anyways,
Oh, I think I've seen his face, but I
Yeah,
haven't watched any of his
he
videos.
goes to all these countries and he speaks the language. And then in one of his streams, he told us that he has some Jewish ancestry, and then it just fitted what I was
You were
told.
like, oh,
yeah,
oh.
but I'll just try to don't think about it all the time, but try to remember it. And when you meet some people, and then you can ask them if they have ask them as a Jew.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's a good one. I know some Jewish people.
But it is quite correct, because I've also figured out that people of Northern European genetics are tilted towards having a higher spatial and mathematical and spatial cognitive, higher in that dimension.
Yeah, I think everybody that I know that's Jewish is pretty verbally intelligent.
I can't even. I think we have so few Jews in Denmark. I've only met a couple of them. I can't see if people are Jewish. Not in Denmark, but maybe.
I'm the strangest, like, I guess, history with understanding what Jewish people, like, I didn't know what Jews were for most of my life. And my long-term first boyfriend lived in LA and I lived in Orange County. So I would go and hang out with him and his friends. And all of his friends were Jewish and I didn't know, or a lot of them were. And one day he told me, yeah, I said something about someone, and he was like, yeah, she's Jewish. And I was like, oh, and like everything started clicking, understanding. I don't know how else to explain it. I just didn't know it was a thing. And then when I became aware, I was like, oh. And then
Yeah.
Now I
we
feel
only,
like
we only have one synagogue in Denmark. One. So.
I feel like now I can pick him out. But it's a personality thing. I mean, it's not. But
you probably in the U.S. there's probably also a lot of different Jews. There's.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they are.
Yeah, but LA Jews, like hot, like LA Jews. It's like it's a thing you can pick out once you. I don't know.
Okay, Doggo Food, who is an LA Jew, is highly offended at your stereotypical behavior here, Cassandra. But don't worry, you're no longer condemned.
They're my friends. I'm just saying, hey, there's personality things you can pick out in most cultures.
Right. Zenesis, you look like you're about to pass out. You want to go bye-bye, you can.
I'm passing out. I'm just doing something else. Well, do you have any questions?
Cassandra, do you have any questions for Zenesis?
I thought of a question earlier, but I forget now.
You got to think.
It was earlier.
We brought you on to talk here. Come on. We brought you on to talk.
Ready? I'm thinking. I don't remember. Sorry. No, I don't have any questions really.
No.
So Doggo Food is Jewish, or?
Yes, he's very Jewish, but no one has any questions for him. Yes, he's Jewish. Yes.
So how is Doggo? How is or your verbal IQ? Are you good with languages? And
you can go back and watch him. You can watch him on this stream, and he streams himself. You can go brush up yourself. Don't ask him. You see him in action himself on this stream and his own streams. And okay, Donna's got to go, and we can tell that Zenesis is passing out. Like I can tell with my brother, I got to put people to bed. I think Zenesis should probably go to bed. I think he's out of it. I'm getting tired, but I can stand a little longer because I got to adjust my sleep pattern. But I think Zenesis is, passing out. He's been up all day. Okay. Danish guy, you got up recently. Cassandra, it's only what, 9 o'clock in Arizona?
Yeah, 8:55.
Right. I can't remember why we brought you on. I think Danish guy wanted to talk to you, but it's very...
for
Are
me to
you
be
starting?
on trial about being a spy.
Yeah.
Are you starting what?
Yeah, I was going to ask OC. He was starting his job tomorrow, and have you taken? Have you prepared, OC?
No, just gonna go in and do the job. It's all you can do.
But the job that can you are you going to be alone at night at the grocery store, or will there be other people
Well,
around?
I'll be alone at times, but there's gonna be a night crew. I'll be part of a crew. I gotta see what's going on. Yes, new job tomorrow. I gotta be awake. It's like 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So I'm tired right now, but I gotta stay up because I'd be able to, yeah. I've done this kind of work before, so I'm not like super confused as to what's gonna happen.
Loading celery.
What?
Kevin Meebank says, OC, loading celery.
No, not produce. Probably grocery, maybe dairy, not produce. Graveyard shift, yes. What do you think, Cassandra? Should I just say screw this and do Uber Eats and DoorDash and that kind of shit?
You could, but I know you would find the issues with those things. I mean, they're kind of fucked jobs, you know.
Then
They're
again,
not really like taken care of by the company.
right, stocking shelves is also kind of a fuck job, but yeah.
And then you might have some, you know, you do something the wrong way and a customer doesn't tip or refuses to pay or some, you know, or complains about you, and that would cause a problem for you too. I think honestly, I think stocking shelves is not a bad gig.
I've been there before. It can be a nightmare
Yeah.
depending on who you're working with. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like any job though. But yeah, I think doing Uber Eats and stuff would drive you crazy.
Okay.
And the wear and tear on your car is bad, like you said. But yeah, my sister's mom she does like TaskRabbit and Uber Eats and all of that. Like she does every single app you can think of, and she has so much to complain about all the time. So I wouldn't do it, but if you feel like you might want to, you should try it. You can try it. You don't have to stick with it. You know, you could try it on the side of this job.
Right.
See how you feel about it.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. So, do we have anything else we'd love to talk about? Any other pressing topics, or what's going on here? Zenesis reminds me of Brother Click a couple hours ago. He looks like he's about to pass out. What do you think? Doesn't Zenesis look burned out?
I think when he reads, he looks at something underneath the camera, and it looks like he's really sleepy. But yeah, I'm sure he's sleepy to some extent.
I was texting earlier with my phone. Like, this is why I look like.
Were you texting your normie friends or your sub?
I was like doing something on my phone.
You were texting your normie friends or your sub 5 friends?
Does it matter?
Yes, that answers the question. You were texting your normie friends. Can't be bothered texting your. This is his sub 5 time. No need to talk to sub 5 friends. He's getting a sub 5 fix here. Okay.
Zenesis, would you prefer to work within food production, or as a chef, or as a pedagogue? You educated within.
You mean since I like had experiences in both fields? Yeah. I personally like working with kids because both are stressful as fuck, both jobs. But with kids, it's like more. I don't know. They don't like judge you so much as adults, so it's like.
It's great. I worked with a lot of young kids too. I agree with you. Sorry.
Yeah. And the thing is also with like it might be also like me thing also. I personally had like always like shitty bosses whenever I worked as a waiter or as a cook. So, but it's also like a common thing here in Austria, or a stereotype kind of thing, like that in like restaurants, this tourism kind of like branch. There's a saying that most people are like really assholes when it comes to. But it's also a field like which people which are filled with drug addicts, kind of, because they're like overworking.
Yeah. It's the
Yeah.
same. It's
Yeah.
the same saying. It's the same saying in Denmark. Yeah. You know, it's the same when you speak about the work. You know, there's a lot of like cocaine. You know, people on coke and shit like that. You know, a lot of yelling and.
Yeah, it's
high stress,
really rude.
pressure.
Yeah, kids is the way to go for me.
Yeah.
Denmark,
how is the it's roughly in Denmark? It's average pay working with kids. How is it in Austria?
Average pay. It's
Okay.
pedagogue. You actually get like paid really nicely as a pedagogue, because it's a job which like how do you call it? It's not it's
It's high demand.
High demand, yeah, high demand. So when you're like an assistant, you get paid shitty.
Yeah, it's the same thing in Denmark. Yeah.
But as an educator or a pedagogue, good. The pay is really well actually. But it's also like the responsibility you get also with the pay. Because you never have free time. You also need to do like prepare stuff for the kids, like always in the free time. I mean, you do get like weekends off, but you still need to do stuff for the kindergarten at the weekend.
But do you get paid? You know, the preparation time you do outside of work. Do you get paid for that?
No, I don't. It's
okay.
We have a thing called Kollektivvertrag over here. It's like minimum wage. I don't know I don't know if you have this thing. It's like in Denmark.
Minimum wage.
Yeah, no, but this thing which we have, it's called Kollektivvertrag. Because every pedagogue gets the same amount of money. Like, I don't know how it's in the US regarding like payment.
Everyone does not get the same amount.
Yeah, okay, then
it's because the pedagogue. It's because childcare jobs are unionized everywhere in Denmark and also in Austria, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I don't know the public school system, to be honest. But I don't think you get paid the same now. I think
public school teachers in Denmark get way too much, too high a salary. It's completely insane how much money they get. They are like upper middle class.
That's crazy. You get paid like shit if you work in the public school system here.
Yeah, I heard that. It's so weird.
Terrible hours, and you don't get paid overtime for any work you do overtime, or But the school I worked at was private, so I got paid well, but.
But in the US, when you put your child to childcare, is it you pay for it monthly, I guess, or is it through the taxes?
For public school, you don't pay, but for private school, you do.
Okay.
Yeah. Right? You don't pay for public schooling.
You pay through your property taxes. Your property taxes go to fund the schools usually. Yeah. Again, she's a beta buck. She doesn't have to worry about finances. You don't pay directly, but you're whatever, you live in different school districts. If you live in a poorer, dumpier town, the school sucks. If you live in a richer town, the school's much better, but it's more expensive. It's based upon property taxes, what you pay for your property. What is it, Genesis?
I don't.
Just regarding comments, like I want to, because Toggle Food said something like, yeah, I get it. Like I know what it is. I get it where you're coming from. Besides that, I would also love to talk with you, like when you, because I'm so interested in you regarding your. In my opinion, you're the one person who suffers from the most physical pain. And I wanted to ask you, Doggo Food, like how it is like. I mean, like like if you would mind like sharing your experiences being like in this position. It doesn't need to be like today, just like whenever you feel like, because this is like, I find like a really hard situation to deal with.
Yeah, regarding life in general. Yeah, I don't know who he is, so I don't know his story. But
yeah. No,
is he? Can he walk? And is he like?
Yeah, I think he can walk, but I think he's like
Yeah. I
constantly
feel.
battling some really chronic pain.
Yeah.
His doctor said he was physically disabled enough for benefits, for neat bucks. He doesn't want it because it doesn't pay much, but the doctor said, yeah, you're that crippled.
Yeah. It would be really interesting, like, to talk with him regarding his experiences.
What do you mean? Sure. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, that's what you told us, but okay. Maybe he's not in chronic pain. I don't know. Who knows with him?
Yeah, I don't remember 100%.
That's it. Has it been an accident, or is he born with a?
I think he was born with it. He's gotten worse with time. He was born with it.
Tulu's also here. Tuli. I also want to like to talk with Tuli. Yeah.
Yeah, Tuli hasn't come on in a long time. He should. Tuli, the gang's not all here because you're not here.
What about me, Banks? Why won't he come back on? He hasn't been on for a long time. What's me, Banks' problem? Cassandra, tell me Banks to come on. We'll do it for you.
Me, Banks, come on.
See, there you got it. Zenesis wants to talk to you. Cassandra wants to talk to you. Hey, all the important, beautiful people want to talk to you.
Tuli won't because he's scared you're gonna make him show you his laundry room.
Is me Banks black? Is it a black guy, or is it just
no?
He is like a black person, but he isn't black.
Let's see if I can find a picture of him real quick because I'm gonna get off soon because it's kind of going nowhere. But let's see if I can find Kevin Meebanks. If I can find a picture of him, let's take a look.
Like maybe some. Yeah, no problem. Totally.
Well, you can go back and look at my live streams. He's in some of the thumbnails.
Yeah.
Of course, they're European, so they don't know who Kevin Eubanks is. They don't get the reference. I don't feel like explaining it right now. No, the guy in the photo is not the guy talking. No. All right, well, I've enjoyed this, but I should probably say goodnight. It's been 5.5 hours. It's been fun. Maybe I'll do this again sometime. We can all talk. I like the idea of it. I'll see how this job goes, or if I want to, drive around until I get neat bucks. I'm not sure yet. But Cassandra, thank you for coming on. Danish Preacher, thank you for being here. Zenesis, get some sleep. And for now, I'm going to say Occupational Click out.